Topaz Heat, Book 4 of the Jewel series, by Hallee Bridgeman. Read by Jean Rowley. Prologue. The little girl stood next to the bed, her feet encased in warm slippers that peeked out from beneath the hem of a long nightgown. She couldn't make out anything in the room except for the bed. Everything else looked blurry and shadowed. She squinted, but it did little to help bring things into focus. For the dozenth time that morning, she ran her hands over her sides, feeling the fabric of the nightgown. It felt wonderful. Then she pulled her hair forward until she could bury her nose in the unruly curls and inhale, breathing in the wonderful, clean strawberry smell. She couldn't see anything. Where was she? She couldn't remember anything. Nothing around her seemed familiar. The clothes felt unusual. Her hair, smelling clean, seemed odd. Her heart started racing at the sound of footsteps outside her door. She put a hand on the bed, clutching the cover, wondering where she could hide. Hiding is what they did, right? You hide, way in the back. Hide? From what? She couldn't remember. A shadowy figure appeared in the door, and Sarah took a step back, her hip hitting the table by the bed. "Good morning, honey. I'm glad you're awake." The gentle voice of the woman sounded unusual to her. She didn't recognize it, couldn't place a name or face with it. The woman came closer and details on her face became clearer. She had blonde hair, graying temples, and remarkably kind eyes. Her skirt came to her knees, and she wore a sweater over her shirt. She knelt next to her. "Where am I?" the little girl asked. "You're home." The woman knelt next to her and reached a hand out. The little girl felt trapped by the table and the bed and flinched from the hand but could not move. The woman frowned, but still touched the girl's hair, running a soothing hand over it. "You got here late last night. My name is Darlene Thomas, but I hope that you'll just call me Mom." Looking down at the toe of her slipper, she felt a burn of tears. What's my name?" Darlene's breath caught, and the girl saw the shine of tears in her eyes. "Your name is Sarah." A tear slipped down Darlene's cheek. "You're 9 years old, and this is your new home." She reached into the pocket of her skirt. "The police found these at your house. They look about your size, so we thought they might be yours. We've taped them until we can get you to the eye doctor today." Sarah looked at the bent and broken glasses in Darlene's hand. She tentatively reached for them, running her finger over the frame. Somewhere in her memory, a scene played out of angry male hands gripping them from her face and smashing them, then the sound of harsh male laughter. The memory fled as quickly as it had come. She brushed her curly red hair from her ears, then took the glasses and carefully perched them on her nose. The room came into sharp focus. She saw bright sunlight streaming through crisp white curtains. A dresser against the wall propped up a bouquet of fresh daisies in an ornate vase. A little television sat in front of a child-sized couch in the corner next to a bookshelf. Dozens of books lined the shelf. Their pretty colors and bindings made Sarah feel happy. "This is my room?" Sarah asked, feeling awe but not understanding it. Darlene smiled and stood. "Yes, it is." "Just mine? No one else's?" Darlene's lips pursed. "Whose else would it be?" She smiled again. "Now it's time for breakfast. I've made bacon and pancakes. I hope you're hungry." As they walked down the hall, Sarah could smell glorious smells coming out of the kitchen. Her stomach gnawed at her from the inside. Her mouth watered. Her arms suddenly felt very weak. She followed Darlene into the little kitchen, but stopped short when she saw a man sitting at the table. He stopped reading the paper and set it down, turning in his chair to face her. Sarah's heart started pounding, and she felt the urge to run. "Hi there," he said. "You sure are a tiny little thing, what for being a big 9-year-old. He stood, and Sarah backed toward the door. Darlene held her hand up to ward him off. "She apparently can't remember coming in last night." She put an arm around Sarah's shoulders. "It's okay, Sarah. Charles is your new dad. He won't hurt you." "Of course I won't hurt you." He walked toward her slowly. She stood with her back against the door, looking around, wondering where she could run, where she could hide. Darlene's arm tightened over her shoulders, trapping her. He knelt in front of her just as Darlene had, and his face filled her vision. He smelled good, spicy and soapy, and not at all like beer or cigarettes. His gray eyes behind his thin-framed glasses looked so nice. The more she stared into his eyes, the more she relaxed. "I'm so happy God brought you to us. We've been praying for you before we even knew who you were." He held out a hand. Sarah stared at it for several seconds before placing her shaking hand in his. "God brought me here?" she asked, unsure of what he meant. "Oh, yes." His eyes filled with unshed tears. "Most definitely." He tenderly placed his other hand on top of hers and pushed his hands together, completely engulfing her little hand with both of his. She didn't feel trapped or scared by his touch. She felt safe. "Are you hungry?" he asked. Sarah nodded and Charles Thomas stood. He set her at the table and gave her a plate with a blueberry pancake and 2 slices of bacon on it. The sight of the meat gave her stomach a sick little pain, but she picked up her fork and dug into the pancake. Darlene set a little glass of orange juice next to her plate. As she swallowed another heavenly bite, Sarah reached for the glass, but the skewed eyeglasses made her vision a little wobbly and she knocked it over. Terror immediately struck her. As Charles stood quickly and reached for the glass, Sarah flinched back, bracing for the painful slap he would deliver. Only he didn't. Nothing bad happened. No harsh words, no recriminations. Darlene actually comforted her and assured her that everything was all right, while Charles took a kitchen towel and mopped up the juice. Chapter 1. Bloody claw marks left smears of scarlet along Sarah Thomas's forearm and all over her shirt and pants. Using a cotton pad, she gingerly dabbed at the scratches, thinking maybe she should have taken the doctor up on his offer to clean them for her. Sarah winced as the antiseptic came in contact with the open wounds. She slowly moved her jaw from side to side, wondering if the left cross to her right cheek would leave a bruise. It certainly felt sore. "Nothing like a full moon on a Thursday night," Melissa Potts said with a wry smile and an always surprising British accent. Sarah snorted at her roommate's observation. "At least it's Friday morning now." Melissa leaned against the doorway to the nurse's station. As she crossed her arms, she gestured with her head toward Sarah. "Story?" As she wrapped a clean cotton bandage around her arm, Sarah answered her friend. "Addict. Delivered a 2-pound, 4-ounce baby girl. Wasn't too happy about the whole labor part interfering with her evening cocktail hour." Clicking her tongue with her teeth, Melissa came all the way into the room and gently prodded Sarah's jawline. "She got you good. She was trying to get out of the bed to go find another fix," Sarah said, flinching when Melissa pushed against the main point of injury. "Let's just say she didn't take kindly to us restraining her." "Poor girl," Melissa murmured. Sarah didn't know if by girl Melissa referred to the mother, the baby, or to Sarah. With Melissa, it could be any of those. "I tried to pray with her," Sarah stated matter-of-factly. "Before or after she treated you like a punching bag?" Melissa asked with an ironic little grin. Sarah looked up at her roommate and rubbed the darkened bruise along her jaw as she frowned in puzzlement. "Both," she answered. Melissa slowly shook her head, and the little grin turned into a genuine and warm smile that silently communicated just how very much the taller, more tan, and far more exotic-looking woman admired her short dynamo of a friend. "Well, you're off now, right?" "I am. I intend to go home, take a long bubble bath, read a Jane Austen novel until I go to bed, and sleep all day." Sarah stood. At her full height of 5 foot half an inch, she barely reached Melissa's shoulder. "Sorry, love," Melissa said in her cultured British voice, pulling her stethoscope out of her bag and hooking it around her neck. "Painters are coming today." She reached into the pocket of her nurse's scrubs and pulled out a roll of medical tape. Sarah sighed and closed her eyes. "I forgot." She held her arm out and let her friend tape the bandage. "I guess I'll go home and cover my dresser and bed with drop cloths, then go to one of my sister's houses. You could probably squeeze a bubble bath into the schedule." "True, but Robin has a hot tub. That will be even better." Melissa laughed as she finished taping the bandage. "See you in 12 hours? Releasing the clip that contained her unruly curls, Sarah shook her head. "Nope. I'll be back at 3. Darla is sick and I need the overtime." "Well, I hope you get some rest between now and 3. Have a good shift." Sarah slung her bag over her shoulder and left the nurse's station. Hospital personnel maneuvered through the sometimes crowded maze of hallways of one of the largest medical centers in downtown Boston, Massachusetts. Employees filled the halls at shift change. Sarah loved every single bit of the organized chaos. While she could pull in a higher wage in a smaller private hospital, she loved her job and her department too much to leave it behind. She considered her career there a ministry, a place where she could touch people from all walks of life, regardless of income or social standing. A different hospital might mean more money, but she would lose the ability to act as a positive force amongst so much negativity. She would lose the ability to meet people in such need and then pray for them regularly. She would lose the ability to see lives changed, to touch lives, to encourage and support people who might otherwise never know another human being who offered encouragement or support. As she wiggled her jaw again, she acknowledged that it came at a cost, but she could take the stripes. Stepping outside, she squinted in the warm sun. In mid-October, cold rain should have been heralding a winter of wet snow, but instead people walked around in shirt sleeves and drank cool drinks to battle the extended summer. Moving through the crowded sidewalk, Sarah rushed to the subway entrance and pulled her Charlie card from the outside pocket of her backpack. She swiped it along the reader in a fluid movement as she approached the gate. She had a car at her house, but preferred not to battle the city traffic and city parking. With a metro station near her brownstone and another one right by the hospital, she enjoyed the stress-free 20-minute commute versus the bumper-to-bumper fighting cabs for holes in traffic nightmare. In the afternoons, she could sit back and read a book. This time of the morning, though, she had to squeeze herself in between two businessmen commuting to their offices. She found a spare pole and stood, shoulder against the pole, and just let her thoughts drift while she let the conductor do the driving for her. She'd forgotten about the painters, or else she would have arranged things ahead of time. On impulse, she pulled out her phone and shot her sister Robin a quick text, asking if she was free for breakfast. Sarah knew she could stay with her sister and family at their house on the coast. She knew that Robin and Tony would be more than happy to have her. For that matter, Maxine lived even closer. Maxine would welcome Sarah just as happily and lovingly. Except that, because Sarah had to be back at work this afternoon, she thought she'd just see whether she could stay in Tony's old apartment. Sarah thought back to the morning of her 15th birthday and the introduction of those two beautiful women into her life. She often wondered how deeply all the wounds of the past continued to affect her even today. Their youth had hardened the eldest sister, Robin, and made her cold as a young adult. Driven by their childhood, Robin determined to give her younger sisters the opportunities that they might not have found otherwise, and sacrificed a significant part of her own life for many years to provide just that. At nearly 30, Sarah still encountered a big black spot of nothing whenever she tried to remember the first 10 years of her life. Robin and Maxine had never elaborated on details, and Sarah had never really investigated too deeply into it. In a way, she rather feared what she might remember if she started trying. Her phone vibrated in her hand, pulling her out of her reminiscence. She read the reply from Robin, asking her to meet her at one of Tony's restaurants. Sarah shot a quick text off, telling her what time she'd be able to make it there, then thought about what she needed to pack and what she might already have at the penthouse. As the train left the business section of downtown and got closer to her neighborhood of brownstones, the passenger load got a little lighter. By the time she got off at her station, she barely had to shoulder her way through the crowd. Derrick D'Annunzio felt the car slow and glanced up from the file he had been studying during the 10-minute ride from Logan Airport. He snapped it closed and slid it into his briefcase as the car pulled up to the curb and came to a stop. He finished off his orange juice in a few swallows. By the time he set his glass down and secured his briefcase, the driver had opened his door. Mid-October welcomed him to the grand city of Boston, but summer stubbornly refused to hand the reins over to autumn. Though the trees had started to turn colors and line the streets in the garnet and gold magnificence of God's beauty, the sky still insisted on painting itself a very clear, bright blue, and the temperature remained warm enough that several people walking by outside wore shorts. He buttoned the jacket of his suit, acknowledging that part of him wanted to be a passer-by, dressed down and ready to do something, anything outside. Long weeks had passed since he'd taken even a few hours off, and the summer had ended up leaving him behind. That happened easily with city dwellers, especially New York City, where he had lived for the last 6 years. One could miss the seasons with their different nuances that provided their own recreation and relaxation. However long he ended up in Boston, he determined that he would find a way to enjoy at least part of the autumn. Perhaps he would find a way to take in some hiking, definitely do some rock climbing, maybe even some rowing, all the things he used to do in the city he called home. First, though, he had to find out what brought him here. The email from his once rescuer and now employer, Tony Viscoli, simply instructed him to arrive this morning and plan on staying a while. "Where shall I take your luggage, Mr. D'Annunzio?" Pull over to valet, Howard. Wait there, and I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Right away, sir.
Howard answered with a little nod. Though his face hid his reaction well, it still unnerved Derrick that nearly every one of the Viscoli Empire addressed him as Sir. Derrick turned and lifted his head. His eyes automatically skimmed up the building, taking in the complicated masonry design, the ornate balconies carved out of living stone. All of it looked reminiscent of the feel of the old town. He loved this hotel. The New York Viscoli, where he worked, was bigger, grander, a different style of luxury, but the Boston hotel would always have his heart. He remembered the first time he really saw this hotel, his 18th birthday, on a bitter cold January morning. He stood in this very spot and stared up at the massive stone structure, gripping a business card in his hand, fighting an internal battle. To trust or to run? Born and raised in Boston, South Boston specifically, Derrick came from a poor family. His mother was an immigrant Italian woman who never learned to speak English and never had any more children after his American father, who he didn't remember, abandoned them once Derrick was born. Like nearly every other teenager in his tough neighborhood, he had taken to the streets where he stole, fought, and scraped to survive until a few weeks before his 18th birthday, when he had a chance encounter with Antonio, Tony Viscoli, on the street in front of a seedy bar in his neighborhood. Tony had seen something in him. What the man had seen, God alone knew. They came from the same place, more than a decade apart, and Derrick told Tony he would get out just like the older man had. For some reason, Tony had handed Derrick a business card, a note scrawled on the back that said, "Let him see me, no appointment required." He told Derrick to come find him after he turned 18. Pulling himself back to the present, he stepped through the brass and glass revolving door, etched with the intricate golden V, emblematic of all the Viscoli companies, and stepped into a life of opulence. His heels clicked on highly polished alabaster and deep emerald marble floors. Luxurious goatskin leather couches appointed all the sitting areas. They were set out in circular arrangements, perched atop Kardashian and Persian rugs that warmed the rich marble floors. On one side, doors led to the shops and amenities offered by the hotel. On the other side, doors led to the restaurant. The same V crest, trimmed with brass, hand-polished to a golden gleam, adorned the black marble front desk. On the wall behind the desk, gold letters formed the words, "Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for men." Colossians 3:23. Derrick had long ago hidden those words away in his heart, repeating them to himself often. Employees wearing distinctive uniforms moved invisibly through the throng of customers and clients, making sure they met needs and answered questions, all quite quickly, professionally, and discreetly. The guests stood out of this crowd, tailored, accessorized, groomed, and coiffed to perfection. 10 years ago, the warmth of a lobby had been his first sensation. The luxury seemed surreal. He felt out of place. He'd stolen the Charlie tokens to get there, and his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten in 2 days and hadn't bathed in longer than that. The desk clerk had read the note on the card and directed him to the elevators with a friendly smile. Now, 10 years later, he returned the greetings of those who recognized him, both clientele and employees, as he made his way to the bank of elevators. While he waited, he spoke with a baron and baroness visiting from Great Britain, who had spent a stint in the New York Viscoli the previous week. He felt at ease with the conversation, one of the talents required to interact with so many different people on a daily basis. He could switch gears in conversations, remember names and little details, and still pay attention to everything going on around him, a necessity for his job. He left the Baron and his wife on the 6th floor and continued his journey upward beyond the hotel proper and on into the business offices that formed the heart of Viscoli Enterprises. The receptionist sat behind a large half-moon desk. Scrolling brass letters on the wall behind the desk read, "He has showed you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God." Micah 6:8. She smiled warmly and directed him to go through the frosted panes of the double doors. He stepped through into the outer office and found Tony's secretary, Marjorie, at her desk. A decade before, she'd stood when he entered and greeted him by name. "Derrick, it's nice to finally meet you. Mr. Viscoli told me to expect you." He hadn't understood her cordiality and had no idea how to respond in kind. Inside the imposing office, Tony had greeted him genuinely and with warmth. Derrick didn't understand him either. Tony had a roast beef dinner and hot tea brought up to his office and talked to Derrick for hours, asking him questions about his family, the neighborhood, his schooling, his thoughts about God. At the end of the meal and conversation, he offered Derrick a job and a home. Bringing himself out of nostalgia and back to the present, he gave her his most charming smile. "Marjorie," he said, "I have missed you." She laughed and stood. "Always a charmer, you," she said, then opened one of the heavy oak doors leading into Tony's office. "Would you care for something to drink, Derrick?" Finally, someone who didn't kowtow and call him mister. He remembered back to his early college days when Marjorie had given him a very thorough tongue-lashing for using a foul word in her office. "Ginger ale would be great," he said as he walked past her and fully into Tony's office. Tony quickly ended his conversation and hung up the telephone as Derrick entered. Then he stood and walked around his desk. Derrick could see Tony summing him up as he crossed the room. He wondered if the older man still saw the skinny, dirty kid he'd brought home out of a life on the streets 10 years earlier. He had grown a little taller than Tony and filled out a lot. Like his mentor, his Italian heritage was very much a part of his appearance. His hair was jet black, his skin olive tan, and his rich eyes chocolate brown, all set in a lean face with sharp angles and an aristocratic nose. Despite his upbringing, Derrick very purposefully proclaimed class. He had paid attention, soaked in the details, until he'd cleaned the streets and the hard living of his childhood completely off his persona. No one meeting him for the first time would think for a second that he hadn't been born in a stately mansion, eating from silver spoons and riding in long cars that someone else drove. They could never even imagine that perhaps as a child he had eaten sometimes only because he'd stolen a couple of those spoons or cars from time to time. Instead, they saw the quality Derrick nearly exuded. They saw youthful good looks and clothes that were always the epitome of style that Derrick wore as if born in them. They heard the upper crust accent in his voice that he had perfected after long practice. Not a trace of South Boston ever spilled from his well-trained lips. "My brother," Tony said warmly, arms outstretched for a warm hug. "Welcome home." He embraced Derrick, then gestured to his sitting area. Derrick lowered himself into one of the chairs. "How's the lovely Robin faring these days?" "Pitiful," Tony said, his eyes softening at the thought of his wife. TJ started 2nd grade last week, and Madeline started kindergarten. Robin's been randomly bursting into tears for the last week. I finally convinced her this morning to go to Hank's place and work on new menus. I'll have to swing by while I'm in town. Give her someone to mother for a couple of hours. You should. She will be so thrilled to see you. She's at Hank's all day today. That may be just what she needs. He leaned back in his chair and his face lost its softness. Derrick knew that personal time was over and it was time for business. We have a problem. Which we? The we that is Hotel Viscoli, Boston. And what might our problem be? It might be any number of things. He sighed. What it actually is, however, is that our manager and assistant manager have run off together. Derrick raised an eyebrow. Bill Matheson and Adrian Christopher? Tony nodded. It has been terrible. Apparently they have been involved for some time. Bill's wife called me about it last night. It was already too late. They left work together yesterday afternoon and are currently on some tropical island somewhere. Wow, Derrick said. I find that astonishing. He really did. Derrick could not imagine a more unlikely pair of employees in a more unlikely place under more unlikely circumstances. They were interrupted when Marjorie brought in Derrick's drink. Derrick thanked her, then took a long pull of the ginger ale and waited. Tony finally spoke again. So what do you say? What do I say about what? Do you want it? Do I want what? Viscoli, Boston. The ginger ale he just swallowed caught in the back of his throat and choked him. He coughed and fought to get a breath, finally sitting back up and wiping the tears from his eyes. You aren't serious. Always. Years ago, Tony had told Derrick that he reminded him of a 19-year-old version of himself. Derrick didn't know why, because by the time Tony was 19, he was well on his way to becoming the tycoon everyone knew today. Like Tony, Derrick had wanted out of the poverty, off the streets, away from the fast money he could make if only he could sell his soul. So, over his mother's very vocal objections, he took the job Tony offered all those years ago, accepted the education Tony paid for, and replaced the faceless father in his dreams with Tony Viscoli. If his mother thought that made him wrong, then he could do nothing to change that, because nothing would ever make him go back to the life he'd fled. While he had attended college, he worked as Tony's assistant, doing whatever needed doing, from carrying his luggage to caddying for him on the golf course, from touring potential companies to offering his ground floor opinion on their merit should Tony wish to purchase them. In the process, Tony opened his home and his family, giving Derrick a place of welcome where he had never felt welcome before. The first time he'd walked into the Viscoli Hotel in downtown Boston and seen the grand luxury, seen the faces of the elite as they moved through the lobby, watched the competence of the staff as they served the clients, he knew what he wanted to do for a living. He chose to study hotel management in school and graduated within 3 years. He had worked in this very hotel, first as a bellboy, then as kitchen help, and finally on the front desk and concierge station. He agreed with Tony, believing that as a future manager, he should experience as many of the positions within the hotel as he could. In the process, he had watched Bill Matheson run the place, creating a well-oiled machine that gave the clientele what they had come to expect from a Viscoli company, sleek luxury without a bump in the ride. "Tony, I'm still just an assistant manager. I'm not qualified to manage yet. And this is your flagship." "Nonsense. You're fully qualified." "I don't have the experience." "Enough." He sat forward and put his elbows on his knees. "You learned the technical stuff in college. You learned all the jobs here. You learned management in New York. You're a natural with people, and you're ready. None of those are questions." Derrick tried to cut him off, but Tony held up a finger to forestall the protest. "You also love this hotel. I could hire hundreds of people with more experience, but none of them would genuinely love this place like you do." He sat back again. "My mind's made up. I only hope I can afford the extortionist salary you are shortly to command." Derrick let out a breath to keep from shouting his excitement. When he was sure his voice would be smooth, he nodded. "Few know better than I about trying to argue with you when your mind is made up." Tony grinned. "I always said you were smart." He rose. "Arrangements have already been made. My apartment in town is free. You may live there as long as you would like until you find a place of your own." He set the glass on the table next to him and stood. "That's a rather large place for a bachelor." Tony laughed. "No one knows that more than I. It's large and lonely. It may encourage you to find me a sister-in-law to love and provide you a means to fill those rooms." Derrick shook his head. "You sound like your wife." "Don't tell her that." He pulled a set of keys out of his pocket. "You'll need a car here. Your Mustang is in the hotel garage." His Mustang. His 1967 Mustang GT Fastback. His Shelby. A Christmas present from Tony and Robin. He'd spent 2 wonderful years restoring her. Leaving her behind when he left for New York had broken his heart. He plucked the keys from Tony's hand, immediately recognizing their weight. "I took the liberty of having her detailed. If you need to go back to New York and tie up any loose ends, I can spare you for the weekend, but I would need you to start not later than Monday morning." "I appreciate that. I'll head back right now since it's Friday. Give me the rest of the day to do business. Then I'm going to take the weekend all the way off." He looked at his watch. It was only 8 in the morning. He had read the email from Tony a short 13 hours ago. "I'm nearing burnout and need to get outside for a while." Tony nodded. "Absolutely. I need you clear-headed." The phone on his desk sounded a tone. "Mr. V, your wife is on your private line." He held his hand out, and Derrick shook it. "Hey, don't let Robin know I'm here. I'll head on out to Hank's place right now and surprise her. Give me an excuse to drive, too. I'll go to the airport after seeing her." Tony grinned as he walked to his desk. "She'll like that. I'll let the pilot know to be on standby, and I'll see you Monday morning." He picked up the telephone and accessed his line. As he walked out, Derrick heard, "Hello, Kara. How's the menu planning going?" Marjorie spoke into the telephone while typing something on her computer, so Derrick just winked goodbye in her direction as he left the office. Chapter 2. "I can't believe my husband didn't tell me you were coming back to town," Robin said, leaning across the table to squeeze his hand again. Papers and notebooks and menus covered the table. "I didn't know until about 9 last night." He added some honey to his coffee. "So, big surprise for all of us." "How long are you here for?" "I hope forever, but we'll see how it goes." He took a long look at her. She hadn't changed much in 10 years. A small part of him would always carry the crush he'd had on her when he first met her. She wasn't as thin as she had been then, but she'd needed the weight she'd gained. "You look really good, Robin. Life suits you." "That's because I'm happy." She stacked menus together and moved them to the table next to them to make room for the tray of pastries the waitress carried to them. "What about you? Are you bringing a girl home for my approval?" A tug on his heart made him force a smile on his face, fearful she'd read the wistfulness he felt. Not yet. One day, I hope. She nodded thanks to the waitress and selected something with raspberry and cream cheese. Derrick, I have a feeling that when you fall, you're going to fall hard. A face flitted through his mind. Wanting a different subject, Derrick said, How's Maxie? She's great. The twins keep her really busy, but she has someone come in a few times a week so she can get to her studio and paint. He leaned back where he sat, a look on his face that said he was accessing a decade worth of memories. I saw them in New York when they were there for her show at the beginning of summer. How old are they now? 4? Yep, they just turned 4. He shook his head, wanting to disbelieve the fact that 4 years had vanished in a breath. Then he asked the question he'd been waiting to ask, struggling to sound utterly disinterested in the potential answer. What about Sarah? Married yet? Don't you think you would have gotten a wedding invitation? Her cell phone vibrated next to a notebook. She pressed a series of buttons and returned her attention to him. She's okay. She moved out of her parents' house when her mom put her dad in the home 2 years ago. I think she was really angry that her mom wouldn't let her take care of him. Why didn't she? His Alzheimer's got worse, and Sarah was having to miss shifts at work. It was just a bad scene all around. Sarah's had a hard time with it. So now she's living with another nurse in a brownstone by the hospital. Nice girl. She fielded another text message, so Derrick finished his coffee and stood. You're busy. I have a flight at noon back to New York anyway, and need to call ahead and have some things done and waiting on me. Robin waved her hand at her phone. I'm sorry. Tony has me working on menus for about 20 restaurants right now. She stood and hugged him. Come by the house and have dinner. I will. My return flight won't get me home until after 11 tonight, but maybe tomorrow night. She started to speak, but her phone rang and interrupted her. As she answered it, she said, I'm glad you're back, Derrick. Me too. He squeezed her shoulder and turned to go. Sarah slowed the car as she came upon the sharp curve just before the entrance to Hank's place. Just as she rounded the turn, she heard the squeal of tires and automatically cut her wheel to the right seconds before a silver car with black racing stripes flashed by, heading in the other direction. Idiot, she muttered, watching it disappear in her rearview mirror. Derrick D'Annunzio had a car like that, and drove his car like that, and she always thought it was the dumbest thing in the world. Life was too precious to risk it with some hopped-up car that went way too fast and was far too powerful for human reflexes to control. It wasn't just the driver in the car who was at risk, but anyone else on the road. She had her heart rate back under control by the time she pulled into the parking lot and shut off her engine. Dismissing the speeding car from her mind, she strode into Hank's place. Memories of her first 2 years with Robin and Maxine assailed her as she walked through the front door and immersed herself in the familiar smells and decor. Robin quit working at Hank's after the birth of her first son. Had Sarah really never come back to this place since then? She entered the dining area and immediately saw her oldest sister surrounded by stacks of menus and notebooks. Hey. Robin grinned and jumped up to offer Sarah a hug. Hey yourself, what a treat! She gestured at the opposite chair and sat down. You'll never guess who was just in here. The anticipation on Robin's face, coupled with the car she'd seen, gave her all the hints she needed. She crossed her arms and offered, Derrick D'Annunzio? Robin's jaw dropped. How did you know that? He left some slime here on the table. Robin grinned, shaking her head. That's not nice. Shame on you. And Derrick isn't slime. How did you really know he was here? There aren't many silver Shelbys out on the road, nor are there many drivers quite like Double D. He nearly ran me off the road. Robin laughed. He's here for good, he says. It's so exciting, kind of like a child coming home. Derrick wasn't her favorite topic of conversation, so she changed the subject. What's Casey's special today? I just came off shift and could use something other than the banana I ate coming over here. Beef stew. It's really good. Want some? She suppressed the shudder at the thought of consuming meat. No, just a salad with vinegar dressing and no cheese. Robin waved a waitress over. Pitiful. Directing her attention to the waitress, she said, Ask Casey if he'll make Sarah a salad. He'll know how. Looking back to her sister, she said, So what's up? They're painting my apartment today. You think I could stay at your penthouse tonight? Robin shrugged. Of course. You know you don't have to ask. I wouldn't feel right not asking. It's not my place anymore. Why don't you come stay out at the house? She toyed with the straw in her water. "Same reason I'm not going out to Mom's or Maxie's. I just came off the night shift and have to be back to work 3 to 11 tonight. I don't have the energy for the commute." "No problem. You're welcome any time." "Thanks." She glanced at her watch. If she hurried with the salad, she could get in a good nap before her shift. Derrick leaned wearily against the wall of the elevator. He watched the numbers light up as the elevator climbed. He had certainly had a day of it. The early morning flight in the private jet to Boston, then the commercial flight back to New York, led to a few very quick hours of details, delegation, decisions, and finally a return flight back to Boston that arrived at Logan just before midnight. Quite a few hours logged in the air, not to mention everything that he'd had to accomplish in the day. He didn't know why he hadn't just spent the weekend in New York and wrapped everything up, but he just really felt a pull to be home. As the elevator chime dinged announcing his arrival at the requested floor, and he sensed the slight feeling of vertigo as the elevator came to a stop, he felt an overwhelming nostalgia wash over him. Home. He couldn't help thinking about the first time he ever rode in this very same elevator. Tony had spent the morning with him at his office, feeding him good food, talking to him about hopes, dreams, life, and God. Then he brought him here. Derrick didn't trust him. In the pocket of his dirty, torn leather coat, he had a long switchblade, and his sweaty, nervous hand gripped the handle. Rich men just didn't pick dirty street boys like him up and offer them jobs and a home without something being required in return. As for Derrick, no matter how cold or hungry he might have felt when he walked into Tony's life on that January day, he just didn't play that way. He figured he could roll the guy, maybe get something good out of these fancy schmancy digs. Then he'd hightail it back to where he belonged. He extinguished the glimmer of hope that kept trying to light itself inside of his chest. This was the real world. No one saved you but number one. The surprise he felt when Robin met the elevator threw him for a loop. Beautiful, clean, wonderful Robin, Tony's fiancée. She had smiled and held out her hand to warmly shake his. "It's so wonderful to meet you, Derrick." Maxine came out of a back room then. Derrick had been temporarily struck dumb by her beauty. She had laughed at something, and the sound of her joy sang through the room. Robin had said, "Maxie and I were just here supervising the decorator for your bedroom. Hopefully we covered everything." She had turned to Tony. "I'll see you tomorrow?" He'd taken her hand and kissed the knuckles. "Count on it, my love." That flame of hope wouldn't be extinguished. It burned brighter every minute that passed. Tony had shown him to the kitchen and had opened the refrigerator. "Help yourself," he said. "Nothing is off limits." When Tony had turned, Derrick took a reflexive step backward. "What do you want?" he'd asked out loud. Tony held his hands up. "I don't want anything from you. I felt led by God to help you, and I typically do what he says." Derrick didn't know how to trust him. He had continued speaking. "Just a couple of rules." This was it, Derrick thought. Now the hand would be played. He felt his shoulders tense up defensively, but Tony surprised him. "If you live here, you can't break the law. That includes illegal drugs and underage drinking. As long as you stay straight, you can stay." Derrick shrugged and stuck out his chin defensively. "Yeah? What else?" "You go to church with me every time I go." He could probably manage that, maybe. "And?" It was Tony's turn to shrug. "And nothing. Semplici." What Tony had casually brushed off as simple was the world to Derrick. Slowly, daily, gradually, his trust built. That flame of hope never flickered again. It grew, burned, and filled him with a passion for his new life, his new family, his new relationship with Jesus Christ. Now, when he stepped off the elevator and into the living room, one word echoed through his mind: home. Sarah stared dumbly at the dashboard of her car. Not knowing what else to do, she turned the key again. Nothing. None of the little warning lights on the dash even lit. She leaned forward and rested her head on the steering wheel. Not tonight. She didn't have it in her tonight. She hadn't been able to nap and instead decided to go visit her dad. The visit took a lot longer than she thought it might, which is how she happened to have her car in the hospital parking garage. Then she'd gotten caught up in a difficult delivery and ended up working well past her 11 o'clock end of shift. At this point, she hadn't slept in more than a day. Accepting that her car simply wasn't going to start, she determined that she'd have to walk. It would take longer to get seated on a train than it would to just walk to the apartment. While she had worked, the weather had turned, and a light but very cold rain served as a harbinger of the harsh winter to come. With a sigh, she grabbed her purse and umbrella, decided to leave everything else there, then locked the car. The apartment was just around the corner. Her feet ached, but walking would be better than waiting for a taxi in the light rain. By the time a taxi got there, she'd already be in a warm robe, sipping on a cup of tea. On Friday nights, even this far into Saturday mornings, the downtown streets were far from quiet. The air felt a little cool, but the jacket of her nursing uniform shielded her arms, and after being in the controlled air of the hospital for 9 hours, it came as a welcome relief. It never crossed her mind to worry about walking downtown after midnight. Of course, if she mentioned it to her mother, she'd hear every unpleasant possibility in a seemingly endless litany. She grinned as she rounded the corner. Her mother was a melodramatic, worry-over-every-nuance kind of person. It helped when abstract details needed deliberation, but it grew tiresome when one was a daughter discussing a date or a social function. Thinking of the date as an axe murderer could be hilarious in hindsight, but beforehand could put a damper on dinner plans. Sarah reached the building and pushed into the lobby. She wanted to groan out loud when she recognized the guard working the security desk. Brian was nice, but extremely talkative. It was late. She was on the edge of exhaustion, and she just wasn't in the mood. "Miss Sarah," he said with a surprised look on his face, "I didn't know you were expected tonight." She didn't pause at the desk, but kept walking toward the elevator. She pulled her keys out of her pocket so she wouldn't have to wait on him to quit talking long enough to access the elevator for her. "Hi, Brian. Good to see you." She slid the key into the lock and gave it a half a turn. The doors immediately opened. "Miss Sarah, wait!" "No time, Brian. Sorry." She hit the button and waved as the doors slid shut. She leaned against the side of the elevator as she felt the lift slide upward. Whew! Missed being trapped in a conversation for half an hour. Normally she didn't really mind, and she didn't want to be unkind, but fatigue weighed her down. She was stepping down into the living room before she realized that something was wrong. The lights shouldn't be on full. They should be on dim. She froze at the bottom of the step. The television definitely shouldn't be blaring out an old black-and-white John Wayne movie. The clang of something hitting something metal in the kitchen made her heart pause, stop, then race. Obviously, someone else was in the apartment. Chapter 3. Sarah heard another clang. She quietly set her purse down, but held onto the umbrella, holding it just above the handle like a baseball bat. Running lightly on her toes, she crossed the room quickly and stood by the door of the dining room. There were a few more sounds, then the sound of a man whistling that got louder as he got closer. Taking a deep breath, she raised the umbrella over her head and waited, focused on the door. She let it swing open, watched the figure of the man come out of the dining room, and brought the umbrella down hard. He must have sensed the movement because he ducked and the umbrella hit him across the back of the shoulders. "Ow, hey!" In the next second, and utterly without warning, he rolled to the floor and used one of his legs to sweep hers out from under her. She flailed her arms as she landed on her backside, finding herself under his weight. She started struggling, but he threw one of his legs over hers and grabbed her arms in a bone lock, pinning them up by her head. "Sarah?" She realized her eyes were closed, and at the sound of his voice, they flew open. Immediate recognition prefaced the heat that rushed her face from total embarrassment. "Derrick, what are you doing here?" "I was just about to ask you the same question." She hadn't seen him in at least 5 years. No, it was 6. He left town right after his mother's funeral. He'd not been back. She got updates from Maxine or Robin each time they'd seen him in New York. She hadn't seen him at all in that space of time. He'd filled out, she thought. His face looked more mature, almost tougher, his shoulders wider. Meanwhile, Sarah hadn't changed at all. She still looked like a teenager. She still had the spray of freckles across her nose. Behind her glasses, her eyes were still the color of richest amber topaz. Her hair had come out of the clip and lay spread around her head on the carpet, the curly red highlights reflecting the dim light. Realizing he was staring, Derrick released her instantly, pushed away, and sat next to her. "What in the world did you hit me with?" He reached back and gingerly touched his shoulder, wincing when his hand came back smeared in blood. The only thing he wore was a pair of sweatpants. "My, umbrella." He saw it next to her and grabbed it. It was snapped in half. Irritated anger burned through him. This? You suspect there's an intruder, and this is what you use to defend yourself? She ripped it out of his hands and stood. It was all I had. It never occurred to you to call security? Sarah's cheeks flushed bright red. She waved her hand as if to dismiss his last statement. Let me see it, she said, moving behind him. He jerked to his feet. No, thank you. Don't touch it. Don't be such a baby. Let me see. He held a hand up to ward her off. Really, don't worry about it. I promise not to hurt you, Derrick. I won't even touch it. She put her hands on her hips. I am a nurse, you know. She almost withdrew the offer, but then he glared at her before moving to one of the oversized chairs, sitting sideways so she could see his back. The space across his shoulders was already starting to purple with a bruise, and it looked like something had caught the skin and ripped it. He had a gash about 3 inches long diagonally across his right shoulder. Ouch, Derrick. Sorry about that. Over his left shoulder, just shy of the bruise, was a tattoo of a dragon, done in brilliant colors, turquoise, fuchsia, purple, bright green. She was surprised it was there, intrigued even. He had done everything to get rid of his past, and she wondered why he kept the tattoo. Before she realized it, her fingers hovered above it, about to touch it. He eyed her over his shoulder and glared at her. She bit her lip and redirected her fingers to gingerly touch the bruise. You'll want to put some ice on it, and you should let me clean and dress the cut. She turned to leave. What are you doing? He asked. She was halfway down the hallway before she answered him. I'll be right back. Moving quickly, she went to the master bathroom and pulled open the medicine cabinet, finding the supplies she needed. She slipped the roll of tape and the package of bandages into her scrub's pocket, then pulled a washcloth out of the linen closet and dampened it beneath the faucet. When she returned to the front room, he stared suspiciously at the brown bottle in her hand. What's that? Hydrogen peroxide. Uh-huh. And what do you think you're going to do with it? With a sigh, she poured some on the cloth and stepped closer. I'm going to clean the cut. What happened to you not touching it? He hissed the breath between his teeth and cringed away as the cloth came in contact with his skin. Ouch, that hurts! Good Lord, Derrick, quit being such a baby. He clenched his teeth and swallowed a retort. Then he felt her warm breath gently blowing on the wound. He imagined her puckered lips as her breath caressed his fevered skin. There, is that better? It's great, thank you. He heard her moving behind him, heard the sound of the cap going back on the bottle. He felt her fingers graze his skin as she placed a bandage over the cut and taped it to his skin. He tried, desperately, not to react to her touch in any way, to pretend she was some platonic stranger tending his wound. You need to ice it. I'll go get some. While she was gone, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, seeking some inner steadiness. Why was she here? She quickly returned and gently set a plastic bag filled with ice across his shoulders, then perched herself on the couch that angled with the chair so that she faced him. You never answered my question, he said, staring at her with those brown eyes that always made her feel uncomfortable. What are you doing here? They're painting my brownstone today and tomorrow. My furniture's under sheets in the middle of the rooms. Robin didn't mention you were going to be here. She looked down at her shoes. I'm really sorry, Derrick. I guess I forgot to tell her where I was staying. I thought Tony might have let her know. He reached behind him and shifted the bag of ice. Didn't you see my car? You'd have had to park next to it in the parking garage. I walked. His eyes narrowed. From where? She gestured at her pastel pink pants, the matching top, and the white jacket with the pastel slashes of color. Hello, from the hospital. Are you out of your mind? She opened her mouth to argue with him, but he cut her off. That's easily 4 or 5 blocks, downtown, on a Friday night. It's not like the streets were deserted, Derrick. What possessed you to walk? She bared her teeth. It might have something to do with the fact that my car wouldn't start. Why didn't you call someone? She'd had enough. She felt sorry that she'd whacked him with her umbrella, but the truth was she really couldn't stand the man and never really had enjoyed his presence. I've been an adult for a long time, Derrick, and I don't answer to anyone, most especially you. If you'll excuse me, I've had a really long day and I'm going to bed. Sarah. She stood. No, I'm done. Good night. As she brushed by him, his hand came out of nowhere and grabbed her forearm. She froze, stared down at him, waiting. I apologize, he offered with his most velvet voice. I'm not going to fall for the smooth charm, Derrick. Now let me go. I'm tired. His jaw clenched as he released her. When he heard the click of her bedroom door shutting, he ripped the ice pack off of his back and threw it across the room. He turned and carefully leaned backward until his back touched the chair. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. 6 years later. 6 years, and he was still completely in love with her. He hoped it had been a crush, kind of like what he had for Robin, even a touch for Maxine. The sisters had charmed him the second he laid eyes on them, and he loved them for their beauty and their love of life. But it was more, much more with Sarah, and she couldn't stand him. She would never look at him and see anything but the teenager in the ripped leather jacket with the "I dare you" scowl. He'd changed, though, in every way he possibly could. He had cleaned his clothes, cleaned his act, found Christ and followed God. Like his water baptism cleansed his soul and made him a new person, he shed his past and created a new person. It didn't matter. She still looked down her perky little befreckled nose at him. He rubbed his face with his hands and surged to his feet. He thought about her traipsing through the heart of the city, alone at this hour with only a purse and an umbrella, and thought about all the terrible things that could have been waiting for her during that 5-block walk. He whispered a prayer of thanksgiving for God's protection over her in those early morning hours, and retired to his own bedroom, sorry that the reunion had not gone well at all. Any secret, unacknowledged hope he had of winning her over with a smoothly executed reunion meeting was now shed forever. Sarah got out of the shower still angry, seething really. She ripped a towel off its holder and wrapped up in it, unlocking the bathroom door and walking into her old bedroom. No one could make her as angry as Derrick D'Annunzio. After almost any contact with him, she found herself grinding her teeth in frustration or anger, though she had absolutely no idea why. At first, she thought it was because of the neighborhood he came from, because of the past he carried with him. But Tony had a similar background, and she loved the man. So she knew it wasn't that. For a while, she thought it was the way he stared at her with those eyes, a lazy, sultry stare that made her think of steamy southern summers. It was a look that peeled away her glasses and shook out her hair and blanketed her with warmth. That look made her uncomfortable until she wanted to just squirm. But he didn't always look at her like that. It was actually rare that she caught him doing it. She thought maybe it was because he was using Tony as his step up from the street life. He had housing, clothes, food, education, all because someone else was paying for it. But then, so did she, even if the someone else were her parents and her sister, then her sister's husband. That would have been rather hypocritical if accepting generosity born of love made her angry with him. And she had to admit he wasn't ungrateful. He worked hard, harder than anyone she'd ever known. She finally settled on the fact that she just plain didn't like him. She was allowed to simply not like someone, even a brother in Christ, right? And after 6 years, if the sight of him still made her teeth clench in anger, then obviously that must be what it was about. Sarah threw a long shirt over her head, glad she still kept some clothes here, and ripped the covers of the bed down. She listened, but couldn't hear anything coming from the main room. Silly to even listen. The apartment was built so well that it would be hard to hear even the stereo with the door shut. But he was out there, and she knew it. He was right out there with his jet black hair and his chocolate eyes and his colorful tattoos and his perfectly muscled chest and washboard stomach. And really, why not put a shirt on for goodness sakes? With a frustrated sigh, she flipped off the light and crawled into bed. Her eyes burned and twitched. Her head spun with exhaustion, but her brain simply would not shut down. Worry for her car, worry for her dad, sorrow at the relationship with her mother, and anger at Derrick all swirled in her thoughts. She finally rolled out of bed and found herself on her knees, elbows on the mattress, praying to God in the same position she used when she was just a little girl. At 4:30 in the morning, Sarah gave up trying to fall asleep. She slipped out of bed and dug through the dressers, finally locating a pair of running shoes and some shorts. A sweatshirt from her college days was on the top shelf of her closet, and she was just able to spring high enough to snag the sleeve and pull it down. She slipped it over the nightshirt she wore and opened her bedroom door. The apartment was dark, quiet. She guessed that Derrick was in one of the bedrooms. Normally, she spent Saturdays on a long bike ride, but she didn't have a bike here, so she settled for a jog. She tried to do different forms of exercise all week. She had aerobics classes she frequented once or twice a week. She had her bike, and she loved to run. Then there were the days she ended up at Maxine's house, working out with Barry, learning more about muscle toning in an afternoon than she could have over the course of a month in a gym. She enjoyed keeping fit, enjoyed taking care of her body, and it gave her the energy and strength she needed most days for her job or her father. The tug on her heart when she thought about her dad was a common occurrence now, and barely made her pause as she leaned against the back of the couch to stretch her legs. He didn't even know her. 3 days ago, he didn't know anything. It was getting worse, and all her training meant nothing, because she couldn't help him. He was the love of her life, and there was nothing she could do to help him. Sarah was barely civil with her mother these days. Not only had she snuck around and had her father placed in a home, Mom never went to see him. As far as her mother was concerned, he was already dead. It wasn't easy, talking to a man you've loved most of your life, having him either stare at you blankly or ask your name. She knew that from experience. And last month, when she finally convinced her mom to go visit him, even Sarah knew it had been a really bad day. He was in a rage and finally had to be sedated. But if she would just have gone more often, she would have known that it was just a bad day, and every once in a while there was maybe a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Sarah believed that. She had to believe that. She finished stretching and rubbed her face with her hands. She must be more tired than she thought to be thinking about this right now. Normally she was able to push it into the farthest corners of her mind. Huffing out a breath, she pulled a band from her pocket and did her best to secure her hair back while she waited for the elevator. Maybe she'd call her mom today and see if she would go with her this time. Deciding that's what she'd do, she stepped into the elevator and raised her arms to stretch her lower back. There were times when Sarah had no idea she was tense until exercise loosened her up. She felt really good by the time she got back to the apartment. Her legs felt weak, rubbery. Her face was flushed. Her soaking wet hair stuck to her skin. She felt fantastic. As she stepped down into the living room, she peeled the sweatshirt over her head and froze. Derrick was on the floor in front of the couch doing push-ups. She yanked the sweatshirt back down. He hadn't shaved, and he looked dark, dangerous, all the class and charm hidden for now. He wore a sweatshirt that had the sleeves cut off at the shoulder and a pair of spandex shorts showing his long legs, well defined with muscle, covered with fine dark hair. His arms were lean and strong. The muscles bulged as he pushed himself up and down, and she noticed another tattoo on the top of one arm at the base of his shoulder, a rough, homemade tattoo that looked like someone had carved his initials and just smeared them with ink. His other arm sported an elaborate eagle that went from his shoulder almost to his elbow. She realized he wasn't moving anymore. He was still in the push-up position, supported by his arms and staring up at her. He didn't move or speak, just stared at her with those eyes, trapping her. A bead of sweat trickling down his forehead seemed to break the spell he put on her, and she tore her eyes away and ran to her room. Chapter 4. Sarah dialed the phone while she dug through the pantry looking for an extra container of rice milk. No one else in the family drank it but her, and she knew she had extras from the last time she stayed here. She located it on the back corner of the top shelf as the phone on the other end was answered. "Mary, this is Sarah. Is Dennis still there?" She dragged a step stool into the pantry while she listened to the recorded message give the benefits of community hospital over any others. She was teetering on the top step when the voice was interrupted. "Dr. Benson?" "Hi, Dennis." "Sarah, what's wrong?" "My car is in the parking garage there. It wouldn't start last night." Just when she thought she would fall over, she was able to grab the carton and step back down. "I see. Why?" She left the pantry and cradled the phone to her ear with her shoulder while she pulled the plastic tab on the top of the carton. "I don't know. It was completely dead. No lights or buzzers or anything." "Have you contacted a mechanic?" The tab was stuck, so she pulled harder. It ripped off, but the container remained unopened. "No, I didn't call a mechanic. I'm calling my boyfriend." She moved to the butcher block counter and grabbed a small knife out of the holder. "What is it exactly you think I should do about it?" Her hand made a fist around the knife, and she stabbed it into the top of the carton, sending milk flying everywhere. "Ah!" "Excuse me?" "Nothing. I just spilled some milk." She ripped open the drawer and whipped out a dish towel. "Listen, never mind. Do you get off at 7? Yes.
Okay, well, have a good rest this morning.
I will, thank you. The telephone clicked in her ear, and she stared at it before hitting the button to disconnect it. Problem? She whirled around and spotted Derrick leaning against the kitchen door. He'd showered, shaved, and changed into slacks and a button-down shirt. He was back to looking like a back-page ad in GQ, and she felt her balance around him return.
No problem.
Your boyfriend helped then? Her smile made her face feel like it was going to crack.
Absolutely. He recommended a good mechanic,
she said, lying through her teeth. Derrick raised an eyebrow.
For a dead battery? A dead battery?
You said no lights or buzzers. Did the engine make any sound when he tried the ignition? Her eyebrows came together in a frown.
The first time, very weakly.
And this boyfriend recommended a mechanic? The frown remained in place.
Like you would recommend something different.
He crossed his arms over his chest.
Yes, sweetheart, as a matter of fact I would. But I am, what's the word? Competent. I am not your sweetheart.
His chin gestured at the phone.
No, you're right. You're his sweetheart.
I apologize.
I'm not anyone's sweetheart.
He smiled. That's too bad. Sarah closed her eyes and rubbed between them.
Derrick.
Her voice sounded tired to her own ears. Okay, sorry, I couldn't help it. He straightened and came all the way into the room. Yes, I would recommend something different. I would suggest going to an auto parts store, purchasing a battery, and installing it. Very carefully, because she felt like throwing it across the room, she picked up the milk and poured it over her cereal.
Thank you. As soon as I finish eating, I'll call Tony or Barry and ask one of them to help me.
No need. I'll take care of it. He spotted the mug sitting beside the teapot and poured the rich brew into it before setting it in front of her and getting his own cup.
I don't want to get in the way of your plans for the day.
He added a little bit of honey to his tea and took a sip. I have no concrete plans. Well, why not? She was desperate after all. She had to be at work at 7 that night and needed her car so that she could go to her mom's and sleep. She certainly wasn't going to stay here another night.
If you're sure.
Sarah watched Derrick wield the tools with confidence as he replaced the alternator under her hood with a new one. They had already made 2 trips to the auto parts store, and she fervently hoped it would be the last. He drove like the gates of hell were opening behind him. She didn't think she could stomach riding with him for another trip.
How did you learn so much about cars anyway? She asked. I'm pretty sure BU doesn't offer mechanics courses.
I stole enough of them in my desperate youth, he answered, trying to sound like he was kidding. He'd changed into worn jeans and a black t-shirt, and when he turned his head to grin at her from under the car, her heart did a little flip-flop. She rationalized once more that she really needed to get some sleep today.
Stole what? Cars?
She glared at him.
You're serious?
His face sobered before he went back to fiddling with whatever it was he was fiddling with under the hood. Hunger and survival can drive people to do a lot of regrettable things. Thankfully, we have salvation by grace, or I'd be in some real trouble.
They have programs for families in need, Derrick. Crime isn't the answer.
Sure they do, he said, straightening and wiping his hands on a towel. If you're legal.
You're saying you're an illegal alien?
No, I was born here, but my father never bothered to marry my mother, just carted her here when his tour in Italy was over, and then left her when the Air Force sent him somewhere else. So she never was legal. His logic didn't make sense to her.
Still, once you were old enough to legally drive, you were old enough to get a job, right?
His eyes were blank when they looked at her.
Once you're in, sweetheart, you're in. And there isn't a thing you can do about it until someone bigger and stronger than them gets you out. Tony is way bigger and way stronger. Well, Derrick, all this time I thought you were once just a petty thief. I didn't realize you had graduated to Grand Theft Auto. Still, there are all sorts of things.
She broke off when he stepped forward and laid his index finger over her lips, effectively silencing her. He moved fast, faster than she could imagine, and his touch, for such violent speed, was incongruously gentle. His movement literally shocked her into silence. He stood close enough to her that the toes of their shoes touched. Her vision became his chocolate brown eyes. Through clenched teeth, he spoke. Listen to me, you spoiled little brat. There's a whole world out there you don't remember or understand. As far as I'm concerned, you're from the little blue house with the white picket fence, and you don't know anything about anything beyond that, or Tony's penthouse and private jet. If you ever want to know without spouting one of your little self-important ignorant lectures, come talk to me like a person. Until then, kindly consider the subject closed." She glared at him, laying her hand on his wrist until he removed his finger from her lips. With a tone that rang self-righteously even in her own ears, she pronounced, "I know a lot more than you could ever understand." "Right," he sneered sarcastically, his tone telling her just how judged he felt. "Have you ever held a crack baby, Derrick? Or a heroin baby? Or seen a baby born dead because he had a heart attack and his mother was too stoned out and drunk to know she was even in labor? Because I have. I know all about the world out there, and I know and have heard every excuse for that kind of life that's ever been told. If you want to justify your actions, fine, but don't try it on me. You want to tell me you like the danger or the thrill? Go ahead, but don't give me puissant excuses about hunger and fear and a bad childhood. Pure rationalization. I don't buy it." His upper lip twitched. "I bet it's easy to sit back with a full stomach, clothes on your back, and heat in February and judge." She pointed at the tattoo creeping out from under his shirt sleeve. "I'll admit I'm spoiled, but I don't try to be something I'm not either." His eyes narrowed, and she reflexively took a step back. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Why do you still have those tattoos, Derrick? Proud of your past?" She knew she had gone too far when she saw the complete hurt in his eyes. She opened her mouth to apologize, but he turned his back on her while muttering, "Some of us can't forget our past, Sarah. No matter how much I want to, I can't forget. I'm not like you. I wish I could just erase it all." "Is there a problem here, Sarah?" Both of them whipped their heads around at the same time. "Dennis," Sarah said as her face turned bright red. "What are you doing here?" "I'm on call all day." He looked Derrick up and down, but didn't offer his hand. "I appreciate you coming out on a Saturday." The man looked like he'd stepped off the set of a cheesy hospital soap opera. His hair was artificially blonde, his skin was artificially tanned to a golden brown, and his teeth were artificially pearly white. He stood about eye level with Derrick and wore a spotless white jacket over his suit shirt and pants. Derrick recognized him but wasn't surprised that the recollection wasn't returned. Obviously, he thought Derrick was some mechanic on call. "Not a problem, Doc," he answered with a service station attendant smile. Dennis looked at the open hood of the car and back at Sarah. "Don't let him overcharge you." He looked at his watch. "Well, if it's all under control, I'll go inside and see what the big emergency was." Sarah smiled brightly. "Thanks." "Of course. Anything to help." He turned on his polished wingtips and walked toward the doors of the hospital. The second he was out of earshot, Derrick couldn't help himself. "That's Dennis?" She jutted her chin out. "So?" "So? So did you know he's married?" Her eyes flared and her face fused with color again. "Yes, but he's separated from his wife. They're trying to work through the divorce right now." "Then he's playing you for a fool, sweetheart, because he's not separated from anyone." Derrick snatched his wrench off the top of the battery, scanned the space under the hood to ensure he hadn't missed anything, and slammed the hood shut. She put her hands on her hips. "How would you presume to know that? You just met the man and you haven't even been here for 6 years. "That isn't the first time I've met him." He slid behind the wheel and turned the ignition switch, smiling when the car started without even a cough. As he got out of the driver's seat, he examined the grease beneath his fingernails. It was going to be a chore to get them clean. Maybe he'd go somewhere for a manicure. "I've been in New York managing a hotel. Just last weekend, Mr. Golden Boy there and a little slinky redhead with a rock the size of Venus on her finger enjoyed a weekend getaway designed to help spice up their marriage. We call it our second honeymoon package." She gasped, and a vein started hammering in her forehead. "You're obviously mistaken. Dennis was at a seminar in New Jersey last weekend." "Nope. I never forget a face or a name. He clearly doesn't share the same power of recall, considering the fact that it's been a mere 7 days since I last saw him, but I can't blame him. He was distracted by your helpless heroin routine, after all. The batting eyelashes were a nice touch, by the way." He acknowledged that he should have felt a little sorry for her, but really he didn't. He was enjoying her look of discomfort far too much to feel any real pity. Her face wasn't flushed any longer. It was pale. The freckles across her nose and cheeks standing out as if someone had darkened them with a marker. "You must be mistaken," she repeated with a whisper. "Oh, I'm not mistaken." He registered under his own name, Dr. Dennis. He cocked his head, studying her reaction as he pronounced the last name. Benson. Wife. Jennifer. Lovely woman, really. Collects spoons. Honestly, if you're going to date married men, maybe you should tell them they shouldn't stay in your brother-in-law's hotels when they sneak away with their wives for a special weekend.
You know something, Derrick D'Annunzio?
She made sure he was looking in her eyes.
I hate you,
she whispered as she pushed by him and got in her car. Oh, you're welcome. Glad I could help, he shouted, his voice on the edge of laughter. He stood there as he watched her car scream out of the parking garage and felt a sudden and terrible conviction of guilt. He flung the rag down and raked his hands through his hair. Chapter 5. Sarah's Sunday school class consisted of 18 college-aged girls who ranged in age from 17 to 23. Sarah had started teaching the class 2 years ago and grew to love these girls more and more every year. Currently, they had completed a little more than half of a book about modern secular culture versus biblical womanhood, concentrating on one chapter each week. The discussions the book sparked turned livelier each Sunday, especially from a group of women attending colleges, thinking of careers, and finding themselves with each foot in almost two entirely different worlds. Needless to say, the lessons meandered from loquacious to lively. She glanced at the clock on the wall and cringed. They had already gone 5 minutes over time.
I am loving this discussion this morning, but if we want to make it in time for the service, we need to wrap it up now.
We really need more than 45 minutes once a week with this, Jane Hampton, a pre-law student, said. Her best friend, Miriam Wright, laughed. I think we could all talk for 45 hours on each chapter. An amused murmur of agreement went around the room. Sarah smiled. I know what you mean. Next week, chapter 4. And did we want to try to do something together next weekend? They spent 5 more minutes arranging plans to meet for dinner on Friday night. Sarah made the notation in her phone, then finished packing up her materials. She waved goodbye to a couple girls leaving and turned to erase the prayer request off the whiteboard. Sarah? She looked over her shoulder. Yes, Lisa. The young brunette's eyes filled with tears. Do you have a minute? Sarah dropped everything and turned fully around, putting an arm around Lisa's thin shoulders. Of course. She led them to a table and pulled a chair out, guiding the marketing student into the chair. What's wrong? Lisa toyed with the ring on her right finger, spinning the diamond around and around while she struggled to speak. I'm so confused. Sarah leaned forward and put a hand on Lisa's knee. About what? Lisa swallowed. When I was home this summer, my parents had a big 4th of July party, and there in front of everyone, my boyfriend proposed to me. Sarah smiled. I noticed the ring, but you wear it on your right hand and you hadn't said anything. A tear spilled out of Lisa's eye and ran down her cheek. My parents love him. He graduates from college this year and will start law school. He'll go work in his father's firm when he's out of school. So what's confusing you? Lisa took a deep, shuddering breath. He's not a Christian. She pushed away from the table and stood. With long, nervous strides, she crossed the room and looked out the window, down to the parking lot, a floor below. My parents aren't either, for that matter. I was saved last year when Miriam brought me to church with her. Everything inside me was screaming to tell him no, but our families were all there and I felt pressured into saying yes. Sarah followed her, looking down and seeing the cars coming into the parking lot in a steady stream. Have you talked to him about God? Some, she shrugged. Not a lot. He becomes kind of patronizing about it. Like this is a phase I'll get over when I finish school. Sarah nodded. I see. Have you prayed about it? Lisa wrapped her arms around herself. I have. If we'd been alone, I would have told him that I couldn't marry him unless he came to know Christ. I know that the right thing to do is to end the engagement. I wear the ring only because I'm terrified something will happen to it before I can return it. I want to do it in person instead of over the phone or mail. I'm just counting down the days until Thanksgiving break until I can get this burden off my shoulders. Sarah felt her eyebrows wrinkle. So why are you confused? There's this guy, Lisa started, then stopped. Sarah felt her heart tug, felt a little panicky about the way the conversation was going. What did she know about men? Her boyfriend was apparently still married. What guy? Sarah said. He's in the choir with me. He's so nice, and he loves God so much. He's a seminary student. Sarah ran through the faces in the choir and decided she knew the man to whom Lisa was referring.
And he wants to take me out. Only my parents would totally not approve. He's not.
A flush on Lisa's cheek and the way she left the sentence hanging gave Sarah all the clues she needed.
He's not a future attorney whose daddy is paying his way through law school? Exactly. He's a seminary student on scholarship who bags groceries 6 days a week so that he can eat. And before that, he had a really hard time in high school and ended up quitting school. He was in a grunge rock band for a few years before he came to know Christ. Now he's turned his life around and wants to preach.
Sarah thought that maybe Lisa needed to do some reflection.
What are you afraid of?
Lisa shrugged.
I'm not sure. Well, it's obviously something, so let's talk about it. Why have you not gone on a date with this man yet?
Lisa walked back to the table and sat down again, immediately beginning to toy with the ring again.
Because there's a man back in Wisconsin who thinks that we're engaged to be married.
Sarah nodded.
So the right thing to do would be to make sure he doesn't think that anymore, right?
Lisa slowly nodded her head.
Right. And as for this new man, if he's right for you, he'll wait. God will speak to him. In the meantime, consider this.
She sat down and took Lisa's hands in hers. The young girl met her eyes.
God doesn't care about where we came from.
She thought about the descriptions of her childhood her sisters had given her, drugs and men and horrible living conditions.
God only cares who we are now. That's what you need to look at.
Lisa licked her lips as the tears welled out of her eyes.
I know you're right.
She sniffed and scrubbed her cheeks.
I'll try to get home next weekend and talk to him. Give him his ring back.
She leaned forward and hugged Sarah.
Thank you for listening. I haven't talked about it with anyone.
Sarah hugged her back.
I'm glad you talked to me. Do it any time. You have my number.
Derrick sat in the back of the huge sanctuary and watched the activities spread out below him. Early service had just ended. The next service wouldn't start for about 30 minutes. In the meantime, somewhere in this old stone and mortar building and spread out throughout the vast downtown campus, thousands of people attended Sunday morning classes, learning about everything from biblical marriage to the plans, specifications, and magnitude of Noah's Ark. In the foyer of this building, a staff member of the church worked the information center, giving guests and members alike the summaries of the classes offered. Volunteers stood by, ready to lead and guide people to the appropriate building and classroom. Derrick, however, just wanted to sit back and watch. Remember. He'd come into this church for the first time on a freezing January Sunday morning. Walking in with Tony and Robin had somehow validated him, and everyone stopped to talk to Tony, which made Tony introduce him to about 40 different people. For the first time in his entire life, he'd felt like he was a respected member of society, someone people enjoyed meeting rather than someone people mistrusted on sight. Men held their hands out to him to shake. Women hugged him. It made him feel good, strong, worthy. He'd like to say that he immediately felt the call of Christ in his life, but he didn't. Instead, he asked Tony a dozen questions after the service, and then he read the books Tony gave him to read and asked 100 more questions. As winter raged around them and Tony and Robin planned their spring wedding, Derrick got to know God. Early summer, when the happy newlyweds returned from their honeymoon, Derrick was officially baptized. He looked at the baptismal behind the massive choir loft. He remembered rising out of the water and looking at the throngs of people who cheered and applauded the symbolic washing away of his old life and his rebirth into the family of Christ. As he smiled and remembered, he felt someone take the seat next to him. He turned his head and saw 70-year-old Tony Jr., legs swinging because he was still a little too short to touch the ground while in the stadium-style seat. "Hey, bro," Derrick said, holding his hand out, palm up. TJ slapped the palm. "Hey, Uncle D." "What's happening?" He looked down into the dark brown eyes of his best friend's son.
"Papa said to sit next to you and not get into anything. He had to go talk to Pastor Peter."
"Ah." Derrick looked up and saw Tony halfway down the aisle, speaking to Peter O'Farrell, the head of youth ministries. He raised a hand in greeting, and Derrick smiled and returned the gesture. "Where's your sister?"
"She went to Aunt Maxie's house last night. They'll be here next service."
The intelligent little eyes searched his face.
"Papa says you're here for good now."
"I am. I moved into your old apartment."
"Can I come visit you there?"
"Absolutely. Say the word and ask your mom, and I'll even take you rock climbing this summer." TJ's serious little face burst into a huge smile.
That would be so awesome! She'll just have to say yes.
Say yes about what? Tony sat in a seat in front of Derrick and turned his body toward him.
Rock climbing with Uncle D.
Tony leaned over and patted his son's knee. I'm sure she'll say yes. You couldn't be in safer hands. He directed his attention to Derrick. I was surprised to see you. I figured you'd still be in New York.
I came back on the 10 o'clock flight Friday night.
Tony raised an eyebrow. Oh? Derrick shrugged, because he couldn't explain it himself.
It worked out. Sarah's car needed a new alternator, so at least I was around.
Tony stared at him for several seconds before he slowly pursed his lips. So you were there in the apartment on Friday night with Sarah and fixed her car Saturday morning? Clearing his throat, Derrick nodded.
Yeah, I guess you and Robin didn't communicate my return to her.
Robin didn't know you were at the apartment when Sarah asked if she could stay there. When she told me about it, I had assumed you weren't coming back from New York until today based on our last conversation. Tony studied his face. Is everything okay?
Uncomfortable, Derrick shifted in his seat.
Sure, same thing as always. I'm vermin. She hates me. You know the drill. Tony held a hand out. Amicho.
It's fine.
Derrick surged to his feet.
I'm fine. Listen, I need to talk to Peter. Let me catch him before he gets too involved.
He turned to his nephew.
Dude, good to see you.
They slapped palms as Derrick stepped past him. Peter saw him coming and finished a conversation in time to smile a big Irish grin and hold out his arms. Derrick hugged the older man and slapped him hard on the back.
My brother, Peter said. I'm so happy to see you.
Peter had fostered a young Tony and took on a father figure style role with Derrick as well. Despite Tony taking Derrick in off the streets, the two of them had more of a brotherly relationship. The older man's hair had grayed, turning the deep black into more salt than pepper. Laugh lines and wrinkles lined his eyes. But he looked fit, happy, an eternal smile on his face.
I'm happy to see you too. Tony says you're home for good.
I am. I start work tomorrow morning.
Welcome home.
He patted his shoulder.
Interested in serving?
As head of youth ministries, Peter's job oversaw everything from infant rooms to high school classes. Derrick had always worked with high school boys, both here and in New York. He and Peter had grown very close during the years he mentored young men, and even recently he would contact Peter when he needed guidance with a more challenging boy.
Absolutely.
Great.
I have a new group of boys who need a mentor. I've still not got a grip on their stories. I was just telling Caroline last week that I wished you were here because you'd be perfect for them.
He smiled a huge smile.
They've been coming together for the last few youth activities.
Peter's phone beeped and he unhooked it from his holster and read a message on it.
Next time I should see them is Wednesday night.
Derrick could see Peter's distracted look.
You go and do. I'll be there Wednesday. That is wonderful, my friend.
He held out his hand and they clasped hands, then beat each other on the back again.
Good luck in your new job tomorrow.
Thanks.
After Peter walked away, Derrick looked at his watch. He didn't really need to sit through another service. Deciding that he'd take the afternoon to just relax and mentally prep for the week, he turned and nearly barreled into Tony.
Robin is expecting you for lunch.
With a self-mocking laugh, Derrick nodded. Of course, I'll be there. At the new place?
Do you know where it is?
Yeah, you showed me the site before you broke ground.
Okay, we'll serve around 1. That gave him about 3 hours to do other things.
Great, I'll see you then. He started to walk by, but Tony put a hand on his shoulder.
I'm sorry the reunion wasn't what you hoped, but if God has a plan, then it will be.
The thought comforted him. Thanks, brother. I'll see you in a few. Mom, I really don't understand. At least help me understand.
Sarah slumped into her father's recliner and toyed with the swath of lace covering the arm. She had come to her mom's house after church and had just tried to convince her to go visit her father with her. Darlene Thomas fiddled with the locket that hung on her neck. She was nearing 70 and her blonde hair had long since turned white. She was barely Sarah's height with a petite frame that made her seem frailer than she actually was.
He doesn't know the difference. He might. Sarah, honey, I don't even know if I can explain it. When I look at him, a man I've been married to for 48 years, and see him stare at me blankly or rage and demand to know who I am, it breaks my heart. I can't handle it. I don't want my memories of him to be that. I want to remember the man I knew before he was sick.
Sarah pressed the heels of her hands against her eyes.
It's so unfair. I know, honey. No one knows it better than I do. I wish you had kept him home. I could have taken a leave of absence from the hospital. You could have, Sarah, but I couldn't.
Sarah surged to her feet and paced.
You didn't even discuss it with me. Really, it wasn't your decision.
Sarah gasped and whirled around.
How could you say that?
The telephone at Darlene's elbow interrupted her attempted reply. She looked imploringly at her daughter as she picked up the receiver.
Hello?
Sarah threw herself back into the chair and watched her mother's face. She felt her stomach knot when her mom's lips tightened and the blood drained from her face.
I see, she said. Thank you.
As she hung up the phone, her lower lip trembled.
No,
Sarah rasped out.
I'm sorry, honey.
Darlene put a shaking hand on her lips and took a deep breath. She opened the drawer on the telephone table and pulled out a small book.
I need to call the pastor.
As the cloud covering the sun shifted, Derrick pulled sunglasses out of his pocket and slipped them over his eyes.
I love this house, he said, taking a sip of his iced tea while he looked beyond the deck to the beach and water. Tony had it built when I was pregnant with Madeline,
Robin said as the maid set a tray of sandwiches on the table.
I was perfectly happy with the apartment, but he insisted.
I still get lost inside. Derrick cut his eyes to the massive stone and glass structure behind him. Dozens of windows spread throughout the 3 stories winked back at him, reflecting the sun. Well, the plus side is that you have room for a couple hundred more kids. She laughed.
At least.
She handed him a plate and gestured at the beach below.
Look at him,
she said as Tony lifted Madeline into a rowboat and knelt next to it, gesturing with his hands. On the sand next to them, TJ rolled on the ground with a black puppy.
He's such a good dad.
He's teaching her to row?
Yes.
He paused, lifting a sandwich to his lips. I can't believe she's 5. He gestured. She's a little too small for the oars, isn't she?
It doesn't matter. She's down there on the beach with Daddy. If he never takes her to the river, it won't matter to her.
Derrick watched the two as Tony put his hands over his daughters and showed her how to control the large oars with her little arms. He lidded his eyes and saw a father with graying hair and a daughter with jet black hair and saw the love shimmering around the pair. Derrick felt a tug of longing. He looked back at Robin and found her studying him.
Do you think you'll ever marry?
Absolutely. Pulling his eyes away from the perfect scene, he grinned and saluted her with his glass. I just have to convince her. She raised an eyebrow.
Convince her to marry you?
No, convince her she doesn't really want my liver on a plate. Robin threw her head back and laughed.
Oh, how fun. Don't worry. Tony convinced me, and you have all his charm, if not more.
He smiled. I can't believe you ever hated him.
Oh, I did, purely and absolutely. So what changed your mind? He loved me. He loved me enough to introduce me to God.
She propped her chin in her hands.
So, who is this mysterious she? Someone in New York?
Long story. I'd love to tell you someday. Robin grinned.
I'll find out, you know.
Derrick nodded. Robin, I promise you'll be the first to know.
Okay, I'll leave it then. For now.
He heard a sound behind him and turned his head to see the maid step onto the deck.
Excuse me, Mrs. Vascoli, but there's a telephone call for you. Thank you, Maria.
She gracefully rose to her feet.
I'll be right back.
Derrick raised his sandwich to his lips again. No hurry. He watched Tony kiss the top of Madeline's head before he lifted her out of the boat. The little girl wasted no time jumping into the wrestling match between her brother and the puppy. Tony stood next to them with his hands on his hips, smiling. Robin came back outside with Maria, who immediately started down the stairs toward the beach. Robin walked to the edge of the deck without even looking at Derrick. She gripped the railing with her hand while the wind blew her hair around her head and stared down at Tony. Derrick stood, sensing something was terribly wrong. About the same time, Tony paused and looked up. The smile faded from his lips. He said something to the children and ran toward the house. Halfway, he met Maria, pausing long enough to hear her say something before he kept coming. In 2 strides, Derrick stood beside Robin. He could see her knuckles turning white from the force of gripping the railing. The wind was drying the tears on her face as they fell, and she kept her eyes fixated on her husband. Robin, what's wrong?
Poor Sarah, she whispered.
What? Panicked, Derrick grabbed her arm and whirled her around. What happened? What's wrong with Sarah?
Her dad died this morning.
She covered her mouth with her hands.
Poor Sarah.
He wrapped his arms around her and let her cry until Tony reached them. She seemed to sense that he was near, because before he spoke or touched her, she turned to him and wrapped her arms around his waist.
He was such a good man,
she said through her tears. I know, Kata. Where's Maxine? Derrick asked. En route to the Cape. They left immediately after church. I bet they're not even there yet, Tony said. He bent and lifted Robin into his arms, then carried her to a chair and sat down. We'll need to call her. Robin kept her head on Tony's shoulder, but seemed to have the tears under control.
I gave Darlene the number, she said. Sarah's going to be devastated.
Maria will bring the kids in, and we'll go over there.
Derrick swallowed the lump in his throat as he stood.
I'll leave you to it. Let me know if anyone needs anything.
Robin lifted her head.
You aren't going to go?
He slipped his hand into the pocket of his pants and made a fist.
It's a family thing.
Tony scowled. You are family. His smile was tight enough to crack his lips.
To you and Maxie maybe, but not to Sarah.
She doesn't need me there to antagonize her.
Derrick.
He closed his eyes and rubbed them.
Just tell Sarah I'm sorry, that I'll be praying, and call me if she needs anything.
He left before Robin could say anything that would make him stay. Since all he wanted to do was go to Sarah, to have her turn to him the way Robin turned to Tony, he knew it wouldn't take much to convince him to go. Chapter 6. Derrick sat at the head of the long conference table. Heads of the departments in the hotel sat in the seats around the table, from the head concierge to the head chef, to the kitchen manager, to the head of housekeeping, and everyone in between. He'd introduced himself to those who did not know him personally. Despite this being day 3 of this first week, he hadn't yet made it to every department, so there were still a few people he hadn't met. He'd taken reports from each person. He'd asked for specific areas of concern within the hotel, and the emergency needs that had cropped up during the last few weeks during the decline of the previous manager's job focus. And all the while, he thought about Sarah. Sarah, whose heart had broken when her father died. His own heart ached for her, and he found it impossible to ignore her in this time of need. Regardless of anything, he needed to go see her. As if on a perfect, divine cue, his secretary, Andrea, opened the door at the end of the room and stuck her head in. Derrick caught her eye, and she nodded, so he gestured forward with his hand. Lunch has arrived, friends, he said, standing as Andrea walked completely into the room and held the door wide for the waiters pushing the carts. Let's go ahead and take a break and eat, rejuvenate ourselves for the rest of the afternoon. He looked through the sea of faces and picked the facility manager. Don, can you please bless this meal? As soon as Don initiated a chorus of amens and the staff went to stand in the buffet line, Derrick looked at his watch and motioned Andrea aside. I need to head out to Charles Thomas's funeral. I just want to quickly pay my respects, then I'll be right back. She nodded. I was surprised you called this meeting during the time of the funeral. I know the rest of your family is there. Well, the timing of Bill Matheson's departure was out of my hands. He pulled his suit jacket off the back of his chair and slipped his arms into it. I doubt I'll be 30 minutes. Sarah stood next to her mother and shook hands, kissed cheeks, allowed people to hug her, and generally accepted the sympathies of what felt like half of Boston. Aunts, uncles, cousins, friends, church family, they descended on the memorial service in droves. All she wanted to do was pull the covers up over her head and hide away from the entire world. And here she was exchanging platitudes with some third cousin with a bad hair dye job. Why? Why did God take her daddy away when there were evil dictators in third world countries who could be taken in his place? With a sigh, she accepted a hug from a 10-year-old in her church's children's choir. That kind of thinking was childish. She knew it. She also knew her father loved the Lord, lived for him, served him, and now was accepting his reward. To question the why of that seemed to lack a faith she always knew she possessed. Maybe she would have more acceptance of everything if he'd been mentally acute at his death and could assure her of his readiness. That wasn't fair either. The time she got to spend nursing him had been precious. She knew that so many children lost their parents suddenly, and she couldn't imagine what that must be like. I love you, girl, a familiar voice said, breaking through her reflections. She looked up to the beautiful face of her roommate. Melissa. She gave her a real hug, tightly thanking her for being a friend.
Thank you. Let me know if you need anything.
Melissa moved down the line to Sarah's mother.
Mrs. Thomas, she said, I'm so sorry.
Darlene coolly stuck out her hand.
Thank you.
Sarah looked down the never-ending line and steeled herself to be gathered into a hug by one of her father's brothers. He sobbed on her shoulder, and she found herself comforting him. Darlene had to peel him off Sarah, and at great sacrifice to herself, too. Sarah saw her mother trying to keep from collapsing under the sobbing weight of her brother-in-law as Sarah turned to the next person in line. She felt her smile freeze as she came face to face with Derrick.
Sarah,
he said, taking her hand in both of his.
I'm so sorry. I know what you're going through.
She felt tears burn the back of her throat.
Thank you,
she managed to whisper. He squeezed her hand and stepped forward.
If there's anything I can do.
Sarah looked down at their joined hands and put her free hand on top of his.
You are a good friend to my family.
Tears poured down her cheeks and she sniffled.
I really appreciate you.
Derrick opened his mouth and then closed it, as if he didn't know what to say. That was a far cry from, I hate you. Sarah squeezed his hands and released them, then turned to a nurse who worked with her on the weekends. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Derrick pause before moving to her mother. What he said to her, she didn't know. She just saw her mom nod her head and thank him. She got distracted by the next person in line, and the next, but never saw him again. Derrick watched the three boys as they watched the high school youth basketball team practice. He guessed their ages to be right around 13. They wore the typical baggy jeans that came down too low and showed off too much. They each had on baggy shirts that fell well below the low waistband of the jeans, tucked into the jeans so that it made their torsos look extra long. Derrick noted the careful lack of any gang colors. 2 of the boys were African American, and one was something Mediterranean. In this neighborhood, it was likely Italian. He discarded his jacket and picked up a basketball. He contemplated the best way to approach the boys as he crossed in front of the bleachers, spinning the ball in his finger, bouncing it up and down his arm, tossing it in the air. He reached them about the time they turned in unison to watch him. Hey, he said, pointing at the court. You going to join? One of the African-American boys sneered and tried to look tough. What's it to you? Derrick immediately felt like maybe the direct approach was the best approach. Because, son, you'll discover at this church that there are actually adults who care about you, your well-being and your happiness, and we want nothing from you in return. The boy held his gaze for about a second before looking at the floor. Derrick read all he needed to read in his gaze. I'm Derrick. I just moved back here from New York this week. The lighter-skinned boy looked him up and down from his clean haircut to the toes of his shined shoes. Back here? Yo, you ain't from here, bro. Derrick snorted and spun the ball in his finger. You think? I grew up in that apartment over Jake's bar. The kid who hadn't spoken yet stared at him open-mouthed. You? Yeah, Derrick drawled. Until my 18th birthday. One of the other kids spoke up. The man closed Jake's down, said it wasn't fit anymore. They're going to demolish the building. That surprised Derrick. He felt a little sad. I lived there my whole life. My brother Jonesy's getting a job with the crew. He's going to start in 2 weeks. That's fantastic. He held his hand out to the kid. My name's Derrick D'Annunzio. For a long time, the kid stared at Derrick's hand, and cautiously he took it. His hand was limp, returning no grip. Derrick filed that away, intending one day to teach him how a man shakes a hand so that the next time he could do it with confidence. My name's Benny. This here's Alfonso, and that's Tyrone. It's nice to meet you, Benny. Derrick shook hands with each one of them, saying each name, looking each boy in the eye, giving the respect that they had likely never received before. You want to play ball? He asked. They ain't gonna let us, Tyrone said. We've been here for 3 weeks now, and we ain't played yet. Have you asked? Derrick said. Instead of replying, the boys all shrugged. Derrick turned and whistled to the youth playing the game. Got room for 4 more? 4? A tall boy who had been playing center asked. Derrick had known him since he was half his height, when he first moved in with Peter and Caroline O'Farrell. Derrick slipped his tie over his head and unbuttoned his top collar. You heard me? Sure. We got room for 4. He laughed and tossed the ball to Derrick, hard. You gonna feel it though, old man? Keep talking, Derrick said. He tossed the ball back and unbuttoned his left sleeve. As he walked into the center of the court, he looked behind him. Come on, let's show these guys how to play ball. The sweat and the exertion would be good for him. The funeral had unnerved him more than he would ever admit. Funerals always sent him back to his mother's funeral. As his body played ball, his mind wandered far away, and he remembered the day she died, very vividly. 22-year-old Derrick D'Annunzio propped his elbows on his knees and rested his head in his hands. On the hospital bed in front of him, the frail body of his mother remained as it had for the last 2 days. Inside, he felt hollow, knowing he should feel something, hating himself for feeling nothing. He hadn't seen his mother in 3 years, since the day Antonio Viscoli, a legend in his old neighborhood, offered him a home and a job 4 years ago. He'd only returned home once. He remembered her as a cold, hateful woman. He returned home and she had cursed him for selling out, for letting someone else pay for his education in exchange for who knew what. He hadn't bothered to defend himself. It would have done no good to say anything to her, to try to make her understand something even he didn't yet fully grasp. He looked up as his mother's head moved on the pillow. Her eyelids fluttered, and she frowned before she opened them. He leaned forward and touched her hand. Mama? Her head slowly turned toward him. The disease that attacked her heart had stolen years from her, adding lines to her face and gray to her hair. As far as the doctors could determine, she had never received treatment for it. Derrick knew without anyone telling him that she wouldn't be leaving the hospital alive.
Derrick,
she whispered.
Figlio mio. English, Mama. I can't understand you.
She patted his hand.
Figlio mio.
He had never learned Italian. She had insisted that they only speak English so that she could learn it too.
I don't understand.
She said, my son. Derrick whipped his head around and saw Tony in the doorway. Is this a bad time? Derrick's eyes went back to her pale face.
She's dying.
She gripped his wrist and tried to sit up.
Non te lo mai detto.
Desperate, he looked to Tony, who walked into the hospital room and stood on the other side of the bed. I never told you. Derrick stood and gently pushed her shoulders back down.
Don't try to talk now, just rest. Non sono stata una buona madre.
Her eyes fluttered closed, but she opened them again. Without waiting for Derrick's plea, Tony translated, speaking softly. Derrick never even took his eyes off his mother's face. I've not been a good mother.
Don't say that, just rest.
He wasn't hollow anymore. Something inside of him opened up and flooded his heart, making his throat ache and his eyes water.
Just rest, Mama. Non sono stata una buona madre, ma ti ho sempre amato.
Her eyes fixed unblinking on his.
Capisci?
No, I don't understand. Tony cleared his throat to ease some of the tightness. I've not been a good mother, but I've always loved you. His hand trembled as he brushed her hair off her forehead.
I love you too. I'm sorry, Mama. Sono orgogliosa di te.
Her eyes closed. Understand that I'm proud of you.
Mama. Sono molto orgogliosa di te.
She barely spoke above her whisper.
Devo partire adesso.
I am so very proud of you.
Tony's voice sounded harsh.
I must go now.
No.
He grabbed her hand and held it to his wet cheek, letting the tears fall unashamedly down his face.
No, Mama, not yet. Not yet. I haven't told you about Jesus yet. Mama.
She patted his hand back, her touch like that of a little child. Struggling to speak in English, she whispered,
I know him, Derrick. You tell. I read every letter you send me, over and over again. I read, Figlio mio.
He didn't see Tony leave and didn't look up as the monitor attached to his mother's heart sounded the alarm. Derrick leaned against the wall of the gymnasium, one foot propped against the wall behind him. He'd shed his shirt and wore only a sweat-soaked white t-shirt. He'd battled hard for his loss against boys half his age, and let them mock him for being old while they each gathered belongings and went home. He'd given Tyrone, Alfonso, and Benny his phone number and business cards. He told them to call him if they ever needed him, or to come to the hotel if they couldn't call. "You going to be here Sunday morning?" he asked as they started out of the gym. They shrugged, almost in unison, but Benny spoke. "Maybe." Derrick smiled. "Well, maybe I'll bring some donuts for breakfast." He caught their pleased smiles as they left. The slamming of the gym door echoed through the empty gym. Derrick looked at his watch. 9:30. No wonder he felt so fatigued. He was glad he went to the funeral this morning. He fought the desire to go visit Sarah now, to offer her comfort, maybe a shoulder to cry on. Instead, he slipped on his shirt and jacket, found his tie and shoved it into his pocket, and rolled his head on his neck. She didn't want to see him. He would leave that to the rest of the family. Instead, he headed home, walking the downtown streets of his hometown. The night air had a chill, reminding him that the beautiful warm weather would soon be leaving them for the harshness of a Boston winter. Chapter 7. Sarah rolled over and looked at the clock. With a groan, she pushed herself out of bed and sat on the side for a minute, holding her head in her hands. For 2 weeks now, she'd had a dull, throbbing headache, stress-induced, she knew, but annoying just the same. Energy was a thing of the past. All of it seemed to have been sucked right out of her until she nearly stumbled around. She didn't have a choice. She had to go to work today. 2 weeks off was long enough. Without a problem, she could spend the rest of her life in bed, grieving the man she loved so much, but she knew the only way to get her body moving again and her mind back on track was to plunge back into the real world. She scooped her glasses off the nightstand and trudged from the room, stopping to glance into Melissa's bedroom. The bed was empty, so her roommate must have had a 7 o'clock shift. Sarah was scheduled for 3, and it was already nearly 2. It was a fight to keep from calling in sick, but she wouldn't do it. She would face everyone, accept the sympathies, try to keep from losing control, and help a few babies come into the world. She turned on the water as hot as she could stand it and let the claw-foot bathtub begin to fill. While it ran, she popped a cup of water into the microwave to make a cup of tea. Her apartment building had once been a house, and the last owners converted it into 3 apartments, 2 downstairs and 1 upstairs. Toys from her neighbor's 2 kids littered the fenced backyard. She stood at the kitchen window while she waited for the water to heat and watched a 4-year-old boy play in the sandbox. It was beautiful outside, sunny and warm if she went by the way he was dressed, and she took a deep breath. She was starting to feel better, but she didn't want to feel better yet. She wanted to rail and cry and moan. She wanted to tear her clothes and put on sackcloth and ashes. But life didn't work that way. Even good, godly men got sick with terrible diseases and died before their 75th birthdays.
"Excuse me, Mr. D'Annunzio, but Maxine Anderson is here to see you."
"Thank you. Please send her in." Derrick set his pen down and stood as the door opened, and in breezed Maxine. Every time he saw her, he couldn't get over the fact that not only was she still alive, but that she could walk. After the horrible accident 7 years before, her entire existence was a miracle, a gift from God. The first thing he noticed was that she'd changed her hair. Instead of falling to her hips, it brushed her shoulders and framed her lean face, highlighting the strong cheekbones inherited from her Native American father. She wore an emerald-colored pantsuit, the very shade of her eyes, dressed to the T as always. Carrying twins had barely disrupted her thin figure. "Maxie," he greeted with a grin, coming around his desk. "Sorry it's taken me so long to come see you," she said, kissing his cheek as he hugged her. "This whole thing with Sarah's dad was all-consuming for a while." He took her hand and led her to the couch that sat against the far wall. "I'm sure. How's she doing?" "As bad as I thought she'd do." She sat sideways to face him. "And where have you been through all the memorials and funeral?" "The last thing Sarah said to me the morning her father died was that she hated me. I briefly stopped in at the memorial service. I really had no place there." "Huh. You might be the only man who could tell me Sarah said that I'd believe. She's so mild-mannered." Maxine half grinned. "You bring out her argumentative side." He sighed. "To be fair, I usually deserve it." She cocked her head. "You push her until she can't help it. You never coddle her bratty attitude." Her eyes wandered around the office, taking in the sheer size of it, the mahogany furniture, the fresh flowers, and her own artwork gracing the walls. "How are you doing, Derrick?" He knew what she was asking. Great. The transition went without a hitch. We promoted one of the girls from the front desk to assistant manager, and between her familiarity with the staff and Tony's endorsement of me, I haven't had the first problem I couldn't handle. You're a natural at this. You wouldn't have had a problem anyway." His smile was quick. It helped smooth out a few bumps, though. She toyed with the ring on her finger, making the emerald and diamonds catch the light. "I came here to ask for your help." "Oh? How can I help you, Maxine?" "Well," she grinned, watching his face, "Sarah turns 30 next week." That set Derrick back. "Wow." Maxine grinned and nodded. "Anyway, we have the ballroom downstairs, and we were in the middle of all the planning, then we got distracted. I was hoping you could tell me that you have someone on staff who can help. Suddenly, I can't do it anymore. I don't have enough time to finish all the preparations, and I have a show in New York Thursday night. Robin was helping, but school's back in, and work is crazy for her for at least another week since Tony opened that new place near the other campus." He held his hand up when she took a breath. "Why are you so nervous about asking me?" he asked, reaching behind him to intercom his secretary. "Andrea, get me Cassandra, please." Maxine laughed. "I'm not. I'm overwhelmed. This is what the inside of my head is like right now." He raised an eyebrow. "You're nervous about your show?" She put a hand to her forehead and laughed. "It's never gone away. I'm like this before every last one of them." He grinned. "Don't take this wrong, Maxie, but I think that's cute." She stood as she laughed again. "You're terrible, and I'm starving. Let's meet with Cassandra in the restaurant." "I can have something brought in here if you'd prefer." "Don't be ridiculous. My baby sister turns 30 in a week. I want to be seen in public with a devastatingly handsome younger-than-me guy to make everyone wonder if I'm going through a midlife crisis." She waved her hand as if typesetting a headline. "Famous artist dumps ex-football pro for mystery man." "You're all of 5 years older than me, Maxie," he observed dryly. "I know. I just want to raid the salad bar while we're waiting on food. I told you, I'm starving." He lightly and reflexively touched the small of her back as they left his office. "How do you eat the way you eat and still look the way you look?" Maxine schooled her face and asked, "Have you met my husband?" Her husband, Barry, worked out 7 days a week and likely put his wife through a similar physical regimen. Derrick paused by Andrea's desk, waiting for her hands to pause on the keyboard. "Have Cassandra meet us in the restaurant, please." "Absolutely, Mr. D'Annunzio." As soon as they were clear of the office, Maxine looped her arm around his. "I've been going to Sarah's church the last 2 weeks. Have you started back at our home church, or are you going somewhere else?" "How could I leave that place? For 6 years I wished that I could commute back and forth on Sundays and Wednesday nights." "That's fantastic. Have you seen the new buildings that they built since you were there last?" "I did. Peter and Abram gave me a tour Sunday after lunch. I imagine the church will own most of Boston by the time it's all said and done. The bigger we get, the more people in that neighborhood we can help. Kids like you and Tony used to be, who would otherwise be hungry and cold, have food and shelter now." Derrick paused inside the restaurant and let the hostess rush off in a panic to find an empty table during the lunch rush. He knew enough of Maxine and her sister's story, knew that their mother was a heroin addict who bounced from man to pimp, carrying her daughters with her. And little girls like you and Sarah might have protection now. That is our prayer. As the hostess seated them, Cassandra Rogers, the Viscoli Boston event coordinator, approached their table. Derrick stood and introduced her to Maxine, then enjoyed his lunch while he watched the two women wield their imaginations to finalize the remaining details of Sarah's birthday party.
"Why can't you stay with me?"
Sarah stopped dreaming of a long bubble bath and gently pried loose the hand that gripped her arm while she spoke in soothing tones.
"I wish I could, Mrs. Klein, but I just take care of you until your baby's born. The next set of nurses specialize in your care after the baby is here."
She went to the window and pulled the blinds shut, blocking out the fury of the lightning and the night sky.
"But I know you. I know."
She smiled and patted her shoulder. As she spoke, she crossed the room to the door.
"But trust me, you don't want me in charge of you and baby Jonathan. I wouldn't know where to even begin, and these ladies do. And your husband will be here any minute. You'll feel better once he's here, I promise."
She had the door open and was almost out.
"Can you come visit me?"
Her smile stayed in place as she turned around.
"Of course! I come up here before every shift."
Mrs. Klein bit her lip but nodded. Sarah let the door shut softly behind her and stopped in the hallway to roll her head on her shoulders. There were 4 babies in their little beds behind the nurse's station. She smiled when she saw them. Some mothers knew this was the only chance for sleep they were going to get for the next several months, and let the nurses take them until it was time to feed them. She leaned against the counter enclosing the nurse's station and propped her chin in her hands. Her roommate, Melissa, held a baby against her chest and gently patted its back. The baby would start to doze, but then would jerk awake and whimper. Another nurse was rubbing the back of a baby that lay in one of the cribs while she spoke on the telephone. Melissa modeled to get through nursing school. She was just under 6 feet tall, with skin the color of mocha and pale green eyes. Her mother was Nigerian, her father British, and she had been raised in Texas, giving her the oddest-sounding accent Sarah had ever heard. Babies loved her accent, though. She could soothe the fussiest one and had always been able to. Sarah smiled as the baby fell into a deep sleep. Melissa adjusted it more comfortably against her shoulder and looked at the clock.
"It's off to midnight, kid." "I know, we were pushing at 10. "Klein?" "Yes, she's going to need a little extra care." "Okay. Any story?" "Sure. Her husband decided he could risk a business trip and leave his pregnant wife alone for a week in a town where she doesn't know anyone. They just moved here a month ago, and she's so shy that she doesn't even know her neighbors. She was hysterical by the time she got here."
She straightened and raised her arms over her head. Melissa raised an eyebrow.
"How early was she?" "Does that matter?" "Absolutely. I'd rather know all the facts before I demonize the husband."
She slowly transferred the baby to the bed.
"How early?"
Sarah sighed.
6 weeks. "Well then, he's probably as hysterical as she was."
She stood and brushed the front of her shirt.
"I'll just go make her comfortable. Do you know when he's expected?"
"Any time."
"Good. Now, you go on. Take a long bath. Sip on a cup of tea, and try to get some sleep. A bubble bath. Maybe some chamomile tea. Just take care of going home. The weather is getting nasty out there. I think summer is finally over."
Melissa stopped talking and stared over Sarah's shoulder.
"Oh my, very nice. I pray that isn't Mr. Klein, and that my lipstick is still in place."
Her laugh surprised her.
"You're awful. You haven't looked behind you yet. Wait until you do. If I look, then he'll know we're talking about him. Shh, here he is."
Sarah watched Melissa put on her best beautiful model smile.
"Hello."
She felt his hand on the small of her back the second she heard his voice. Every muscle in her body that had slowly relaxed over the last 5 minutes immediately tensed up again. "Hello," he said. Sarah turned her head and glared at Derrick. "What are you doing here?" He looked too good. She hated him for it. Dressed down in jeans and a cotton sweater, wearing a leather jacket as black as his hair that only further darkened his eyes. He stood close enough for her to see the raindrops glistening in his hair, close enough for her to smell the subtle spicy cologne that it seemed he and he alone ever wore. His teeth seemed whiter against his dark skin and the black coat when he grinned at her. "I came visiting."
"Visiting hours are over."
"Not when the person I'm coming to see got off her shift an hour ago." Melissa leaned forward and held out her hand.
"I'm Sarah's roommate, Melissa,"
she purred. Sarah rolled her eyes.
"And you are?"
Derrick grinned and took her hand, giving it a light squeeze.
"Derrick D'Annunzio. Nice to meet you, Melissa. I actually saw you at the memorial service." "Ah, Derrick, the long-lost prodigal brother. Robin and Maxine speak of you so often. Sarah, not so much. You're back in Boston for good?"
"That's my plan." A man in a soaking wet trench coat with wild eyes rounded the corner. He moved so fast Sarah thought he would run right into the counter, but somehow he managed to skid to a stop at the last possible second. He was out of breath and had to pant.
"My wife!"
Melissa hurried around the counter and took him by his arm.
"You must be Mr. Klein. You poor dear. Come with me, sir. We'll take you to your wife and your little boy." I can't believe
She cooed to him as she led him away.
"Shush now. Everything's all right now that you're here. Try and take slow breaths, Mr. Klein. You don't want to upset your wife or the baby."
Derrick watched her walk away, deciding it was a shame that he found other women so pale in comparison to the one quietly seething next to him. "Poor guy," he said. Sarah's shoulders came back so quickly that he was surprised he didn't hear them snap into place.
"Poor guy? His poor wife just went through 8 hours of hard labor by herself a month and a half early, and you say poor guy?
She stormed away, and Derrick slipped his hands into his jacket pockets and grinned while he followed her. They made it to the bank of elevators before she whirled around and glared at him.
What are you really doing here?
She asked again as she jabbed the call button repeatedly.
Oh, I just came to see if I could get you into an argument.
That tripped her up, and for a moment all she could do was stare at him. Then she blinked.
What?
He shrugged and leaned his shoulder against the wall. Maxie and Robin are both worried sick about you. I figured since you fly into a rage at my mere presence, I could help out.
Help out how?
By giving you a genuine emotion other than grief. Then he smiled. He felt arrogant and hopeful all at once. She hissed a breath between her teeth.
What I feel and what I don't feel is none of your concern.
Of course not. But I'm not here out of concern for you. I'm here for them. They both told me they can't even get you out of bed. Is it really your first day back at work?
You don't even know. You can't know. He was my daddy. He saved me, and now he's dead.
She'd started quivering so hard that her teeth nearly rattled. He grabbed her arm and gave her a small shake.
I'm sorry it happened, Sarah. I'm sorry. I've been there, remember? My mom died right before I moved to New York. I wish I could take the pain away, but I can't. No one can.
He expected tears, but none came. She just trembled hard enough to worry him and blinked them back.
Have you cried yet? Have you let yourself cry?
They were cut off when the elevator finally arrived, and they had to wait while an orderly pushed a man in a wheelchair out before they could get in.
I'm exhausted, Derrick, really. Could we do this another time?
You haven't, have you? He put his hands on her shoulders and looked down at her. Sarah, you have to let it out. Don't hold something like that in. No wonder you're such a wreck. She jerked away from him and stepped with her back against the corner, putting as much distance between them as possible.
Stop it! Just leave me alone! Forget I even exist!
Derrick sighed and rubbed the back of his neck.
I wish I could. You have no idea how much I wish I could.
The elevator jerked to a stop so quickly that he lost his balance and fell against the wall as the lights went out. He retained his balance, but in the total darkness, he felt completely disoriented.
Sarah?
He panicked when she didn't answer, worried that she'd hit her head or something. He dug around in his pocket until he found his cell phone. The lit screen almost illuminated the entire small enclosure, and he turned around. Sarah was crouched down with her back to the corner, sitting against her heels with her arms wrapped around her legs. She stared up at him with a pale face and eyes so inundated with fear that it wrenched his gut. He knelt next to her and started to reach for her, but she shrank back and her breath started to wheeze.
Are you okay?
The emergency lights came on, providing a dim but constant light, so he pocketed his phone.
Sarah? Don't touch me!
She shrieked. He jerked his hand back and held it up so that she could see his empty palm.
Okay, don't worry. The power must have gone out from the storm. Looks like the generators don't run the elevators. Get away! Stay away!
She screamed, gripping the sides of her head and burying her face against her knees. He decided she must be claustrophobic.
Just take deep breaths, sweetheart. I'm sure we'll be moving soon.
Sarah could smell the dank mildew. It got worse the farther back into the closet they went, and her sisters always put her way in the back, blocking her with their own young bodies. Her back was against the wall, and she could hear something moving just on the other side. Only it wasn't moving like a person. It was one of the monsters. One of the monsters she couldn't see because her glasses were gone again. They hid behind the walls or stayed just out of reach, just out of sight where she couldn't see, becoming blurry shadows that danced around her, taunting her, hitting her, pinching her. She could hear her mother screaming those horrible words to him. Other voices came, men and women, laughing, taunting. She was hungry. It seemed like she was always hungry. But the last time she complained, the man made her eat the raw meat right out of the package. Her stomach gave a greasy turn, remembering having to swallow the raw red meat. When she cried, he slapped her and told her never to complain to him again. That was the last time her glasses disappeared. His voice stood out from the rest, and she cringed even further back, toward the monsters. They just scared her. He made her sister Robin scream in bed at night. Maxine would come to her then, crawl in bed with her, and they would hold each other until it was over. Sarah would close her eyes and try to block out the horrible sounds coming from the other bed, and sometimes Maxine would risk attention by softly singing in Sarah's ears. Robin wouldn't let them touch her for a while after he left, so they would stay together and cry for her, because she never did cry. The lights came on and she flinched away. That wasn't right. There wasn't a light in the closet. It was always dark. She blinked and the world came into focus. She wasn't in a closet. She was wrapped in Derrick's arms on his lap, buried against his chest, sobbing so hard her throat hurt. He was rocking her, talking nonsense in a soothing voice. Horrified, she pushed away, but he hauled her back down. As the elevator came to a stop, he gripped her tighter and pushed with his legs, sliding his back up the wall until he was standing, still cradling her. She took a deep breath and rested her head on his shoulder. She felt tired, so tired. "I'm okay now," she said. She patted his chest, his rock-hard chest. "I'm fine." He gave a harsh laugh as he carried her through the empty central lobby of the hospital and into the parking garage. "I'm not." "Derrick, really? When you can say that without sounding like a beaten puppy, maybe I'll believe you." Her energy was shot. She'd argue with him about it in a minute. For the time being, she just relished the strength of his arms as he carried her. Chapter 8. Instead of asking Sarah where she had parked her car, Derrick just took her to his. He set her down next to the car to unlock and open the door, and then gently helped her inside. It seemed like it took an eternity to get around the front hood and then to his door, to unlock it, and slide into the seat next to her. Sarah just leaned against the car door as huge tears slid down her face. He wanted to do something to help her, but he didn't know how or what. So he drove, through the light traffic downtown, darting cars and pushing limits on yellow lights until they left the city behind them. In minutes, he turned into Tony's neighborhood. As he drove up the winding driveway and cleared the last of the trees, the sight of the downstairs lights spilling out through the windows filled him with a sense of relief. He felt nearly happy when he pulled in behind Maxine's car, parked in front of the door. Sarah hadn't spoken throughout the entire drive. He guessed she knew their destination without having to ask. He parked behind Maxine's car and quickly hopped out and moved to Sarah's door. She kind of poured herself out of the seat, very wobbly as she gained her footing. "Let's go inside, sweetheart," Derrick said. "Don't call me sweetheart," she reflexively insisted. Derrick couldn't help but grin at the rebuff, glad to hear her words spoken without any kind of slur. He didn't know what happened to her, but she exhibited signs of shock, and he wondered if he should have taken her from the hospital at all. She wrapped her arms around her middle, as if warding off a deep cold. As the lightning flashed around them, and the wind whipped her hair free of the confines of her hairpins, Derrick thought she looked very lost and very scared. He put a hand on her elbow to help her up the wide steps to the big double front doors. An eternity passed from the time he rang the doorbell to the moment Maxine opened the door. She had a coat in her hand, and Barry followed behind her. Her smile grew wider when she saw them, until she looked directly at Sarah. "What happened?" she asked, a half-second before she turned her head and called for Robin. Sarah stepped into the house and fell against Maxine, whose arms automatically came around her. As the first sob escaped, Robin and Tony entered the foyer and ran toward them. Derrick watched helplessly, relieved that the family all came together, as Sarah sobbed out, "I remember." A shudder coursed through Sarah's body, starting somewhere in her stomach and moving in a widening radius outward, until even her toes clenched against it. She sat curled up in a leather chair, Robin on the couch next to her, leaning forward with her hand on the arm of the chair and Maxine sitting on the end of the table in front of her, her hands rubbing warmth into Sarah's legs. "What happened?" Robin asked. "We were in the elevator." Her breath hitched. Maxine paused, then asked, "You and Derrick?" Sarah nodded. "He'd come to check up on me, because you two were worried about me. We were fighting about something when the power went out." She waved a hand in the air. "I guess the storm." Her hand fell limply to her side. She felt disconnected from the material world. Another shudder made her jaw clench. Derrick spoke from somewhere in the room. The elevator jerked to a stop and the lights went out. I don't know how long they were out. It couldn't have been more than a few seconds, but it felt longer. Sarah rubbed her eyes.
As soon as the lights went out, it was like I was transported back in time.
She looked at her sisters, her vision blurred as her eyes filled with fresh tears.
I remember we were in a closet. We were hiding, and he...
With both hands, she slapped her palms over her mouth. Both of her sisters moved toward her at once, sitting on the arms of her chair and wrapping their arms around her, around each other. Robin spoke.
Shh, shush now. It's okay now.
Her voice soothed, as it had 20 years ago. Sarah's stomach hurt, as more and more memories assailed her, flooding her mind and her senses until she could almost smell the burn of the cheap drugs, feel the harsh hands that slapped at her, and hear the terrible sound of her mother's voice.
How have you lived? How have you functioned with this in your heads?
Maxine leaned back and lifted Sarah's face, wiping the tears off her cheeks.
Well, Robin worked, and I shopped. And we did those things mindlessly and soullessly until we found God.
Tony appeared at Robin's side, a glass of water in his hand. Robin took it from him and held it up to Sarah.
Drink.
Despite the fact that the last thing she wanted was a sip of water, the cool liquid felt wonderful in her parched mouth and soothingly slid down her aching throat. She accepted the glass from her sister and took another sip, then handed it back as fresh tears welled up in her eyes and tumbled down her cheeks. She ripped the glasses off her face and handed them to Maxine.
I remember that night, hiding, and gunshots.
She put the heels of her hands to her eyes and pushed.
Up until now, my earliest memory was waking up in my parents' house. I couldn't see anything because I didn't have my glasses. I realized, even at 9, that for the first time in my life I was really safe.
Her stomach clenched painfully when she realized that her sisters had never really told her a lot.
But you two...
Robin shushed her again, using a soothing voice.
We weren't little. I was 15, Maxine 12. There was little hope for adoption. We were put into a series of foster homes.
Maxine continued.
It was bad at one of them. The man...
She pressed her lips together, obviously struggling to speak. Robin interrupted her.
There is evil in this world. The man there was attacking Maxie, and I stabbed him in the back with a kitchen knife. He wasn't badly hurt, but within a few days, Maxie ended up in another foster home, and I landed in a girl's home.
Maxine quietly interjected.
When she turned 18, she was released. Hank gave her a job at the restaurant, and he helped her get custody of me. And a year later, we started appealing for you, but your parents had already adopted you.
Sarah nodded.
I didn't know about you, but I dreamed about you. When I saw you the morning of my 15th birthday, I recognized you from my dreams.
Maxine's eyes shifted to a distant and very private memory, and she confirmed.
God speaks to us in dreams.
Robin pursed her lips and swallowed hard, but her expression was more angry than sad.
Your mom was just protecting you,
she finally said, as if telling herself. Knowing now, knowing the bond that held the three of them together, remembering the love she had for her sisters that surpassed anything she could have imagined, her heart gave a painful, tight beat.
It wasn't fair,
she whispered.
Maybe if we had been together, I could have coped with all of it instead of just forgetting.
Hey, Maxine said, gripping her hand.
Take it as a gift. Take it as a gift from God. You were able to live a normal life, all things considered. You found a family with uncles and aunts and cousins. You had parents who tucked you in at night and read you bedtime stories. You went to church and had Christ in your life early when you were still young. God gave you that for a reason. Either for them or for you, we can't know. But Robin and I don't begrudge any of that for you. You were probably the only person in the world praying for us,
Robin said.
And look at us now. We are together, a family.
She held her hand out, and Tony stepped forward to take it. Derrick stood next to him, and Barry put his hand on Maxine's shoulder.
We beat the system and the odds, and God made us into a family. Our children will never have to worry about any of the things that we faced as children, as long as there is breath in our bodies.
Sarah leaned down until her head rested in Robin's lap. Her sister ran her fingers through her hair. Tony spoke above her. We should pray, Barry affirmed. Good idea.
Derrick cleared his throat. I'll do it. Sarah felt her neck muscles automatically tense up, but she closed her eyes and did not object. In a circle, they held hands, closed their eyes, and bowed their heads in prayer. Father God, Derrick began, I'm not sure what to say. There is so much pain and new memories, and it's on top of fresh grieving. I'm afraid that it's a little overwhelming right now. I would like to start off by thanking you for placing me in the elevator tonight when the power went out. Thank you for letting me be with Sarah when she experienced the return of her past. His voice, once grating to her very nerves, now soothed her, caressed her, until she felt the fist that clenched her heart loose its grip, until she felt a sense of calm slowly overtake her. Her sister's hands felt warm against her cool skin. Mighty God, you are a healing God. Your word tells us that you can do all things, and we have faith that it is so. We know that if it is your will, you can erase the scars of the past and heal the pain of past wrongs as if they never even happened. God, we have faith that it is so. We petition you to touch Sarah tonight. Even now, God, we pray that you hold her up in the very palm of your mighty hand and comfort her through the Holy Spirit. As he prayed for healing and forgiveness, Sarah just relaxed and felt his voice flow over her body. Her heart felt lighter, and she knew that they were in the very presence of the Holy Spirit. God, we pray for all those who persecuted us in our past. We pray that we can be living witnesses to them of your glory and your promise. We pray that we can testify to the truth of your word and your enduring love. Father, let Sarah feel that love tonight, and let that love fill her to overflowing. Let her see your love shining in her sisters and her brothers-in-law. You know how long I have loved Sarah, Lord, and just how much. As Derrick suddenly quit speaking, Sarah's breath caught and she sat up quickly, turning to look at him. Without her glasses on, she couldn't see a lot of detail on his face, but she could see that he stood frozen. She watched him take a step back. I'm sorry, Derrick said. His face looked into the eyes opening around him, and he proclaimed, Amen, Amen. Then he rushed from the room. Tony followed him at a more sedate pace. Sarah heard their deep, masculine voices, but could not make out what they said. She felt a burning flush cover her face and reached forward to retrieve the glasses Maxine had set on the table next to her hip. Well, Robin said, standing and rubbing her hands on the sides of her thighs. She didn't say anything else, and Sarah felt her face burn hotter when Maxine smiled and said, Well, indeed. The older sisters said nothing else, as if sharing a long-kept secret or a private joke. Sarah put her hands against her cheeks, which felt hot and damp with tears. Goodness. Tony came back into the room and cleared his throat. Derrick had to go. Barry's bark of laughter made Sarah flinch. I bet, he said. He immediately sobered up and looked at Sarah. Sorry. No problem, she whispered as she stood shakily to her feet. Maxine stood with her, reaching an arm out to steady her. Can you drive me home? Stay here tonight, Robin said. I don't want to. She had discovered that Maxine and Barry had dropped the kids off with Robin so that they could go to New York for Maxine's show. I don't think I can face the kids in the morning. This house is big enough that you wouldn't have to, Tony observed dryly, by way of teasing Robin. Sarah gave a curt shake of her head. I need to go home. We can drive you home, Barry said. I left my purse in my locker at work, Sarah said. We'll go there first. She hugged Robin, then Tony. I love you, she said to them. Robin stepped forward and hugged her again. I love you. Call me if you need me. Sarah knew Robin meant it. Robin had taken care of Sarah from birth. When she was 6 years old, Robin was the one to wake up in the middle of the night to feed the infant Sarah. She was her mother more than the woman who died at the hands of a drug dealer, or the woman who fostered Sarah for the last 9 years of her childhood. I will. Chapter 9. The rain from a few days before ended any false hope that the mild autumn weather gave of a perpetual summer. Now a wind howled, blowing the remaining leaves from the trees and sending people scurrying indoors.
Several miles outside Boston, a cold, foggy mist settled around the mountains, making the world gray and dark. Derrick looked straight up the imposing wall of rock in front of him and secured his backpack around his waist. He rolled his head on his neck and shifted his shoulders, shaking his arms and loosening up the muscles. Settling his gear comfortably, he stepped forward and started the climb. Up and over, finding purchase for his fingertips and toes, and sweating as he pulled his body upward and upward. Thankful for the unwelcoming weather, he had the mountain to himself. Derrick gripped the slate outcrop with his fingers of his right hand and pulled himself up, finding a toehold on the wet rock. The wind picked up a bit, shooting a misty rain against his face. Angry at the slip of his tongue the night before, he barely felt it and just kept moving up the mountain, gradually finding purchase on the wet rock as he made slow progress. An hour later, he realized that he couldn't feel the rock beneath his hand anymore. The cold had numbed his fingertips. Despite the riskiness of coming out alone in this weather in the first place, he wasn't going to push his luck any further. He found a crevice in a small outcropping and stopped to put on a pair of gloves. He slipped his pack off his back and pulled out his thin, cold weather jacket. In each pocket he had hand warmers, and he broke them open and shoved his hands into his pockets, immediately feeling the relief of the chemically generated heat. He sat with his back against the rock wall and leaned back on his heels, temporarily sheltered from the icy mist outside. He needed to head back down before this rain turned to sleet, but he decided to just take another moment, get a little warmer. Without the concentration of the climb, he thought back to the night before at Tony's house. Hope, horror, humiliation, strong emotions waged a battle inside his chest. He had prayed for Sarah for so many years that as he delved into the prayer the night before, he forgot himself. While he was certain God appreciated that kind of dedicated focus, the slip of the tongue destroyed just about any dream of the kind of future he had always hoped to find in Sarah. Not that he really harbored too much confidence that she would eventually come around to at least liking him a little bit, but there had always been that slim sliver of hope. Maybe just a small glimmer, but hope nonetheless. Derrick would never forget that first week with Tony. He would never forget appreciating the clean smell of the sheets and the warm room that greeted him when he got out of bed in the mornings, bitter cold ice and snow blanketing the city below him. He would always remember the shopping trip Maxine took him on, clothing him in good, brand-new clothes. Never before had he worn new shoes. Never had a pair of fleece-lined leather gloves warmed his hands. It took him a long time to quit expecting the Viscolis to stop all this bluffing and play their real hand. It took him a long time to realize their love was real, genuine, and his for the taking. Their faith gave him a life, and once he started trusting them, he started trusting the one they called God. Once he started trusting God, his life had significance, their love had meaning, and he recognized that he had a purpose. He fell in love with Sarah gradually, deeply, and truly. Late one Saturday night, he had stood in the kitchen of Tony's penthouse apartment, wearing nothing but cotton pajama pants and a white t-shirt while sipping ice water and making a tuna fish sandwich on toast. Sarah had walked in and studied him from head to toe, like he was some kind of anomaly for which she couldn't account. Very precocious in appearance at perhaps half his size and at least a foot shorter than he, she had not smiled. Instead, her honey golden eyes the color of the richest topaz, had looked large and somewhat critical behind her glasses. She wore an ankle-length plaid skirt and a simple white blouse beneath a long-sleeved button-down sweater. She had an overnight bag slung over her shoulder. He remembered her reddish hair, looking like it had a will of its own. "Hey," he stuck a thumb in the direction of his chest. Derrick D'Annunzio." Derrick was years away from elocution lessons and speaking in full and grammatically correct sentences. By contrast, the girl before him spoke with a cultured diction and nearly perfect inflection, sounding rather more like a Cape Cod Kennedy than a South Boston nursing student.
"I know who you are. I'm Sarah. What on earth are you eating? It smells like an outdoor dock market in here."
Derrick shrugged.
"Just tuna? Want I should make you a sandwich?"
Sarah had shuddered and her face had fallen in disgust. "Certainly not." Her haughty tone nearly made him laugh aloud. Derrick had recently discovered a love for classic films. The teenage girl standing before him reminded him of a 1930s film noir movie matron, offended at the notion of this or that, and uninhibited in communicating that offense to the world. He snapped his fingers.
Sarah, right? Going to church with us tomorrow, yeah? I'm going to church with my half-sisters, yes. Why?
Her chin jutted out. Her arrogance made him want to tease her even more. He nodded and said,
Well, Sarah, it's just peachy keen to meet you.
He took an enormous bite of his tuna on toast, and a spot of mayonnaise remained at the corner of his mouth as he chewed. With a cheek still full, he spoke.
I mean it. I'll remember it always.
Sarah had spun around, muttering the word disgusting under her breath. Derrick had grinned, his teeth covered with tuna and bits of pickle, feeling nothing but mirth at the exchange as he watched her leave. From the first moment they met, that initial dynamic had set a tone for their relationship that had only escalated through the college years and the years that followed. Through all that time, no other woman ever compared to her. Sarah had a fire, and she never backed down. She never abandoned her principles, and she never once, in all the time he had known her, stepped down off her high horse. While everyone else seemed to coddle her or tolerate her attitude, Derrick did whatever he could to throw her off balance and relish her discomfiture. And he pined for her since the second they met. The grief he experienced at his mother's death surprised him, and nothing seemed to comfort him for weeks. Sarah continued to ignore him through the funeral and the days that followed. In prayer, he came to a place of equilibrium where he no longer experienced any feelings. The world turned silver and black and white like the old movies he watched, and his heart beat a hollow rhythm in his chest. He started working more than he ever had before, 60, 70, even 80-hour weeks just to drown out everything else around him. Tony, in his wisdom, sent Derrick away with a new job, lots of new responsibilities, and new scenery. Derrick, knowing how much Sarah despised him, hoped that his absence would make her grow distant in his mind, and hopefully his heart. She had not. He abided in her, prayed for her daily, and ultimately began to pray that God would soften her heart and let her feel the same way for him that he felt for her. Now she knew his secret. Now the whole family knew. His heart gave a painful twist at that thought. Would they treat him differently? Would they see him as an interloper, a predator in their midst all these years? Would he still be accepted as one of them? He shifted and leaned forward, moving from a crouching on his heels position into a kneeling on his knees position. He felt he ought to talk to the one who got him into this mess in the first place. Hands still in his pockets to warm his numb fingertips, he bowed his head. God, I'm trying to trust my future to you, and I'm finding myself in an impasse. As he prayed, the cold bit his cheeks. The wind whipped violently around him, and the mist froze to little hard pellets of ice. He felt very alone and a little bit afraid. A part of his mind wondered if this is how David had felt waiting to see which way Jonathan's arrow would fall. Finishing the brief but emotional prayer with a steadfast Amen, Derrick rose to his feet. He slapped his hands together and rubbed them hard, then stepped away from his temporary shelter and started carefully climbing back down the mountain face, racing the dropping temperature, while on the icy rock, slipping too often for peace of mind as he made his retreat. Tony met Derrick in the parking garage. He glanced into the back seat and spotted the climbing gear. His eyes shot angry daggers as Derrick pocketed his keys. Tell me you weren't out in this weather. I came back down as soon as it turned bad. He stomped his feet and nodded toward the elevator. Let's go inside. The heater's out in the car for some reason, and I'm freezing. They rode up to the apartment in silence. Derrick kept his coat on, but shed his gloves and led Tony into the kitchen. He'd preloaded the coffee pot, so all he had to do was turn it on. Listening to the machine grind the beans and spit them into the basket made him already start to feel warmer. So that was quite intense last night, Tony said without preamble. That's certainly a word. Derrick pulled 2 mugs from the cupboard and set them on the counter next to the coffee maker. He moved to the refrigerator and dug around inside, pulling out the makings of a turkey sandwich. Good thing you were there with her. Releasing a breath, Derrick set the sandwich makings on the counter and leaned his hands against it. I agree. I think I was supposed to be there. The only sign Tony gave that he understood the deeper meaning was a slight purse of his lips. Barry took her home after you left. Derrick closed his eyes. Tony. He felt the slap of his friend, of his brother's hand against his shoulder. Do you think for a minute that your feelings were not already known? Relief flooded his chest, choked his throat. He cleared his throat and opened his eyes, busying his hands with the twist tie on the bag of bread. I thought I hid my feelings pretty well. Big, giant, pining brown eyes cannot be hidden. Laughter bubbled up from the tightness in his chest, loosening the tension. Okay. He pulled out 2 slices of bread and raised his eyebrow quizzically at Tony. At his nod, he pulled out another 2. Why didn't Sarah see it? Derrick, for years and years, Sarah didn't see the love her own sisters had for her. God is still working on her. Derrick pondered that. Then his hands abandoned their mundane efforts. Tony, is this what it's like for Jesus? Does he just love us and love us from the time we are born, and we disappoint him over and over, and just shun his love, and he never stops? He just never stops loving us, even when we push him away over and over again? Tony's fingers tightened on the younger man's shoulders. Can you imagine how much it pains him? Derrick felt tears threatening. I don't have to imagine. His head hung and he changed the subject. She knows now. How many times have I baited her and teased her for no good reason, just trying to get a rise out of her so she would think about me for the rest of the day? I've been so childish. Tony grinned. The good thing is that now there is at least a reason for her animosity toward you. Derrick laughed again, knowing that Tony spoke the truth. Chapter 10. Sarah tried to focus on the chart in front of her, but her mind kept wandering. So much at one time. For 3 days now, she had thrown herself into work, working overtime, extra shifts, anything to keep from thinking. She didn't want to think about her dad. She didn't want to think about her past. And she certainly didn't want to think about Derrick. Nurse? She whipped her head around and focused on an older woman, Mrs. Martinez. Her eyes were wild. Ayúdame, por favor, mi hija. She knew enough Spanish to get by in this hospital with partial ease. She threw down her pen and ran to the room where Victoria Martinez lay curled into a fetal position. She clutched a bedpan, obviously feeling very sick to her stomach. Sarah touched her shoulder, and she was surprised at the heat of her skin. She felt the young girl's muscles contract and rubbed Victoria's back as her body dry-heaved. Have you been sick already? Sarah asked, opening a drawer to get the thermometer. Si, Victoria said. My little brother was sick 2 days ago. I have been sick since last night. She opened her mouth to take the thermometer. In seconds, it gave a reading of 101.6. Victoria gasped and gripped her stomach. Sarah glanced at the contractions readout coming out from the machine next to the bed. A pretty hard contraction hit the 17-year-old. She felt so bad for her. Labor was bad enough, but labor with a stomach flu would just be miserable. Let me go call the doctor, Sarah said, holding her hand up to her ear like a phone. Telefono médico. Sí, Mrs. Martinez said, rushing back to her daughter's side. Sarah returned to the nurse's station and paged the OB on call. After receiving an order for Zofran and instructions to go ahead and call the anesthesiologist to get an epidural going to alleviate her discomfort, she armed herself with ice chips and returned to her patient. Zofran in her system, Victoria started feeling a little better, though very weak. She lay back with her eyes closed, opening them only to grab her stomach and moan with each passing contraction. The anesthesiologist finally arrived, and Sarah groaned inwardly when it was Dr. Benson. She intended to call him out about the weekend jaunt with his wife up to New York, but her father's death had interrupted her personal life to such an extent that she hadn't even thought of Dennis Benson the entire time. In fact, he had slipped her mind to such a degree that she hadn't thought of him until just this moment. Nurse Thomas, he said by way of greeting. Doctor. After that, they both tended to the patient. Once the epidural was in place and the IV dripping, Sarah followed him from the room. I'm sorry to hear about your father, he said by way of preamble. Yes, all your phone calls, cards, and flowers were so encouraging, Sarah said sarcastically. He put his hands in the pockets of his white coat. I've been meaning to call you, he said warmly, leaning his shoulder against the wall. Sarah cocked her head as if studying him from a new angle. He looked like a plastic Ken doll. He had his perfectly sculpted hair sprayed into place. His fake tan looked wrong in Boston in October. The perfect starchiness of his clothing just added to the air of plastic facade. She wondered how she had ever found him attractive. She wondered how that saccharine charm had ever appealed to her.
What would your wife say to that, I wonder?
Sarah asked.
My wife? I'm not sure I understand.
Sarah crossed her arms over her chest.
Listen, Dr. Benson, I have to work with you, but that's the end of our relationship. I don't really understand what you thought you would get from me, but go look elsewhere. Take your wife on another romantic weekend to New York, or find some other nurse to butter up and deceive. It's not going to be me.
He visibly flinched back when she mentioned New York. His reaction alone informed her that Derrick had spoken truthfully, though she hadn't really doubted him. As much as she wished he had been mistaken, Derrick never forgot a name or a face, and he had never lied to her. She knew that much about him. She left the doctor leaning against the wall and went back to work. She made the notations she needed to make in the Martinez chart, answered a call from another room, and glanced at the clock. All of her patients were in good places right now, so she decided to go ahead and take her dinner break. With an apple in one hand and her small purse-sized Bible in the other, she went to the hospital chapel and decided she would spend her hour regaining some focus. Sarah spread her Sunday school material on the table in front of her. Freshly showered after working out with an exercise DVD, she swallowed half a bottle of water before sitting down to study the material. She hadn't led the class in weeks. When she read the email from a friend who had been substituting for her, asking if she could plan to teach the class this week, Sarah realized how much she missed her class and her students. She realized how much she needed that back in her life right now. Her table sat in the corner of her kitchen, looking out into the backyard. Ice rain pummeled the neighbor's swing set. Sarah looked out into the gray wet, worried about how dangerous the roads would be by nightfall, thankful she didn't have to work tonight. She wondered if there would even be church in the morning to teach. The teapot on the stove whistled, and she flicked the burner off as she poured herself a cup of spearmint tea. Food didn't sound good to her. She figured she was way too tired to eat. Maybe after preparing her lesson, she could curl up on the couch with Jane Austen and hide from the real world for a few hours. As she put together a lesson on positive body image, she got caught up in the research on college-age eating disorders, suicide attempts, and emotional health matters as they related to a media-driven world that projected a false god of ideal body shape. She thought of the 18-year-old girls in her class and wondered how many of them fell into the statistics she read. Her stomach rolled at the thought of purging meals, cutting skin, and anguish over normal, healthy weight. A light sweat covered her body as she took another sip of spearmint tea, remembering how Maxine used to obsess about eating and exercising until Barry took her under his wing and taught her the healthy way to balance exercise with diet and fitness. She wondered if she could get her brother-in-law to come lecture her class about how to do it the right way. Her stomach rolled again, making it hard to swallow her tea. Sarah suddenly realized the physical discomfort she felt might not have as much to do with her emotional reaction to the state of the world today as with the gastroenteritis suffered by her young patient, Victoria Martinez, 2 days ago. She tossed her pencil down and pushed away from the table. As she rushed from the kitchen to the bathroom, one hand over her stomach, one hand over her mouth, she was certain she had diagnosed herself correctly. Sarah felt certain she was going to die. She didn't think her body would take the violent dry heaving another time. Yet even as she thought that, she felt her stomach muscles rolling and felt the cold sweat break out all over her body. She laid half on and half off the couch, clutching the mop bucket she'd brought in with her. As her body racked with the effort to dispel absolutely nothing from her stomach, her doorbell rang. Heaving session over for the time being, she rolled over on her back and covered her eyes with her arm. She just wanted to sleep. The doorbell rang again, and she moaned. Muscles shaking with sickness, she barely made it to her feet. The room swirled around her, and her vision started to gray. Drenched in sweat, she stumbled to the door. Leaning against the wall, she turned the doorknob and barely got the door open, and saw a blurry half of Derrick's face before she collapsed. The wind blew icy rain inside, reviving her as Derrick rushed in and knelt above her. "Sarah!" The concern on his face, the panic in his eyes, caused her heart to give a little tug, even as her stomach rolled. "Sick," she whispered. She rolled to her knees, arms shaking as she pushed herself up. Derrick knelt by her, putting an arm over her shoulders just as her stomach muscles started spasming. "Bucket!" She got out just as the heaving started again. He moved so fast, lifting her and taking her to the bucket instead of bringing the container to her. She sat on the floor in between the couch and her coffee table and wished that death would just be quick, so that she wouldn't have to face this man when she felt well again one day. As soon as she thought she could move, she pushed herself back onto the couch and lay down again. "Please, go away." Despite her whispered plea, she heard him shrugging out of his coat. "Where's Melissa?" "Work." "Do you know when she'll be home?" "Tomorrow morning." He didn't speak again, so she let herself drift away, dozing until she startled awake with the feel of a cool cloth covering her forehead. "Think you can try some ice chips?" Sarah pried open an eye, surprised at how dry her eyes felt, how much they ached. Derrick sat on the coffee table next to her, wearing a dark gray suit with a dark green shirt. His gray tie had green diagonal stripes, and carefully camouflaged the 3 crosses at Calvary in what looked like a repeating houndstooth pattern to a casual observer. She always saw that tough kid in the sweatpants making that disgusting tuna sandwich whenever she looked at him. She realized now that the kid was long gone, and in his place lived a very successful, very cultured man. Not a boy full of cocky attitude, but an accomplished man of God. She closed her eyes again, curious as to the direction of her thoughts, and certain that the reason must be because she currently ran a high fever. "Not yet." She ran her tongue over her dry lips. "Let me make sure my stomach will behave." She heard him move, but didn't open her eyes again. Instead, feeling oddly secure, she slept. Derrick watched Sarah's face wrinkle into a frown, then relax as sleep took over. She was so petite, barely 5 feet tall, and so thin that he often wondered how she was able to handle the physical tasks of her job. He could never pinpoint her hair color to just one shade. Auburn and brown and blonde merged into a raging wildfire of curls that never stayed in place. Her naturally pale skin made her eyes stand out like the warmest honey, shine like jewels the color of the richest topaz. Yet tonight, her hair lay in a sweaty, tame mass against the pillow. Her skin was so stark white that her freckles looked fake, penciled in. No light shone forth from her eyes, as they instead looked dull with sickness. The violence with which she had gotten sick scared him, certain her bones would snap with the heaving. Worried, he took the washcloth from her forehead and felt the heat on it. He touched her cheek and felt the burn of her fever. Moving quickly to the bathroom, he rinsed the cloth with cool water, then squeezed it dry and folded it into thirds, gently placing it back on her forehead, saying a quick prayer for healing as he touched her. He moved through the small home and into the kitchen, spying her books and papers spread on the table. Her phone sat next to her teacup, and without a shred of guilt, he went through the contacts in her phone until he found Melissa's number. The roommate answered on the 3rd ring. "Hello, love." Derrick paused before answering. "This is Sarah's friend, Derrick. We met the other night." "Of course, what's wrong?" Rubbing the back of his neck before loosening his tie, Derrick went back to the room with Sarah. "Sarah is really sick, throwing up, fever." "Ah, so she caught it then. It's been going around, nasty bug. It really just has to run its course." Relief relaxed his neck muscles. "Okay, thanks." "Can you stay with her? I can call her mom or a sister." Derrick cut her off. "I can stay." "Okay. I get off at 7. If she's not improving by 6, call me back. I'll bring something home with me." "Thanks. I'll call either way." Derrick pocketed the phone and heard Sarah moan. He rushed to her side and held the bucket for her. As she lay back against the pillow, he wondered if she had even woken up. He stood to refresh her washcloth again, but she grabbed his wrist. Looking down at her, he saw her eyes open and gazing right at him. His heart felt like it paused for just a beat before resuming its pace at a slightly quicker one. "Thank you," she said. He covered her small hand with his. "My pleasure, sweetheart." "Don't call me sweetheart," she said absently, then closed her eyes again. Her hand slid from his wrist and fell limply to her side. Chapter 11. Sarah opened her eyes and flinched in pain away from the bright sunlight streaming into her room. Her head ached, her stomach muscles ached, and it felt like dry cotton balls lined her mouth and the back of her throat. As she rolled into a sitting position, she realized she was in her bed, not the couch. She didn't remember coming into her bedroom. Her last good memory was Derrick coaxing an ice chip down her throat around 3 a.m. Squinting at the clock, she realized that was a good 7 hours ago. Sitting didn't seem to cause any adverse reactions to her digestive system, so she cautiously tried standing. Her legs felt a little bit weak and rubbery, but better than the night before. She still wore the yoga pants and long-sleeved t-shirt she had on the day before. The cold floor felt good to her bare feet. She found her glasses on the nightstand and slipped them on, then used the loose rubber band she found to gather her hair at the nape of her neck. She opened the door quietly and peered out. Across the hall she saw Melissa's door closed and guessed that she was home and asleep. The rest of the house appeared silent, so she went into her bathroom. Examining her face in the mirror, she still looked a little wan. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she had a little bit more color on her cheeks, but not like normal. She needed a shower, but she needed something to drink even more. So she left the bathroom and made her way to the kitchen, pausing when she saw a gray tie with green stripes lying on top of a gray jacket that lay casually tossed on the back of her armchair. Realizing, she tensed up as she mentally braced herself. She entered her kitchen and stopped short when she saw Derrick sitting at the table, a steaming mug next to his elbow, talking on his cell phone. He had on his gray suit pants, but no shirt and no socks. The tattooed wing of the dragon snaked over his shoulder. A rough tattoo of a knife dripping blood lay over his heart. "Yeah, I'll take care of it, thanks," he said when he spotted her. He set the phone down and stood. "Hi." Nervously pulling the arms of her sleeves over her hands before wrapping her arms around her body, Sarah hesitated briefly before responding. "Why are you still here?" Derrick raised an eyebrow as he looked at her, peering into her eyes until she was certain he could read her thoughts or something. "Waiting for you to wake up." "Why?" He crossed the room and stood in front of her. "Because, sweetheart, you scared me to death last night." "I didn't think anything could scare you." Derrick shrugged as he put a hand on her shoulder. "Apparently, the thought of you sick does." Before she could shrug his hand away, he removed it. "Anyway, it's good to see you back in the land of the living. Maxine is back from New York and said to tell you she'll be by after church with vegetable soup." Sarah couldn't help but smile warmly. "I'm surprised she didn't offer chicken noodle." "I talked her down," Derrick said dryly. Laughing hurt Sarah's stomach muscles. She rubbed her middle as she went to the refrigerator to get a bottle of water. She twisted the bottle cap and was halfway through the first wonderfully cool sip when she realized something. "Church!" She turned around and looked at Derrick in horror. "Oh no! I never called anyone to cover my class." "Indeed." Sarah spun around and saw her mother standing in the doorway to the kitchen. She had Derrick's jacket and tie draped over her arm. Sarah immediately thought of Derrick's car in the driveway, covered in snow and ice, obviously having been there overnight. A strange, guilty heat rose up her neck from her chest, and she felt it fan her cheeks. "Mom!" "I tried calling." Her mother's lips thinned, and she looked directly at Derrick with such a look of disapproval that Sarah wanted to step in front of her and block him. "You were apparently otherwise occupied." "I've been in bed." She put a hand to her forehead and closed her eyes, realizing how that sounded and how this all looked. She jumped when she heard Derrick's voice. "Mrs. Thomas, I'm Derrick D'Annunzio," he said, holding his hand out. Darlene looked at his hand but did not take it. Instead, she looked him up and down, from his disheveled hair to his bare feet, then laid the coat and tie over his outstretched arm. "I know who you are." "Mom!" Darlene's head whipped toward Sarah. "Not another word." Sarah snapped her mouth shut and didn't say anything else, but Derrick obviously hadn't been as well trained as Sarah in the fine art of dealing with Darlene Thomas. "We aren't lovers," he said bluntly. Darlene gasped, and Sarah felt a guttural little desperate cry escape her throat. "I came by last night and found she was quite ill. Melissa was at work, so I stayed." Darlene looked at Sarah and back at Derrick. "Ill? Sarah never takes ill." He held up his jacket and showed a stain. "She sure was last night. Incidentally, that's why I'm not wearing my shirt, and I've been up most of the night. You'll pardon my appearance." The older woman cleared her throat and adjusted the collar of her jacket. "I see." She stiffly turned to her daughter. "And are you feeling well now?" Sarah pulled the sleeves of her arms over her hands and crossed her arms. "I just got out of bed a few minutes ago, but I think I'll be okay." Darlene stiffly nodded. "Good." She looked back at Derrick. "Thank you for taking care of her, Mr. D'Annunzio." Derrick cocked his head as if waiting for more. After the space of several heartbeats, he finally nodded.
Of course, I was happy that I stopped by when I did. And why did you happen to stop by exactly? Darlene asked.
Sarah took a step forward.
Mom!
No, it's okay. Her step forward put her next to him, and she jumped when she felt his hand on the small of her back. I'd come by to declare my undying love for Sarah, and ask her to do me the very great honor of marrying me and becoming my wife. Through thinned lips, Darlene said,
Now you're making fun of me.
I assure you, I am not. Derrick pulled a hand out of his pocket and opened it. On his palm lay a gold ring set with a square-cut topaz, the color of burnt honey, surrounded by glittering diamonds. Sarah gasped and started to reach for the ring before she stopped herself and crossed her arms again.
May I speak to my daughter alone, please?
Derrick nodded. Of course. I need to see if my shirt's dry anyway. If you could both please excuse me. He stroked the small of her back in an almost reassuring manner before he left the room. Sarah chewed on her bottom lip, completely at a loss. Her heart beat a little excited rhythm that she couldn't identify or explain, and the small of her back still felt the heat of his fingertips. She watched her mother remove her gloves, one finger at a time, then sit in the chair Derrick had recently occupied. She used the edge of a glove to move his phone out of her way, and then set her purse down in its place.
I'd like a cup of tea, please.
Of course. Sarah rushed to the stove and pulled a mug out of the cupboard above her head. She saw the jar of instant coffee she kept on hand for company, and touched the side of the teapot that sat on a burner and felt the heat, guessing Derrick used it to make the coffee he'd been drinking when she came into the kitchen not more than 5 minutes ago. With surprisingly efficient movements, she poured her mother a cup of tea and set it in front of her at the table, then sat across from her.
Mom, I really don't...
You know, I fought your father about you even learning you had half-sisters. He won, of course.
Darlene played with the paper hanging off the end of the tea bag string.
Your psychiatrist felt that getting you involved with your sisters in some facet of your life might alleviate some of the nightmares you were having. I fought it, because I knew the kind of influence they could have on you. But your father insisted. I never wanted them to be anywhere near you. I never wanted you to live with them and go to school. I certainly never wanted them to be such an important part of your life.
Darlene picked up her cup, but immediately slammed it back down, causing the brew to slosh over the sides.
And now I see where it's led, just as I knew it would. I come to your house and find you with this filthy street hood covered in tattoos. Don't!
The words hurt, yes, but they also made her terribly, terribly angry. She fought it down, tried to get a grip on her temper and the urge to lash out.
Listen, I love you. You're my mom. You have been for over 20 years, but I love them too. I'm allowed to love all of you. I just don't see why you can't accept that and be happy for me. I have 2 wonderful families. I'm incredibly blessed.
As tiny as her mother was, she had the ability to tilt her head just so that she looked down at the person with whom she spoke. Sarah's hand itched to slap the look off her mother's face, and she felt suddenly horrified with herself.
I don't see why you consider it lucky to have blood ties with women who would sell themselves off to the highest bidder.
Sarah gasped and pushed her chair away from the table.
How can you say that? How can you say that when you've seen them with their husbands and know how they feel about them? Money is a strong motivator, Sarah. It can bring out the strongest of feelings. And now I see you with one of them. I can't believe that you...
She broke off and took a sip of tea.
That I what? What exactly do you think I did other than throw up my stomach lining every 20 minutes?
Darlene's eyes welled with tears.
Sarah, who knows what horrors you suffered as a child? Who knows what buried memories are going to surface and affect your behavior now? Your interpersonal relationships. Well, you can put your mind at ease, Mother. As bad as it wasn't quite there. At least not for me. How do you know? Because I remember now. I remember everything. And sitting here looking at you, I suddenly realized that you've been trying to put little things like that in my head all my life. Why? Were you worried that you and Dad alone wouldn't be enough to make me love you? Do you really think that you had to make sure I was indebted to you as well? That I would be so appreciative even without really knowing what it was really like before?
Her stomach was twisting itself into little painful knots.
It wasn't necessary. I didn't have to be fed with guilt.
Darlene leaned forward and pointed a finger at her daughter.
You were starving. You were a skinny little waif who couldn't see 10 feet in front of your own face and jumped at shadows. You were covered with bruises. You hadn't bathed in weeks. Your clothes were too small and your shoes were 3 sizes too big. We took you into our home, knowing what you came from, and gave you everything we had. But the second your sister, your half-sister, waved a college education under your nose, you dumped us with barely a wave goodbye. And I don't think even you know the price tag that was put on that education, what you were really reduced to.
She stood as she finished her tirade, and Sarah forced strength into her legs to stand with her.
I dumped no one, and you know it. Let me tell you something, Mom.
She barely spat the word out.
I didn't need a motivator. I didn't need the little extras you managed to throw in. You two were enough for me, enough to make me love you. Safety, cleanliness, a home was all I needed. Robin and Maxine are to be admired, revered even, for doing what they've done without having what I had. They made it before they met their husbands, and I think that angers you more than anything. I think the thought that maybe I could have made it too without you makes you uncomfortable and afraid. Afraid that I would figure out I never needed you in the first place. That's absurd. Do you really think so? Or is what's really bothering you the fact that the man in the next room isn't a wholesome, good old American boy next door like Dennis Benson? It was okay that Dennis was married as long as he was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and clean-cut. Is that it?
She stepped a foot closer.
If it is, let me make one thing very clear. I'm an adult. I'm fully capable of making my own decisions, just as you are. Whether I want to date an ex-street hood with jailhouse tattoos or a crown prince with jewels on his head, it shouldn't matter to you. What should matter to you, and what seems never to have mattered, is whether or not I'm happy with the choices I've made.
Darlene held herself stiffly, her frigid stare doing nothing to conceal the heat of fury that seethed in her eyes.
I will not stand here and be spoken to like that by my own daughter.
Sarah pulled herself up to her full height and stared her mother down.
Then kindly leave. Feel free to return when you're ready to apologize for being so rude this morning.
They stared at each other until the older woman finally pressed her lips into a thin line and gave a stiff nod of her head. She retrieved her bag from the table and left the room without any further words being spoken. Chapter 12. Derrick heard everything. He couldn't help but hear. The apartment was a good size, but the hardwood floors and old walls did little to muffle sounds. He stood next to the closet containing the washer and dryer in the hallway and listened to every single word while sincerely trying not to overhear. He had never fooled himself into thinking that most people would accept him with open arms if they knew his past. He had perfected the right accent, the right clothes, the right way to carry himself so that the clientele, even the employees at his hotels, would never suspect his roots, the things he had done, the way he had lived, the raw desperation that had driven every action and reaction for the first 18 years of his life. The knowledge of such prejudice being likely didn't stop the churning of emotions he felt at Darlene Thomas's words. He fought a mixture of pain, anger, shame, things he thought he'd put aside a decade ago. He closed his eyes and with purpose and precision addressed each emotion and fought it back. Losing his cool and transforming into the hood Darlene Thomas accused him of being would do no one any good. His past was forgiven, redeemed. He knew that. It didn't matter what she thought. After the sound of the door slamming finished reverberating through the house, he debated what he should do next. Then he decided that he would let Sarah take that lead. She could either kick him out or fall desperately into his arms. He preferred the latter, but would accept whatever came. He slipped his shirt on and buttoned it as he moved through the house. She sat at the table, facing the door, across from the seat he had occupied mere minutes before. He knew if he touched his cup of coffee that it would still be hot. Yet somehow it felt like a lifetime had passed since he made Sarah laugh. Her face looked even more drawn than it had the previous night, and though tears threatened to spill from her eyes, her cheeks remained dry. He could see the effort she was putting into not crying, not giving in to her emotions. Quietly, he pulled out his chair and sat across from her. "I guess you heard," she said in nearly a whisper. Derrick shrugged. "I didn't try." "I know." She took her glasses off and scrubbed at her cheeks with both hands.
She said terrible things.
She's had a rough time lately. Meeting his eyes, she tilted her head and looked at him quizzically.
How can you hear what she said about you and everyone, and say that so calmly?
Do you remember when we first met? The tinge on her cheeks told him that she remembered more than her shrug did. You really, really didn't like the fact that I was there.
Yeah, I'd had a bad day.
Sarah ran her tongue over her lips nervously.
And you were...
He filled in the blank for her. Crude? She raised her eyes in surprise.
No,
It's okay, Sarah. It's what I lived with until the day I turned 18. I'd walk into a store and the clerks would wait for me to steal something. And the thing is, I was probably there to steal something. I didn't make the changes to my accent and appearance out of any sort of pride. I did it so that no one would suspect who I was, or what I did, or what I might have been willing to do at some desperate moment. The way your mother classified me in her mind, the way you thought of me that first day we met, was something I was used to, and something I even expected. Sarah cleared her throat and stood. With nervous movements, she grabbed her mother's teacup and carried it to the sink.
I walked into that kitchen and was immediately attracted to you, but I knew who you were and where you were from.
Derrick felt his heart rate increase just a little bit. Of all the possible things she could have said, that was absolutely the last thing he expected. He stood and followed her to the sink.
And?
She turned her body toward him, and she could see the tears filling her eyes again.
And my mom made me so afraid.
A tear spilled out of her eye and ran down her cheek.
Afraid that I would become like her, like my real mom. She made it seem like I almost certainly would. So I did everything in my power to prove to her that I was good and perfect and chaste and clean.
Another tear fell, and another, wetting her eyelashes and streaking her cheeks.
And I walked into a kitchen, and here's this tattooed, unmannered, unchurched boy who made my heart go pitter-pat. Being rude was the only way I could battle the fear that everything I'd worked toward really meant absolutely nothing.
A little glimmer of hope sprang from the frantic beating in his chest. Derrick reached forward, wanting to touch her, but afraid to shatter the moment. Instead, he put his hand on the edge of the sink, gripping it, leaning toward her.
You became my adversary,
she admitted.
As long as I didn't like you, and you didn't like me, there was no worry that I could be like her. I never saw the change in you. I never saw Christ enter your life. I never saw the love you had for my family. I never saw your success. I just saw that barefoot tattooed kid in my brother-in-law's kitchen.
Sarah took a step forward so that he just had to let go of the sink for his arm to be around her. He watched as she bowed her head and leaned her forehead against his chest. Certain she would be able to feel the furious pounding of his heart, he slowly brought both arms around her and breathed in deeply, both in an effort to control his heart rate and to smell her hair. She turned her head until her cheek lay against his shirt. He felt her arms go around his torso, and for the first time in his life, felt utter and complete contentment.
I've never treated you well.
Derrick turned his head so that he could lay his cheek against the top of her head.
It's okay. I instigated most of our arguments. I knew your buttons and how to push them.
Sarah pushed far enough away to tilt her head back and meet his eyes.
It doesn't seem fair. If I hadn't been afraid...
Shh. Derrick cut her off and put a hand on her damp cheek.
We have to trust God's timing, which is absolutely perfect.
She stared up at him with warm, wet eyes, and he felt himself drowning in their honey depths. Thoughts fled, and whatever he might have been talking about no longer made sense. It was hard to say which one moved first. Derrick slid his hand from her cheek to the back of her neck about the same time Sarah stood on her toes and wrapped an arm around his neck. Before either one knew the decision had been made, their lips met. Derrick pulled her closer as Sarah stepped closer, and he lost himself in the perfect feel of her against him, of her lips on his. Her body pressed against him felt so wonderful, so right. Her lips moved against his as if they had been designed for him. A buzzing started in his ears. Heat rushed through his body. He wanted to get closer to her, even closer, feel her skin against his. Even as he deepened the kiss, he knew he needed to back off a little bit before he lost control altogether.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Sarah jumped and pushed away from Derrick. She looked scared and horrified and incredibly sexy. He smiled and faced Melissa.
"Good morning."
Melissa stammered and stopped, then took a step backward.
"I heard yelling and came out to see if Sarah was okay."
Her eyes darted between the two of them.
"I'll just go back to bed now."
"No worries. I need to leave anyway." He looked back down at Sarah and ran a finger along her cheek. "When you want to talk, you know where to find me." Sarah licked her lips nervously and nodded.
"Wow!"
Sarah looked at Maxine and took another sip of heavenly vegetable soup. She wiped her lips with a napkin and nodded.
"I know, right? So what are you going to do now?"
Sarah sighed and put her spoon down.
"I don't know. He wasn't coming here to ask me to dinner Friday night. He had a ring in his pocket."
Fighting a surge of panic, Sarah pushed the bowl away and took another sip of water. Maxine leaned across the table and patted her hand.
"It's Derrick, honey. Just talk to him. He's like your brother." "Is that remark designed to make me feel better?"
Maxine laughed.
"I guess not."
She stood and took the bowl to the sink.
"Listen, just go talk to him. Tell him you need time to get your feelings in order, but would be open to dating him." "You're assuming I would be open to dating."
Maxine turned and looked at her.
"Tell me you're not. Be serious."
Sarah felt the heat that tinged her cheeks.
"Maybe I am." "Of course you are."
Her sister came back across the room and knelt by her chair.
"Listen, Derrick has loved you forever. He went to New York to try to forget you, but it didn't do him any good. He loves you like Tony loves Robin, like Barry loves me. But I'm sure he'll be able to tone it down a notch so that you can see if you reciprocate that love. I've never talked to him away from absolutely having to. There was a decade between private conversations. I don't really know how to approach him. He's waited for you forever, honey. His entire life, in fact. I have no earthly idea why you would want to make him keep waiting, but he'll wait as long as you need, I imagine."
She stood and rubbed her hands together.
"In the meantime, we have to finish the final preparations for your 30th birthday party."
She clapped her hands.
"Hey, I know. Let's go look at the hotel ballroom and make the final plans. It's just 4 days away." "I don't know." "Oh, come on. How many times are you going to have your 30th birthday anyway?" "I was doing this without you, but you might want to see what we have planned." "Well..." "And you can talk to Chef Rupert about your vegan cake. You can probably even convince him to let you sample it."
Her stomach rolled. With a hand pressing against it, she shook her head.
Might be a little soon for tasting." "Of course, you're right, but you can still talk to him about it."
Sarah pressed her lips together and fought an internal battle that lasted about 2 seconds. Then she nodded.
"Okay, let me take a shower and get dressed, and I'll go with you."
Maxine clapped her hands.
"Wonderful. I'll call Chef Rupert now and reschedule the meeting I'd set for tomorrow."
Chapter 13. Derrick signed the letter in front of him and set it in his outbox on the corner of his desk for his secretary to mail. As he reached for the next piece of correspondence requiring his attention, his phone beeped.
"Mr. D'Annunzio, Detective Wilson, and Detective Beaumont are here to see you."
With a quick flip through his mind, seeking anything hotel-related that might have recently warranted 2 detectives showing up, he looked at the phone quizzically. Nothing immediately came to mind, so he said, "Please send them right in, Andrea." He stood and walked around his desk as his door opened. The first man who walked through the door wore black jeans, a black leather jacket over a white turtleneck, and boots. He had blonde hair and a face that looked drawn and tired. Derrick guessed he was maybe 50. The man held his hand out and smiled a smile that barely showed teeth and did not reach his eyes. "Mr. D'Annunzio, I'm Jerry Beaumont, Boston PD. This is my partner, Nick Wilson." Derrick shook his hand and turned his attention to the younger man who had just entered his office. He was tall, thin, smooth-shaven, with dark hair and dark eyes. He wore his blue suit well, pairing it off with a white-collared shirt and a maroon tie. Derrick knew good fabric and custom tailoring when he saw it, and filtered his mental database, running through all the Wilsons he knew, stopping at Nicholas Henry Wilson, Sr., sailboat mogul. "Junior?" Wilson's lips thinned before he nodded and held out his hand. "Mr. D'Annunzio?" Something about his eyes tickled Derrick's memory, but he didn't take the time to explore it. After shaking his hand, Derrick said, "Please come in." He gestured to his sitting area. "What can I do for 2 of Boston's finest today?" He took the armchair while the 2 detectives took the couch. Beaumont took the lead. "Mr. D'Annunzio, we're here about Gianni Castoli." Derrick felt his insides go cold, but kept the smile firmly on his face. "I'm sorry?" Wilson spoke.
"I think you heard us."
"I did. I just don't understand. What do you mean?"
There was a time when you worked for Mr. Castoli, is that correct?
Derrick fought the urge to stand and pace. Instead, he leaned back in his chair and folded his hands together. That is correct. While I understand that exemplary wouldn't actually describe my life all those years ago, I'm certain that nothing I did would warrant 2 detectives from our fine city's police force to take time out of what must be a busy day to come talk to me.
I wouldn't be so sure.
This time, Beaumont showed some teeth.
We'd like to discuss in detail some of those things you might have done.
To what end?
Justice, Mr. D'Annunzio.
Derrick raised an eyebrow. While I'd guessed that any of my petty activities would be cleared by statutes of limitations at this point, I'm actually quite certain that I don't have to discuss any activities that took place prior to my 18th birthday. Wilson pulled a notebook out of his pocket. There is no statute of limitations on murder, Mr. D'Annunzio. His stomach twisted into a painful knot.
Murder?
Yes.
Whose murder? We recently discovered the remains of James Castoli, Gianni Castoli's son.
What?
The word came out on a breath, barely a whisper. He had been missing for 10 years, as far as our forensic pathologists can determine. He's been dead for that long, too.
I don't understand. Why are you talking to me? I didn't even know he was missing. Wilson said, You were the last person to be seen talking to him when he was still alive. Memory started crashing in. Cold, hunger, desperation, hopelessness, prejudice, cops always looking his way. Derrick closed his eyes and took a deep breath, praying for the memories to be held at bay for just a moment, just long enough to get through this interview. He opened them again and spoke very carefully. If you will give me a moment, gentlemen, I'm afraid I need to call my lawyer.
Beaumont said, In my world, innocent people don't need an attorney, Mr. D'Annunzio.
Coming from my old world, Detective Beaumont, no one is really all that innocent, are they? Sarah pulled on the hem of her shirt as she got out of her car. She handed her keys to the valet attendant on duty and walked through the big circular doors into the grand luxury that was the lobby of the Viscoli Hotel, Boston. She couldn't help but feel pride at Tony for creating this beautiful environment and at Derrick for running it. It wasn't easy, his job, and she admired what he was able to do. She nodded to the desk clerk, someone who had worked there for years and knew Sarah by sight, then went down a hidden corridor behind the front desk and into the administrative section of the hotel. She passed the event coordinator's office, the assistant manager's office, the housekeeping manager's office, and finally came to the end of the corridor. Double doors led into Derrick's outer office. She tugged at her shirt one more time before opening the doors. She stepped in and nodded to the secretary.
Hi, Andrea. How are you? Why, Sarah, what a surprise.
In a way, she'd hoped that the secretary would jump up and claim that Derrick had been waiting for her to come and that no matter what he was in the middle of, he was to be interrupted whenever Sarah showed up. She was amused at her own flight of fancy and smiled.
Is Derrick in? I'd like to see him.
He is, but in a meeting just this second. The doors behind Sarah slammed open. She jumped and looked behind her, surprised to see Barry storming in. He stopped short when he saw her. Sarah, what are you doing here? Sarah opened her mouth, then shut it, confused by the aggressiveness emanating from the big guy in front of her.
I was just here to see Derrick.
He nodded and pulled the vibrating phone out of the front pocket of his suit. Now's not a great time. He read whatever was on his screen, pushed a series of buttons, and then pocketed the phone.
I'm not sure
The doors slammed open again, and Tony rushed in. Have you been in yet? He directed his attention to Barry, and Barry only. I just got here. Barry gestured at Sarah. Tony looked at her with a harshness in his eyes she didn't really understand. Sarah started to get a little bit worried about what was going on. Hi, she said, stepping forward for Tony's customary cheek kiss and hug. Instead, he gripped her shoulders and looked down at her. Now's not a good time, he said, parroting Barry's words. Best go on home.
Tony,
He shook his head once, sharply, silencing anything else she was about to say. He squeezed her shoulders and released her. Let's go in, he said to Barry. He looked back at Sarah. Go, I'm sure Derrick will call you when he's free to talk. As the door to Derrick's office opened, she looked in and saw Derrick seated in a wing-backed leather chair, his fingers steepled in front of his face, his eyes closed. One man sat on a sofa near him, and another man, a younger man whom Sarah almost recognized, stood behind Derrick's chair, scowling at Tony and Barry as they entered the office. As the door shut, Sarah saw Derrick's eyes open. He looked around Barry and saw her standing there. A look of deep surprise passed over his face before he could school his features. He stood and shook Barry's hand, then turned his back to the door as it shut all the way. Sarah huffed out a breath and turned to look at the secretary. "Well," Andrea grimaced and picked up a pen. "Would you like for me to leave a message?" Sarah looked at the seats against the wall, then looked at her. "You know what?" she said. "I think I'll just wait here. I really have no idea how long they'll be." Sarah smiled. "That's okay. I'm off today." She sat down in a cloth-covered chair and picked up the news magazine that sat on the table next to her. She noticed Tony on the cover and slowly flipped through the pages until she found the lengthy article about her brother-in-law. Absently, she wondered if she would learn anything new about him. "This is absurd," Tony said. "Derrick never killed anyone." "You can't know that, Mr. Viscoli." Tony gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Want to bet?" Barry stepped between the two men. "Okay, tell me what you want us to do." Detective Wilson hung up his phone. "We'd like to take Mr. D'Annunzio down to the station and question him." "Out of the question," Tony said. Barry glared Tony quiet before turning his attention back to the detective. "Are you placing him under arrest?" "Not at this time, but get Mr. Viscoli under control or I'll arrest him for obstruction." Tony shoved his hands in his pockets and whipped around toward Derrick. "Hai ucciso quest'uomo." Derrick smiled, torn between trying to decide if he was more amused at the fact that Tony asked if he'd killed the man or if he asked the question in Italian. Derrick didn't speak Italian very well at all, and it amazed him that he even understood the question. "No." Tony whirled back around. "There, asked and answered. You don't need to question him any further." Detective Beaumont barked a short laugh. "As much as we appreciate your assistance, Mr. Viscoli, we need to conduct our interview in a little more formal surroundings." He looked at Derrick. "Are you willing to go with us voluntarily?" Barry answered, "We'll go in our own transportation and meet you there." Beaumont clenched his jaw but nodded. "Very well, but leave that one here." He pointed at Tony. "He won't help matters." With a nod, Barry watched the two detectives leave. As soon as the door was shut, he looked at Derrick. "Tell me everything they said to you." Derrick surged to his feet, free to show agitation now. "They didn't say anything except that I was the last person to be seen with him." "Him who?" "James Castoli." He swiveled his head and looked at Tony. "Gianni Castoli's son." Tony whistled under his breath. "Heavy players." "Yeah." Barry asked him another question. "When did you last see him?" Derrick scrubbed his face with his hands and paced around the office. "The night before I left." Barry pulled out his phone and typed in some notes. "What were the circumstances of that meeting?" Derrick shoved his hands into his pockets and pivoted on his heel so that he could face Barry. "He said he'd kill me if I didn't do something for him." "What something?" "Run some drugs from the Cape to the city." Barry raised an eyebrow. "So what did you do?" "I agreed to the deal. Then I took the money he fronted me and put it in an envelope with a note that gave him some crude instructions about what he could do with the money. I left it on his doorstep and took the Charlie to this building." "What did the note say exactly? Did you threaten him?" "I don't remember, Barry. It's been 10 years. I don't think I threatened him out of context." Barry nodded. "Then what?" "Then I spent the night out by the dumpsters, and when Tony arrived, I waited an hour before I got up the courage to head to his office." "You talked to anyone in that time? Anyone see you?" "Nah, I was good at not being seen." "Do you have any idea who might have killed James?" Derrick frowned. "I didn't even know he was missing, but I've had time to think since the cops got here this morning. The truth is, the list of people who wanted him dead would be a very long list." Barry sighed and put the phone back in his pocket. "Right. To the best of your recollection, did you ever threaten him?" "I don't remember ever seriously threatening him. His father could have made me disappear after all." Barry nodded. His eyes reassured the younger man, and his confidence bolstered him even more. "Okay, we're going to go talk to them. Try not to lose your temper. And if I tell you to stop talking, bite your tongue off if you have to, but do not say another word." Derrick nodded and walked over to his desk where he got his suit coat and slipped it on. "Anything else?" "Just tell the truth." Barry stepped in front of him, making him stop his forward motion. "All of the truth, about everything, Derrick. Don't let a question about illegal activity or interpersonal relationships make you feel like you need to lie. If this is a murder investigation, they're not going to care about a VCR combo you stole and fenced a decade ago." Tony interjected. "Remember something else. You were forgiven for all that. Remember that you serve a higher calling, and truth and justice are in His very nature." Derrick clenched his teeth and gave a curt nod of his head. He started from the room and paused by Tony. "I'll be back soon." Tony grabbed him and enveloped him in a hug. "I'll be here if you need me, brother." Derrick pounded his fists on Tony's back. "I know." He let Barry open the office doors and preceded him from the office, stopping short when he saw Sarah still sitting in a chair outside. "What are you still doing here?" Sarah stood. Derrick felt his stomach muscles clench painfully. "You said that I knew where to find you when I wanted to talk." Barry and Tony stared at Sarah through narrowed eyes, their faces full of suspicion. She supposed she deserved that from these men. They had probably never heard her utter a kind word to Derrick D'Annunzio in living memory. Rubbing the back of his neck, Derrick released a breath and closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, Sarah was looking at him, then Barry, then back to him with a worried look on her face. "Listen, sweetheart," he said. He paused as if waiting for her to object to the nickname, but she didn't. So he continued. "I have to go to the police station and make a statement." "The police?" Sarah stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "What's going on?" "I don't know everything yet. Can I maybe call you when I get back?" He cupped her cheek and stared down at her. "Is that okay?" The shock Barry and Tony wore on their faces, watching Derrick's intimate touch and Sarah's loving reaction to it, could not have looked starker. The men glanced from the scene unfolding before them, then to each other, silently asking if either knew about any of this, then back again. Sarah searched Derrick's eyes, then nodded. "Yeah, okay, I'll wait to hear from you." Derrick pulled her forward and kissed her forehead. He closed his eyes and inhaled the sweet smell of her hair, then released her. He looked deeply into her eyes one more time, then let Barry lead the way out of the inner office and down the long corridor to the hotel lobby. He looked back briefly, his gaze taking in the details of this ship he captained that sailed so very smoothly before exiting the building and sliding into the waiting car. He barely heard Barry give the driver directions of where to go. Instead, he closed his eyes and prayed. And prayed. Chapter 14. Sarah followed Tony out of Derrick's office. She ignored his bid that she go home and instead stayed close on his heels. "I'm not going anywhere, Tony, until you tell me what's going on." In the elevator that took them straight up to the top floor, Tony turned to look at her. The intensity in his eyes and the aggressiveness of his stance made her more scared than anything else. Not scared. She'd never be afraid of Tony. But worried. Worried about what Derrick had to do at the police station. "Why do you care?" Tony asked, surprising her. You what? You don't like Derrick. You've always made that perfectly clear. So why are you following me instead of listening to me?" Sarah opened and closed her mouth as she tried to form the words to explain why she cared. Her heart felt like it swelled inside of her chest and then burst, sending a deluge of emotions throughout her entire body. Tears suddenly burned the back of her throat, and she swallowed several times trying to work through the feelings to find her voice again. "Because I love him," she whispered. She loved him? She loved Derrick? The more she questioned why she said that, the more her heart and soul told her that yes, she very much loved him. Tony cocked his head and stared at her for a long time. Finally, he nodded. "Very well, then," he said. Derrick's being questioned about the murder of an old colleague. All of those emotions that were trying to overwhelm her froze. She felt like her throat was closing in on her. Shaking her head to make sense of his words, she grabbed his arm. "Murder? That's insane." "I know." "Barry needs to fix this." "I know." "Tony, you have to do something." "I know." The elevator stopped and Tony stormed off, acknowledging the greeting by the receptionist with a wave of his hand. Sarah followed closely on his heels all the way to his office, where he waited for her to enter before slamming the door. He ripped his suit jacket off and loosened his tie on the way to his desk. It shocked Sarah. She'd never seen Tony with even his top button unfastened. He always looked like he was about to take to the runway of a modeling show for upwardly mobile young professionals. Sarah took the seat in front of his desk and pulled her cell phone out of her pocket. She flipped it open to the keypad and sent a quick text to her sisters. "Come to the hotel. Derrick's in trouble." She listened as Tony called Barry's office. "Elizabeth, this is Tony. Tell me who the best criminal defense attorney in the state is, then have him call me." Sarah took her glasses off and leaned back in her chair. She rubbed her eyes and fielded return texts from her sisters while Tony continued. "He already had you call him? Great. Good, thanks." Tony slammed the phone down and looked at her. "I don't like not being able to do anything," Sarah shut her phone and nodded.
Me either.
He stood suddenly and moved around the desk to sit next to her.
So let's do something. Help me pray.
He took her hands and bowed his head, and she followed his lead. Derrick sat at the metal table next to Barry and repeated his story for the third time. When he was done, he leaned back in the metal chair and waited. Do you remember what the note said? Wilson asked. With a sigh, Derrick rubbed the back of his neck.
No, I don't remember. I wasn't...
He cleared his throat, uncomfortable.
I wasn't exactly sober at the time.
Beaumont reached into a box next to him and pulled out a plastic bag that contained a piece of paper. He laid the bag in front of Derrick.
Does this look familiar?
He picked it up and looked at it. Notebook paper, like one might find in any school kid's desk, was wrinkled and torn. But the bold, sloppy handwriting in black marker could still clearly be made out. You threatened me for the last time. Take your money and choke on it. D.D.
Yeah, that's the note. How do you have this?
Wilson spoke.
We found it in the bag of money.
Where? Beaumont answered. Shoved down James Castoli's throat. He was asphyxiated with it. The breath sucked out of Derrick's body.
What?
One might say he choked on his money.
Wait.
Where were you 10 years ago on the night of January 11th? Derrick lowered his head and rubbed the back of his neck.
I told you, I spent the night next to the dumpsters outside of the Viscoli Hotel.
You're telling me that you spent the night outside in January? Barry interjected. That's what he's told you 3 times, gentlemen. Derrick held up his hand and smiled.
You think that was the first time I had to sleep near a dumpster in the winter? That isn't answering my question.
Wilson opened a file in front of him and pulled out a picture the size of a sheet of paper. He slid it across the table to Derrick. A skeleton lay folded inside of a wall. Some clothes still remained on the body. Derrick recognized the leather bag slung over the shoulder. He wasn't going to play stupid.
Where did you find him?
In the basement of the building where you had your old apartment. Jake's bar. Demolition crews uncovered it 3 days ago. Derrick looked at the skeleton, ever thankful Tony had provided a way out of that life for him, a way to avoid a death similar to what he beheld.
I don't know how he got there, but it wasn't my doing.
A rapping sound came from the mirrored glass. Detective Wilson stood and went to the door. He opened the door a crack, then slipped out. Curious, Derrick watched Beaumont file the picture and the letter away. He put the lid on the box and slid the box down the table out of reach. Let's go back to this meeting with Tony Viscoli. Barry answered, That's not relevant to this conversation. I think it is. I don't see how. Beaumont opened his mouth to speak again, but the door opening interrupted him. A small man with a balding head and a bulging briefcase tumbled into the room. We're done here, gentlemen, he said in a voice that sounded like a radio announcer. Barry stood and held out his hand. Clifford, thank you for coming. Clifford shook Barry's hand, then took a handkerchief out of his pocket and wiped his sweating head. You should have waited until I got here, before any questions were asked or answered. Well, water under the bridge. Let's go, Mr. D'Annunzio. Beaumont stood. Cliff, I haven't finished questioning my suspect. Are you arresting him? Not yet. Then you're finished. He put a hand on the back of Derrick's chair and pulled it back as Derrick stood, following Barry's silent nod of assent. If you decide to arrest him, contact my office, and we'll make arrangements for my client to turn himself in. Make a spectacle of the arrest, and I will make you experience lasting regret. I hope you hear me. Derrick followed Barry and Clifford through the police station to the bright lights of the afternoon outside. Clifford turned to Derrick as soon as they were on the sidewalk. He held out his hand. I'm Clifford Lowry. Barry's office called me.
Nice to meet you, Derrick D'Annunzio.
Yes, let's go to my office and go over this, shall we? He turned to Barry. I know you're friends. I don't need you, but I'll understand if you want to be there. Tony's coming, too. Mr. Viscoli is already there. Apparently, there are some women there, too. These friends of yours, do they grasp the concept of attorney-client privilege? Barry chuckled. We'll do whatever you need us to, Cliff. I'm really glad you're on this. You won't be glad to get my bill. My secretary's bringing lunch in. Viscoli's buying, so I went all out. We need to get a lot done before dinner. Despite the circumstances, Derrick felt light. He thought maybe everything was under control. He thought maybe God was going to use this for some good. Lunch? He said. Good. I'm starving. Sarah sat next to Derrick at the big conference table in the middle of the 12th floor of the Lowry, Beecham, and Parkinson law firm. He looked exactly the same as he had looked 4 hours ago. Somehow, she expected him to come back weary and worn. She pushed her salad around on her plate, but had no appetite to eat. No one else in her family did either. Robin and Maxine had come as soon as they received Sarah's texts, and with Tony they all congregated at Clifford's office and waited for his arrival.
"I can't comprehend why anyone would think you would do this,"
Sarah said to Derrick. Clifford shut the file he had in his hand and replied, "They have evidence, mounds of it." A surge of angry heat went through Sarah's chest.
"I know he couldn't have."
With a flighty flip of his hand, Clifford said, "Love and sunshine and butterflies, all that isn't going to mean anything in a court of law. The fact is that they have enough of a case that a law student could get him convicted." Sarah gasped.
"How is that even possible?"
"Obviously someone set me up," Derrick said.
"Who would do that?"
Sarah asked. Tony answered from the head of the table. "Sarah, I love your sheltered innocence." Sarah bit her tongue to keep from countering with a sarcastic, angry retort. She felt her cheeks burn with embarrassed hurt, while Tony directed his attention explicitly upon Derrick. "What can you remember about competition? Any personal enemies of yours? Any grudges?" Derrick rubbed the back of his neck. "Nothing specifically bad is really standing out. I mean, before today, if you'd asked me, I would have said James Castoli. But other than him..." The way Derrick paused made Sarah think there might be something occurring to him.
"What?"
she asked, reaching over and touching his hand.
"What is it?"
"Well, maybe Gianni Castoli." Sarah wrinkled her brow in confusion.
"Isn't that his dad?"
"Yeah." Derrick turned his hand so that their palms touched. "Not a nice guy." "No," Tony agreed. "Not a nice guy. You think he's capable?" "Of killing his son? Maybe. I overheard an argument they had once. If I were his son, I think I would have believed he could kill me at that moment." Clifford interjected. "And you crossed Gianni?" With a shrug, Derrick wrapped his uneaten sandwich in its original wrapper. "Sure, I refused to go pick up a drug shipment. Then I disappeared." Sarah looked at Derrick.
"I thought James asked you to do the drug run thing."
Derrick smiled at her. "James told me to do it."
"So James was working for Gianni?"
"Everyone was working for Gianni." Clifford nodded. "Ah, okay." Tony spoke. "And in that type of environment, it's logical to assume that no one would do something as extreme as kill Gianni Castoli's son without his permission." "Well, he might have been killed, but it would have been very public, a statement." "We also have to consider something else," Derrick said. Sarah watched his face change with an almost excited expression. "I might have been able to kill James and run away, but I couldn't have killed James by shoving a bag of money down his throat, not alone. That would have taken a couple of people helping me, then putting him in the wall and closing the wall back up. All the people I knew on that street, all my acquaintances and supposed friends, would never have had the courage to not only do that, but to stay around after. It's all about survival out there, and Gianni Castoli offered survival. At a cost to your soul, yes, but survival nonetheless." "So we assume that this Gianni Castoli guy killed his own son?" Sarah felt a wave of helplessness. "If he's who you say he is, then there's no way we can do that, is there? In fact, he's sure to have witnesses to say you did it." She laced her fingers with Derrick's. "So what do we do about that?" Derrick turned his body so that he could face her directly. "We trust God. We stay faithful and strong and trust Him. What will happen, and we'll be able to get through it because that's what we do." Emotion clutched Sarah's throat. "I don't like this." With a squeeze of her hand, Derrick turned back to the table and reopened his sandwich. "Join the club," he said with a laugh, and took a hefty bite. Chapter 15. Sarah rushed to the door when she heard the powerful engine of the Mustang as Derrick's car pulled into her driveway. She opened the door and saw Derrick coming up her walk. He had changed into khaki pants and a dark blue cable-knit sweater. He looked up and smiled when he met her eyes. He held up some plastic bags. "I brought dinner," he said. "I didn't think either one of us would be up to going anywhere." Guessing how grueling his day must have been, Sarah smiled and held the door wider. "It will be nice not to be interrupted every 15 minutes by a waiter, too." As Derrick brushed by her, she caught a whiff of his aftershave. He smelled very masculine to her, something she had never noticed before. Then she smelled rice and vegetables and felt her stomach rumble. She knew it was pushing 9 o'clock and long hours had passed since the lunch she couldn't stomach in Clifford's conference room. She followed Derrick into her kitchen and headed straight for a cupboard to get plates while he unpacked what looked like takeout from her favorite Japanese restaurant. Any news? Derrick's hands paused briefly before he shrugged and continued to remove cartons of sushi and rice.
Clifford expects a warrant will be issued for my arrest.
Sarah's heart gave a nervous flutter, and she felt tears sting the back of her throat.
I don't understand how this can be happening.
When Derrick took the plates from her hands, he purposefully brushed the palms of his hands over the tops of hers. It's okay. With her hands free, Sarah slipped her fingers under her glasses and pressed them to her closed eyes, battling back the tears.
It's not okay. You couldn't have done this.
You know, less than a week ago, you would have helped Beaumont throw me under the bus, then brushed your hands off and walked away. Pressing her lips together because she knew that her attitude and behavior toward him would have led him to believe such a terrible thing, Sarah went to the refrigerator and pulled out 2 bottles of water.
I'd like to think that I would have at least trusted Tony's judgment if nothing else, she said. I know I treated you terribly, but I never thought you were a bad person, not once.
Derrick held her chair for her. It's okay, sweetheart, I know.
Don't.
She started to give her typical reply to his calling her sweetheart, but she couldn't make her mouth form the words. With her brow knit in confusion, she sat down and set a napkin on her lap. She waited for Derrick to sit, then held her hand out to him, knowing that he would want to bless the meal. He took her hand, the rough calluses formed by rock climbing scraping against her smooth skin. She bowed her head and listened to his petition for God to bless the food they were about to receive, and chorused his amen when he was done. Don't? He prompted as he dished sushi onto his plate and started smearing it with wasabi. Sarah cleared her throat.
Nothing.
I see. He smiled as he popped a sushi roll into his mouth and chewed. Sarah busied herself with fresh ginger and began eating. The more she ate, the hungrier she became. Soon the 2 of them cleared the boxes and bags, leaving behind a wasteland of empty containers and used chopsticks. They filled the mealtime with conversations about their nieces and nephews. Sarah's sisters and their husbands had spent many weekends in New York for various reasons over the years, and Tony considered him as much a brother as he considered Barry a brother. Their children had always known Derrick as their Uncle D. Once the meal was finished and the bags and boxes disposed of, together they moved from the kitchen into the living room. Sarah sat in the armchair while Derrick sat close to her on the couch. Tired of safe conversations, Sarah broached the subject that still hung in the air between them.
What will you do if you get arrested?
Derrick leaned back against the cushions and hooked an ankle over his knee. Pay a hefty fee to Clifford, I imagine.
How can you be so nonchalant about it? Sarah said. Your whole life hangs in the balance here.
No. Derrick leaned forward and laced his fingers, resting his elbows on his knees.
My whole life is centered on God's love for me, on the feelings you have for me that you're still trying to figure out, and my place in this family.
These charges, which will likely come sometime in the next 24 hours, are nothing more than my past trying to bring us down. Sarah leaned forward too, and surprised herself by sandwiching Derrick's hands with her own. The backs of his hands felt warm against her palms. He looked at their joined hands, then raised his head to meet her eyes.
Sarah, I just want to say something. All I can think is how thankful I am that you remembered what you remembered, that I was there with you when it happened, and that while praying, I accidentally let you know what my feelings for you are. I'm thankful that God provided us with the opportunity to spend some non-hostile time together before I faced this.
He cleared his throat and Sarah squeezed his hands in encouragement as she felt a tear slide down her cheek. He continued, I'm going to need this evening. This will get me through it. Whatever it is, I can face it. Your friendship... Sarah licked her lips and raised a trembling hand to Derrick's cheek.
Derrick,
The opening of the door cut off whatever she'd started to say. Melissa came in but stopped when she saw them.
We need to stop meeting like this,
she said to Derrick. He laughed and stood. Melissa. She waved a hand.
I'm only here to get my security badge. I left it on top of my dresser.
She rushed from the room and Sarah sighed and leaned back in the chair, rubbing her forehead. What had she been about to say? She couldn't even think. Melissa came back very quickly, holding a lanyard that clipped together her hospital identification.
Just pretend I was never here,
she said with a wave. Derrick shoved his hands in his pockets and looked down at Sarah. Listen, I should go. Tomorrow will prove to be a long day.
Derrick, wait.
She stood quickly, panicked. He put his hands on her shoulders and shushed her. Listen to me. Don't feel rushed or pressured. I need you to just relax and let this out of your mind for a while. He squeezed her shoulders and stepped backward.
Thank you for allowing me to bring you dinner. I just want to spend time with you. She rushed out. He smiled and cupped her cheek with his hand, sending little excited flutters through her heart. There will be time, I promise. His gaze held hers for several heartbeats. Before he turned and left the house, he gave her a quick peck on her forehead. Sarah stood next to her friends in the atrium of her family's church. She made small talk with some friends while people came and went, going to their respective classes for the midweek services. She held her Bible in one hand and her cell phone in the other. While she tried to pay attention to the conversation, she felt focused instead on waiting for the phone to ring. The last 24 hours had dragged on, while everyone just kind of collectively held their breath and waited. But nothing happened. Sarah had started to think that nothing would ever happen, that Tuesday had just been a bad dream. A hand on her elbow made her turn from her friends and face her pastor, Norman Bishop. Pastor, she said with a smile, good to see you. We missed you Sunday, Sarah. I know. I caught a bug that was going around the hospital. That's what your mother said. He nodded his head in the direction over her right shoulder, and Sarah turned slightly to see her mother join them. Mother. Sarah. The pursed lips showed that nothing had been forgiven or forgotten. Sarah felt only a small amount of remorse. I just wanted to tell you, the pastor continued, that Jean and I are looking forward to Friday night. It isn't often that we get to attend a function at the Viscoli's grand ballroom. Friday? She felt her brow wrinkle in confusion. Your birthday party. She gasped as she remembered. I'm sorry, that kind of snuck up on me. With everything that's happened in the last few weeks, time has just flown. He put a comforting hand on her shoulder. You and your mom have remained in our prayers. I know your father's passing was hard on you both. Hot tears stung her eyes as a flash of pain cut at her chest. It isn't real yet. No. Her mother cleared her throat and Norman looked at her. Will we see you there as well? I'm afraid not. Darlene adjusted the collar of her coat. I don't enjoy driving in the city for any reason. Feeling a bit like a chided child, Sarah stepped out of character and said boldly, I've taken care of that, Mother. I have a car picking you up at 7. She knew her mother would be trapped by the presence of the pastor and her insistence on etiquette and manners. Her response did not surprise Sarah, but it pleased her. Very well, then. I guess you will be seeing me. She brushed at the tips of her bangs with the edge of her fingers. If you'll excuse me, I'll get to my class. As her mother turned away, Norman spoke again. Is everything okay here? Sarah waved a hand, but had to clear her throat around threatening tears. Not necessarily. She surprised herself with her honesty. We're at a bit of an impasse right now. He squeezed her shoulder again and said, I will pray that you two are able to mend things soon. As he removed his hand, his attention was once again behind her. Hello there. Sarah smelled him before she felt his hand on the small of her back. Suddenly feeling a huge weight of doom lifting from her shoulders, she turned her head and smiled at Derrick. Hi. She felt her face light up, felt the silly grin covering it, but was too happy to see him to pretend otherwise. Pastor, this is my friend Derrick. Derrick, Pastor Norman Bishop. Derrick held out his hand and shook the pastor's. It's nice to meet you. You as well. Is this your first time here? It is. The times I've had the luxury of worshiping with Sarah, she's met me at my church downtown. Oh? Yes, Boston Central Bible, BCB. That's an amazing church. It does wonderful things for the disadvantaged in the area. That is our focus. Well, we're happy to have you here tonight. The pastor looked at his watch. Excuse me, I need to get to my classroom. Sarah turned and faced Derrick fully. I'm so happy to see you. He smiled and put a hand on her arm, then ran it down the length of her arm, squeezing her fingers before relinquishing the touch. Sarah immediately felt comforted, calm and steady. So far, everything today has been normal. He gestured at her nursing uniform. I see you work today. Yes, I had a 6 to 6 shift, so I just came straight here. She tilted her head to look at him. I left you a message at work when I got off. I know. I've been in meetings all day, trying to prep the staff for my... He paused and clenched his teeth. My absence, without really letting them know there will be one. Derrick. Sarah, it's okay. It's more important that I plan than ignore. She paused and licked her lips. She wanted to tell him that she loved him. She needed to tell him that she loved him. But she didn't need him to hear it standing in the lobby of her church. I wish we knew what will happen. Derrick smiled and reached for her hand. This time he did not let it go. I have been doing a lot of reading in Psalms. It's amazing how much comfort can be garnered by reading the words of a man being pursued and persecuted.
Here is one I've committed to memory to sustain me through this trial. The Lord is my strength and my shield. My heart trusted in him, and I am helped. Therefore my heart greatly rejoices, and with my song I will praise him. He squeezed her hand, and she felt the reassurance all the way up her arm. I'm here to praise him, and I would really enjoy doing it with your hand in mine. Sarah felt lighter, calmer, less burdened. She nodded and righted her glasses on her nose with her free hand. I'd like that very much. As they turned for her to lead him to her class, she caught a glance of her mother, who stared at her with such firm disapproval that Sarah could almost hear the look. She resisted the childish urge to stick her tongue out at her mother, and instead looked up at Derrick and smiled. Chapter 16. As the last notes of the birthday song died down and applause erupted, Sarah blew out all 30 candles on the 3-tiered cake and accepted the kiss on each cheek from her sisters. The smile on her face was strained enough that her muscles started to hurt, but she kept it plastered on because she didn't want anyone in her family to think she wasn't having the time of her life. Derrick wasn't there. Minutes had clicked into hours, and hours had clicked into days, and still no word from the police. The last time she'd talked to Derrick, he'd been prepping for a morning meeting, but assured her that he would see her there at the hotel for the party. But the party had been in full swing for an hour, and still nothing. She laughed and cut cake and fought back the tears that threatened to mar the makeup Maxine had coated on her face. What if they'd arrested him, and everyone was trying to protect her so that she'd enjoy her party? Worse yet, what if they'd arrested him and he hadn't made his phone call yet? So everyone was here yucking it up while he sat in central holding, or whatever they called it. She rubbed her hands on the shiny material of her dress and nodded a hello to a nurse friend. She wore a dress the color of tarnished bronze that fit tight and showed off her small frame. The sleeves hugged her arms to her wrists, the hem stopped just at her knees, and the neck scooped a little lower than normal. She had to resist the urge to tug at it. Around her neck she wore a choker of hammered gold, her birthday gift from Robin, and her hair was bundled loosely on top of her head, allowing curly strands to fall and wisp along her neck. "Do you want some cake?" Maxine asked, holding out a plate with a thin slice on it. Sarah shook her head. "Not really." "It's vegan." She smiled and handed it to a guest just before she picked up another plate. "No dairy products at all, not even eggs. Though how the chef did it is beyond me." Sarah took the plate because she felt like it would be rude not to. "You'll have to get the recipe," she said, forcing the fork to her mouth and taking a small bite. She gestured at the table loaded with gifts. "What do I do with those?" Maxine laughed and slung an arm around her shoulders. Her sister, as always, looked stunning in a jade green sheath. A jade necklace and bracelet complemented the dress, and her hair swung unbound to her shoulders. "Open them." "Do I have to do it here?" The thought terrified her. Being the center of attention for just blowing out the candles was hard. Spending the time it would take to open the presents was too much. "I thought the invitation said no gifts." "No, you don't. And yes, they did. But people are going to bring gifts anyway." She stopped to hand out more cake. "Tell you what, I'll have the driver load them into the car, and you can come out to Robin's tomorrow right after breakfast. The twins are spending the night there, and the kids can help you open all of them. It will make up for the fit they all threw about not being able to come tonight. Barry and I will probably sleep there too, and that way we can see all your loot." Maybe she'd feel more jovial in the morning. "That sounds like a good idea." She set the half-eaten cake on the corner of the table. "I think I'll go out onto the patio for a while. I'll be back." Maxine put both hands on her shoulders and stared at her face. "You okay, kiddo?" "I'm fine," she said with a forced smile. "I'm just not used to all this attention." Maxine shook her head. "No, that's not it. It's Derrick. I know that the stress must be terrible on you and him. But we'll just trust God that this will all work to his glory. Other than that, it's out of our control." Sarah's breath hitched and she bit the inside of her lip. "Okay. Thank you." Taking another deep breath, she said, "I love the party, Maxie. It's exactly what I wanted. I can't believe you even flew family members out, and I'm completely touched. I'm just a little off tonight. Just let me get some air and I'll feel better." Maxine hugged her and handed her a glass of punch. "Here, go sit outside, drink this, get some air, and come back ready to dance." Her laugh was real this time. "I will, I promise." It took her 10 minutes to get to the doors of the patio. She had to stop and speak with everyone in her path, and by the time she made it to the doors, she felt desperate just to get out of the room. Outdoor heaters surrounded the patio, beating back the cold of the night. Even so, chilly air formed goosebumps on her arms, but she had no desire to go back inside to get her wrap. Instead, she wrapped her arms around herself.
Looks like a good turnout.
Sarah whipped around to see her mother standing near the patio door, dressed in a beautiful satin gown the color of rich wine.
Mom.
Her mother pursed her lips.
I'm surprised you're still willing to call me that.
Sarah stepped forward but didn't reach out.
Of course I'm willing to call you that. That's exactly who you are. I haven't been a good one. What?
Sarah reached out this time and hugged her mom, her eyes filling with tears.
Mom, don't say that. I love you. I've missed you so much. I've missed you too.
Her mom hugged her, then stepped back and gestured to a stone bench. They sat facing each other, knees touching.
I know you were angry with me for putting your father in the home. I'm afraid that my defenses pushed you away rather than argue with you about it. You took his death so hard that I was worried about you. And when you didn't come to church that Sunday, when I walked into your house, I immediately thought the very worst of you and your friend. Instead of graciously admitting that I made a mistake, I made it all worse.
She reached out and took Sarah's hand.
I love you, Sarah, and I'm sorry about the last year. The worse about everything I felt, the worse I treated you. I'm lucky I didn't lose you. You didn't lose me.
Sarah squeezed her mother's hand.
I'm so happy you're here. I'd like to speak to your young friend. I owe him an apology, too.
Sarah licked her lips.
He's not here right now.
Darlene cocked her head, waiting for more, but Sarah said nothing else.
I see. I was under the impression that you two were close. We are. We want to be.
Sarah huffed out a breath.
I love him. Considering he was at your apartment to propose, I'm sure that makes him very happy. Well, I haven't told him yet. Why? Because...
Pulling her hand from her mother's, Sarah stood.
There's this thing that has been kind of getting in the way. There you are.
Sarah spun around and saw Derrick coming out the patio doors. He looked amazing in his black tuxedo and stark white shirt. I looked inside for you and couldn't find you. I figured you came out here for some air. Sarah rushed to him and threw her arms around his neck.
I was so worried.
Derrick laughed. I had a meeting across town. Coming back, a massive wreck had me stuck for over an hour. I walked into the hotel and into a major crisis that dominoed into another crisis. I kept thinking it would just be a moment longer, or I would have contacted you. Sarah stepped back and gestured nervously toward her mother, who had stood.
My mom came too.
Derrick smiled and held out his hand.
Mrs. Thomas, it's good to see you again.
This time, Darlene took his hand warmly with both of hers.
It's good to see you again too, Derrick. I was just telling my daughter that I'd hoped we had a chance to speak.
Of course.
I just wanted to apologize for mistreating you and for anything I said that hurt you.
Derrick nodded.
I accept your apology. Thank you. He held out an arm. May I escort you two beautiful women into the party?
Darlene touched his arm but did not take it.
Why don't you two take another few minutes alone? I can see my brother right inside the patio doors. I think I'll join him.
She turned to Sarah and put her hands on Sarah's arms.
Happy birthday, my darling daughter. Thank you, Mom.
Sarah felt herself relax completely. Her smile beamed across her face, and her heart felt light for the first time in days. Derrick put his arm across her shoulders and hugged her to him. He smelled nice, she thought, masculine and clean. I hate that I missed you blowing out all 30 of your candles, he said.
Nice, she teased. Rub it in, young man.
It's just that 30 is so far off from me. Sarah laughed and playfully jabbed him in the ribs.
I sometimes forget I'm 2 years older than you.
I'll make sure to keep reminding you, old lady.
Har.
Derrick hugged her tight to him before he released her and stepped away. He reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a long box.
Happy birthday, Sarah. Sarah gasped and started to reach for the box, but then pulled her hand back.
Derrick smiled.
Go ahead, open it, he said.
This time, when she reached out, she took the box. With hands that shook a little, she opened the lid. There, nestled in a bed of velvet, lay a stunning bracelet. Rectangular-cut topaz stones, the color of rich, warm honey, lay surrounded by pearls, all twisted together in a beautiful antique silver chain. She ran her finger over the stone as tears filled her eyes.
"This is so beautiful," she said.
"You're beautiful. These are just rocks in comparison," Derrick said, taking the bracelet out of the box. He slipped it over her wrist and efficiently clasped the clasp. It felt heavy, the metal and stones cold against her skin. She moved her wrist around, admiring the way the stones sparkled in the lights coming from the ballroom and how the pearls warmed the stone. She looked up at Derrick, and the love she felt for him overflowed her heart. "Thank you." He cupped her cheek and leaned forward, briefly brushing his lips over hers. "You're welcome, sweetheart." Sarah smiled and stepped closer to him. "Have I ever told you that I like it when you call me that?" Her voice sounded husky, even to her own ears. She dropped the box and slipped her arms around his neck, rising up on her toes while pulling his head back down to hers. She felt the bracelet slide down her arm as his lips covered hers. Derrick wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. The chill of the evening air completely faded away, and her senses were pummeled with the feel of him, the smell of him, the taste of him. As he deepened the kiss, he gripped the back of her head. Sarah felt her knees weaken, felt her head spin. She ripped her mouth away and gripped the lapels of his tuxedo jacket, resting her forehead on his chest as she struggled to catch her breath. His arms came around her, strong and safe, and he rested his cheek on the top of her head. After several long moments, she heard the sounds of the party and realized that they needed to go back inside. She raised her head and stepped back just slightly, enough to look up at Derrick. "I guess we better go back in." With a smile, he cupped her cheek again. "Of course. Let's go eat cake and party." Sarah gripped his wrist with both hands and turned her head so that she could kiss his palm. "I'd rather stay out here with you." With a chuckle, Derrick put an arm over her shoulder and turned them so that they could walk to the doors. "Duty to your sister's calls. We'll have more time later." Desperately hoping that was so, Sarah smiled and stepped back into the party. She chatted with an aunt who had flown in from Nevada and watched as Darlene introduced Derrick to her brother. He won over her family, making them laugh and smile and interact with him with seemingly little effort. Occasionally he would come to her and talk to her, putting a hand on the small of her back or rubbing a shoulder. It felt right to work the room with him this way, working together as they moved through the crowd. It felt right to be with him, paired with him, one half of a couple. Eventually they stood near her sisters by one of the buffet tables. The entire menu was vegan, and Sarah loved seeing all the different dishes the hotel chefs had managed to come up with. Barry popped an endive leaf smeared with tapenade into his mouth and washed it down with his customary Shirley Temple. "What's up with the no meat anyway, Sarah? I've never asked." Sarah started to shrug, but then remembered. "One of my mother's boyfriends force-fed me raw hamburger meat one time after I complained of being hungry." She rubbed her arms and shuddered. "I really couldn't stomach meat after that." Barry paused in the middle of chewing his lettuce leaf and looked at her with wide eyes. "Wow." He finished chewing and swallowed. "Can we talk about introducing a little dairy to your diet?" Maxine laughed and put her arm around her husband's waist. "Barry, my nutritionist and fitness expert." Sarah smiled. "I know. I've thought about it and probably will start a little bit. Take some baby steps." Barry nodded. "Let me know if you want some help with that." With warm love flowing out of her heart, Sarah hugged her brother-in-law. "I will, thank you." Tony put a hand on Derrick's shoulder. "Abbiamo un problema." At Derrick's questioning look, Tony said, "Trouble." He gestured to the door with a nod of his head. "Trouble?" Derrick turned in that direction and froze. Sarah saw a fleeting look of alarm before it was replaced by steely anger. Her eyes followed their glance, and she felt her stomach fall to her knees. Detectives Wilson and Beaumont marched through the big double doors with 2 uniformed police officers flanking them. Derrick turned to Sarah. "Listen to me. Whatever happens and whatever you hear, I want you to hear from me that I didn't do this." Sarah reached up and framed his face with her hands. "I know. I want you to hear from me that I love you, and I will see this through with you." Emotion flared in Derrick's eyes. He reached up and gripped her wrists with his hands. "I'm not asking you to do that. I don't know what's going to happen."
That's okay. Through nervous tears, Sarah smiled. God knows what's going to happen, and he wouldn't have brought you and I this close together this quickly if he didn't intend for us to be together. You hang on to that. Let that keep you positive, and I'll be doing whatever I can for you. He pulled her hands down, briefly kissing her palm. Okay, I love you. Mr. Derrick D'Annunzio, Detective Wilson said as he approached the group. You are under arrest for the murder of James Castoli. You have the right to remain silent. Sarah felt her emotions kind of skid to a halt as she watched them pat Derrick down and handcuff him before leading him out of the ballroom. She looked around and saw everyone at the party stopped, staring, watching. She met the eyes of her mother, who simply raised a questioning eyebrow. She mouthed the words, "It's okay," across the room, then turned to Tony. Why in the world did they do that here? She whispered. I guess so they could start the public opinion of his guilt before anything even gets out, he said between clenched teeth. Lot of power players for the city in this room. They'll picture Derrick being hauled away in handcuffs from now on. He turned to Barry. This is unacceptable. Barry nodded with his phone to his ear. Agreed, he said in a clipped tone. He turned his focus to the phone. Clifford, Barry, they made it public. Yeah. Sarah laced her hands together and felt her sisters close to each side. We need to leave before people start asking questions. Robin put an arm around her shoulders. Let's go up to Tony's office. Maxine can disband the party. The emotion she'd put on hold to keep a brave face for Derrick started to come back. Her knees knocked together, and it was all she could do to hold the sob in before she got out of the ballroom. She covered her mouth with her hand and picked up the pace, running by the time they neared the elevators. As soon as she was safely inside with just Robin, she collapsed against her and let the sobs out. Chapter 17. By the time they finished processing Derrick, it was early Saturday morning. Once they arrested him and transported him to holding, Derrick never saw the detectives again. They didn't ask him any questions, nor did they corroborate any of his previous statements. They simply cuffed him, put him in a car, and drove him to the station. Once there, he was photographed, fingerprinted, given an orange jumpsuit to wear, and placed in a cell. Luckily, the jail chaplain was making his rounds shortly thereafter and gave him a Bible. He spent the weekend in a cell with 2 other men. He left them alone, and they left him alone to sit on his cot and read or pray. Monday morning they let him shave, but did not let him change clothes. He was forced to enter the courtroom shackled to a long line of other prisoners, who waited for their turns for the bail hearing. He saw Sarah and the rest of the family in the courtroom, and gave a brief nod of his head so that they knew he saw them. Sarah's face looked drawn and pale, but she seemed calm. He watched Tony lean over Robin and speak to Sarah, saw her speak in reply and look back at him again. She smiled, placed a hand over her heart in a silent gesture of affirmation. Derrick didn't realize how much tension he felt over her condition until he saw her and felt it slowly dissipate from his body. He didn't feel concern for himself. He only felt concerned for Sarah and for the rest of the family. What would a murder conviction do to them? When his name was called, he waited for the bailiff to remove him from the chain gang train, then took his place next to Clifford at the table. The judge originally denied bail, but Clifford fought and assured and fought some more until he finally relented. Derrick closed his eyes and raised his face toward the heavens, silently thanking God that he didn't have to wait out the time until the trial from a jail cell. 3 hours later, Derrick left the jail wearing his tuxedo. He went straight to his borrowed downtown apartment where he found his family congregated in the sunken living room. After he showered and changed clothes, he joined them, his bare feet sinking down into the plush carpet. He walked towards Sarah, who sat in an armchair. She looked up at him, her face mostly expressionless. Can we talk alone for a minute? She hopped up. Sure. We'll go make some coffee and come back out. He put a hand on the small of her back and assured Tony he'd be right back. Clifford will be here in 30 minutes, Tony said. Good. We should have something brought in. I'm starving. Maxine waved her hand. I've taken care of it. There's a pot of stew on the stove and biscuits just out of the oven. You two go talk. I'll get it on the table when you're done with the room. He led Sarah through the dining room and into the kitchen. As soon as the door shut behind him, she turned and put her arms around his waist, her face buried in his chest. It's so good to see you.
He wrapped his arms around her and rested his cheek against her hair, closing his eyes and breathing in the scent of her shampoo.
It's good to see you, too.
She pulled back a little and looked up at him.
Was it just awful?
With a shrug, Derrick stepped back and put his hands in the pockets of his jeans.
Actually, not so bad. The food was pretty terrible and the bed uncomfortable, but otherwise I was left alone. The chaplain got me a Bible, so I was able to spend a lot of time with God.
He ran a finger down her cheek.
What about you? Fall out from Mommy? Strangely, no. She came up with me to Tony's office Friday night and asked me what was going on. Robin and I filled her in on all we knew. She asked if you'd done it. We told her no, and she said to tell you she'd be praying for you. The next morning, she even called me and told me if I needed to talk, to give her a call.
Why the sudden change of heart? Sarah shrugged and tugged at the sleeves of her shirt.
Maybe she just loves me.
Derrick felt a warm glow in his heart. He tucked a strand of auburn curls behind her ear. Easily done. He pushed away from the counter and set about making a pot of coffee. I'm glad that dealing with her is now off your plate. You have enough going on.
Derrick,
Sarah said, putting a hand over his, stopping him from measuring coffee beans.
Are you afraid?
Derrick felt his jaw clench and cleared the emotion out of his throat.
Sweet Sarah, fear is not of the Lord.
Every time he felt like the world was closing in on him, he referred back to that verse.
I'm trying not to be afraid, but I just keep thinking.
He pulled her into his arms, partly to comfort her, partly to comfort himself.
It's okay. I won't go down without a fight.
What will our strategy be? Barry asked, file folder open in front of him. He turned a page and read the arrest report. Next to him, he made notations in his legal pad. According to our client, Clifford said, sipping his coffee as he turned a page in the book before him. Profession of innocence.
Barry raised an eyebrow.
Oh?
Derrick clenched his teeth.
What else is there?
Barry turned his head to look at him.
Nothing, really. But the way the police handled this, I'm sure they bungled something.
If I want to continue to do what I do for a living, I need to be completely exonerated.
With a shrug, Barry made another note in his pad. That is absolutely true.
That may not even be enough,
Tony said, lips thinned.
I'm still angry about the way they arrested you. There's no way to keep the covers on it now.
Derrick sighed.
You know I can't work until the trial. You'll lose customers.
Tony waved a hand.
Non me importa. Well, you should care. If I lay you off or fire you or send you on sabbatical, it will make it seem like I think you're guilty. Since you're not, you'll work.
Tony stared intently at Derrick.
Tomorrow morning, be in your office. No excuses.
Derrick held Tony's stare for a long time before breaking it and laughing.
Very well.
He pointed his finger at his friend and mentor.
But be prepared for a serious decline in clientele.
Bah, Tony said, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. Maybe for a while. Actually, I expect a spike of looky-loos. After that, well, people have short memories. Speaking of clientele, Clifford said, Tony, I need you and everyone else to leave. Barry can stay, but we need to talk to Derrick alone. Your being here destroys attorney-client privilege. Tony stood, his jaw clenched.
I understand.
He turned to Derrick.
Call if you need me.
Derrick nodded.
Thanks.
After Tony left the room, Clifford stared hard at Derrick. During your time alone, he said, did you give any thought as to who might want to set you up?
Derrick ran both hands through his hair. Of course, but I can't come up with anything. I would have said James Castoli would have set me up, or his dad. But if his dad did it, he would have done it out in the open, with cause, and to send a message to everyone else. I'm willing to kill my own son. Watch your step. There wasn't a single person in that neighborhood who would have had the guts to cross Castoli enough to kill his son.
But they didn't do it with guts. They framed you.
Maybe because I was already gone.
Barry paused in his note-taking. Who knew?
Who knew what?
Who knew you were leaving?
With a shrug, Derrick said, No one.
Memories flooded.
Wait. Maybe one person knew. Let me think.
He closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead.
Yeah, Ginger knew. I asked her if she wanted to come with me, and she laughed at me and told me I'd be back.
Barry raised an eyebrow. Ginger?
Yeah,
Derrick cleared his throat.
Ginger Castoli.
Let me guess, Clifford said, rubbing his forehead. Castoli's daughter? Derrick sighed.
She was 17. We'd been on and off for about a year. Right then, we were on, about to be off again. We'd had a huge blow-up fight, but I saw her out that night and asked her to run away with me.
Do you think she told anyone? Derrick asked.
I don't know. She was pretty... Derrick paused again, feeling ashamed for some reason. She was pretty stoned at the time. There's no telling.
Barry scribbled something in his notepad. It's worth following up.
Following up?
Sure. Barry capped his pen and closed the cover of his notebook. It might be worth a little bit of Perry Mason to poke around and see if we can get any idea as to who framed you.
What good will that do? No one else is on trial here. All of the evidence points to me.
Derrick pushed away from the table.
Go digging up old bones, and everything I've worked hard to escape will come crashing back down on me.
Barry stood as well, towering over him. You are a new creature in Christ. That doesn't mean we shouldn't investigate other possibilities. Bones are going to come out of the closet. We can't stop that. Just don't lie. Stand firm, and you'll get through this.
Easy for you to say. Barry cocked an eyebrow.
Yes, it is easy. What else would you like for me to say?
Releasing a heavy sigh, Derrick sat back down. Nothing. There's nothing that can be said. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and made himself a message. I'll go visit her, talk to her.
Not alone, Clifford said, making notes. You take someone with you, Barry or Tony.
Okay.
Derrick rolled his head on his neck before lifting his fist to knock on the door of the apartment number 6. The 6 had loosed itself from the nails holding it in place and swung downward, making it look like a number 9. Tony looked around him, at the dingy hallway, the garbage-strewn floor, the flickering fluorescent lighting, and said, Not exactly Castoli's castle.
I know. I heard Castoli got busted about a year after I left. Looks like he didn't leave Ginger with a fortune.
The door swung open onto a chain, and a very haggard and prematurely aged face appeared on the other side, but he recognized her. Lines formed around her mouth, circles darkened the skin under her eyes, and a bad hair dye job made her once black tresses look sickly purple, but he recognized her.
Ginger? She spoke around a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. Double D. Well, if this ain't all that be.
The door shut in his face, then opened wide, no chain. The smell of the apartment almost made him take a step back. The long-forgotten smell of cheap gin and burning drugs assaulted his nasal passages.
What are you doing here?
He gestured to Tony. Do you remember Tony Viscoli? She drew hard on her cigarette, then removed it from her mouth. Her long, fake nails were scarlet red.
I only ever heard of the legend. I've never had the honor in person.
She smiled, showing a mouth missing too many teeth.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Derrick watched Tony slap on the charm.
I knew you when you were a little baby,
he said.
I remember rosy cheeks and cute little black curls. Your daddy loved to bounce you on his knee.
Ginger laughed, then coughed, then wheezed in another drag of the cigarette.
Come in.
She held the door wider and waved him into her apartment.
Ain't what you's used to, I'm sure.
Derrick surveyed the apartment. Dirty, lone couch, fast food bags and boxes, empty bottles. A young girl of about 10 sat in a beanbag in the corner holding a handheld game system. She looked at them with bored, stoned eyes and then went back to her game.
That's my Delilah. Don't mind her.
Ginger coughed again, then put the butt of the cigarette out into an overflowing ashtray.
What's up, Dee? Why are you knocking on my door for the first time in forever ago?
Derrick slipped his hands into his pants pockets. It's about James, Ginger.
You heard about that, huh? That was some freaky stuff there, man.
Ginger grabbed a glass off the coffee table and took a swig. She shuddered, swallowed, then wiped her mouth.
Freaky.
I heard about it. He rocked back on his heels.
Think back for a minute, Ginger. Do you remember the night I left?
Her eyes glazed over and she looked at a spot above his shoulder.
Kinda.
Do you remember me asking you to come with me? She shrugged, then grabbed a pack of cigarettes off the table and pulled one out.
Sure. You had a job, you said. You was going straight.
Did you tell anyone else about my job? She grabbed a lighter off the table and tried to light it. She flicked it 3 or 4 times, then tossed it on top of the mess that lay on the table. She moved to an end table next to the couch and ripped the drawer open. She dug around among the various paraphernalia haphazardly stuffed inside before she found a book of matches. Her hand shook a little when she lit the cigarette.
I ain't got nothing to say.
Tony cocked his head. What are you afraid of?
I ain't afraid of nothing, rich boy.
She pulled the smoke out of her mouth and pointed at him.
I ain't afraid of nobody.
Something. He stepped closer. Someone has you scared. Both of her hands shook, and she had a hard time getting the cigarette back to her mouth.
You just stay away from me here. I ain't losing what little I get.
She slapped her own hand over her mouth, eyes wide. Derrick looked around. Getting a monthly check, Ginger? Is that what's keeping you and Delilah off the streets? She threw the cigarette into the ashtray and rushed to the door, ripping it open.
You get out, she yelled. You get out of my house. I ain't got nothing to say.
Tony slammed the door. She whirled around to him and covered her ears with her hands. Tears streamed down her face, smearing cheap mascara. What is it, Ginger? He asked.
He'll kill me, she whispered. Or Delilah. She don't matter none to him, even though she's his. He pays every month, though. Money comes right as rain. Can't lose my baby.
With jerky movements, she tried to open the door again, but her hand slipped on the handle.
I ain't got nothing to say. You can't make me.
Derrick pulled a roll of cash out of his pocket. How much for just a name? He asked. He started counting bills. At $1,000, he said, Just a name. Her eyes bugged as she watched the money being counted. When he reached 2,000, he started to fold them up and put them in his pocket, but she snatched at his wrist.
25,
she said. He counted another 5 $100 bills, then held up the money in a fan. Name? She reached for the money, but he held it back from her. Gotta give me the goods before you get the cash, he said. Ginger looked over her shoulder as if someone else might hear. She leaned forward and whispered,
Nick Wilson.
Derrick was so stunned at the name that he froze. Ginger snatched the money from his hand and rolled it into a tight roll before sticking it down her shirt.
That's all you get out of me.
You've been very helpful, Tony said. He opened the door and gestured toward the hallway with his head. Derrick followed as if in a trance. As soon as Ginger slammed the door behind them, Tony spoke. Some things just started looking a little clearer. Derrick shook his head. It just got more confusing. Chapter 18.
So what does it all mean?
Sarah asked, shaking some oil and vinegar on her salad. All around her, the hospital cafeteria buzzed with lunchtime traffic. She nodded a greeting at a friend and focused her attention back to Derrick. He shrugged. No idea. He looked familiar to me the day he came to my office. He must have been a narc way back when, maybe undercover.
What does he have to do with her?
Well, her daughter was about 10. This all happened 10 years ago.
There you are.
Sarah looked up as Barry pulled a chair up to their table. He threw a file folder in front of Derrick. You're going to be interested in reading that. She watched him skim the contents.
What is it?
She asked when he glanced up at Barry with a look of surprise. Yeah, Barry said. That's what I thought too. Derrick pushed the file toward Sarah. She took a quick bite of salad and opened the folder. Apparently, Nick Wilson had worked undercover for over a year, and in the end he took down Gianni Castoli and his entire empire. He did it at the age of 20. She shut the file folder and looked at Barry. How could he do that so young? Derrick answered her. Gianni preferred younger guys working for him, easier to control, less expensive, usually no family. Vice recruited Wilson fresh out of the academy, Barry said. Top of his class, very green, but he dirtied up easily and slipped right in. I probably worked right with him and didn't know him when I met him in my office, Derrick said. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. Sarah could almost feel the agitation coming off him in waves. I thought maybe for a moment I recognized him, but I dismissed it because I know his father from work. Sarah felt little excited bursts going through her stomach. Could he have killed James? Ginger is obviously very afraid of him. Derrick tapped the file folder. And I bet that half of what he did didn't end up in here. Speaking of which, Sarah said, feeling the burn of tears in her throat as some memories crept forward. Can we talk about the little girl? Already taken care of, Derrick said. He put his hand over hers. Tony made calls on her way back. She's going to be investigated. Peter and Caroline O'Farrell have offered to take her if she's removed.
Good, thank you.
I wouldn't have been able to ignore it, Sarah. Don't worry. She smiled at him, feeling a glow of love fill her heart. Anyway, Barry said, smiling and rubbing his chin, we still don't know what happened. Maybe we should ask him, Derrick said. He reached over and snagged a carrot out of Sarah's salad. I think it best not to tip our hand without more information, Barry said. He slipped on a pair of reading glasses and made some notes in his phone. I was just kidding, Derrick said. He smiled and winked at Sarah. I'm just happy to see things looking up. Me too, Sarah said. She laughed as he reached for another bite and just pushed the salad in front of him. Eat, enjoy, I'll go get something else. Derrick picked up her fork and dug in. Thanks, he said around a mouthful of food. I didn't feel much up to eating before we went to her apartment this morning. I think we might be celebrating a little too soon, Barry said. He looked at Derrick over the rim of his glasses. We don't know anything. It's all too convenient, Derrick answered. I agree, but that doesn't change the fact that they have proof and we do not. So slow down on the celebrating. We haven't beaten this thing yet. Derrick took another bite, then slid the tray back towards Sarah. I have to go anyway. I have a meeting at 2 with the managers at the hotel. Since most of them saw me arrested Friday night, I should go speak with them. Sarah broke open her roll and spread butter on it. She looked up and saw Barry watching her. She smiled as she held up her knife. Yes, she said, real butter, baby steps. Atta girl, he said with a smile that made her laugh. To Derrick, she said, have fun. Do they even know you're back at work? I haven't been yet. Went to Ginger's instead of work this morning. It's the regular weekly meeting. I'm actually curious to see who shows up. He stood and put a hand on her shoulder, squeezing reassurance into his touch. I'll see you later, Sarah said. Count on it, Derrick answered. Sarah felt her cheeks burn at Barry's knowing look and smile. You shush, she said, and took a bite of her roll. Sarah put her arms up over her head and stretched. She'd worked a double shift, the price paid for skipping work for court on Monday. That meant she got to work at 7 that morning and was staring midnight hard in the face as she walked out of the hospital. She walked with a friend and left her at her car, promising dinner and a movie the following week. Despite the nearly 17 hours on her feet, she felt lighter, more energized than she had going into work that morning. Things might actually, possibly, be looking up. Her future with Derrick might actually be a real possibility. As she pulled her keys out of her bag, she walked past the concrete pillar near where she had parked. She looked at her watch, knowing full well that it was too late to call Derrick, but fighting the impulse to do it anyway. When a rough hand grabbed her by the back of the neck and spun her toward the pillar, she was too shocked to react. The hand violently pushed her head forward until her forehead smacked against the concrete. White, hot pain shrieked through her body, making her stomach roll with nausea and her knees go weak. The hand on the back of her neck held her upright, her face pressed against the cold concrete pillar and away from the person holding her there. Fear immobilized her. She didn't know how to fight back, didn't try. Your boyfriend is looking in bad places, someone whispered in her ear. He backs off or he'll find your skeleton in a closet somewhere. The hand on her neck suddenly released her, and she crumpled to the ground. Her glasses were broken, her vision blurred, and she couldn't make anything out but a dark figure running quietly away. Within seconds, her vision grayed, and with a sickening roll of her stomach, she blacked out. Sarah fought against the headache that tried to keep her from opening her eyes. Something important. She had to wake up. Bright fluorescent lights sent pain straight to her brain, and she held up a hand to shield them. Through blurred vision, she recognized her own emergency room. The nurse who came to her bedside was a friend, a floater who worked all the floors. Sarah had worked with her many times. Stay calm, Sarah, she said. You have a nasty concussion. Derrick, Sarah whispered. He's here. I'm right here. It hurt to turn her head. It hurt a lot. But tears of relief at seeing him there, safe, stung her eyes. He gently touched her hairline. Sarah reached up and grabbed his wrist. Listen, she said, her stomach rolling with the effort it took to speak. It was him. Derrick shook his head. Him who? Wilson. As the dark look crossed his features, Sarah said, He said to tell you that you were looking in bad places. He said I'd end up in a closet, like James. The anger in his eyes scared her. She didn't want him to lose control.
"Listen," she said, "we might be able to do something with this."
"Did you see him?" Tony stepped closer from somewhere in the room. She tried to remember, but nothing was clear.
"I don't think so."
"Then there's nothing we can do." "Want to bet?" Derrick said.
"Calmati, fratello," Tony said. "Stay calm."
"Do not tell me to calm down."
"If that were Robin lying there, you wouldn't be advising calm."
This time Sarah heard Robin speak.
"No, but you would be.
"Nothing good at all will come from you going off and confronting the officer in charge of your arrest." Maxine came out of nowhere, too. Sarah closed her eyes. All the movements and words were making her dizzy.
"It will all eventually be handled."
Sarah felt Derrick take her hand. She loved the fact that she already recognized his touch.
"Fine," he said. "I know you're right, so I'll listen. But Sarah needs someone to protect her right now." "I don't need protection," Sarah said, but her tongue felt thick and the words sounded slurred.
She kept her eyes closed as their voices sounded more like mechanical buzzing than her family. The next time she woke up, she was out of the emergency room and in a regular room. Her mother sat dozing in a chair in the corner. Derrick sat next to Sarah's bed with his hand in hers, his head against her leg. He slept, his breath coming in and out in a steady rhythm. She wanted to reach over and touch his face, but she didn't want to disturb him. So she just looked her fill. His dark eyelashes lay feathered against his cheekbones. A curl of black hair teased his forehead. In sleep, he looked relaxed, content, untroubled. She put a hand to her heart to try to control the flood of emotion she felt. How had she wasted 10 years that could have been spent with him? She closed her eyes again, and the next time she opened them, only her mother was in the room. She came up to the bed and frowned down at her daughter. "Are you okay?" she asked. Sarah raised a shaking hand to her forehead and probed around the tenderness she felt there.
"I hope so."
"What happened?" Sarah shook her head.
"I have no idea. Someone came out of nowhere and just slammed my head against the pillar."
Darlene patted her hand.
"I'm so glad it wasn't any worse than it is."
She looked at her watch.
"The police officer will be back here any moment. He went to get a cup of coffee."
"Okay."
Sarah looked toward the door just as Detective Beaumont walked in. She felt her stomach clench into tight knots, and her heart rate skipped, then picked up speed.
"Miss Thomas," he said, coming fully into the room, "I'm glad to see you awake."
She cleared her throat.
"I don't understand. Why is a homicide detective here for a mugging?"
He waved a hand at her.
"Covering for a buddy. His wife is having a baby."
When she'd seen him in Derrick's office, his face had been hard and unfriendly, but tonight he seemed at ease, warm, trusting. She knew his countenance must be a purposeful projection depending on the circumstances, but it was amazing the difference.
"Can you tell me what happened?"
Sarah held a silent debate with herself for about a nanosecond. The Book of Mark told her to have faith in God, and so she would.
"Someone attacked me as I was about to approach my car."
"Did you see who it was?" She pressed her lips together and shook her head.
"No, but he said something to me."
The detective pulled out a notebook.
"Oh?" "He said that my boyfriend was looking in bad places, and that if he didn't stop, I'd end up a skeleton in a closet, too."
With a frown, Beaumont narrowed his eyes at her quizzically.
"What does that mean?"
Sarah took a deep breath, prayed for wisdom, then plunged forward.
"My boyfriend is Derrick D'Annunzio."
The detective had been writing, but his pen suddenly paused on his pad.
"Really?"
he said, pulling the word out to several syllables.
"That is certainly interesting."
She nodded.
"I agree. I couldn't figure out why you were here. Then I figured God must have sent you to me."
"What exactly do you mean by that?"
"Derrick remembered that one person knew he was leaving the old neighborhood that night, all those years ago. His ex-girlfriend, Ginger Castoli."
Beaumont no longer looked confused, but he looked very interested.
"Go on." "So Derrick went to visit her Monday. She said that she'd told someone else as well. Derrick asked her who, and she said that the father of her 10-year-old child had known Derrick was leaving that night."
"Who was the father?" Sarah stopped.
"I don't know if I should tell you."
"Miss Thomas." He leaned forward.
"If you have information in a murder investigation, you need to give it to me." "Detective, I don't know if I can trust you.
Hot tears stung at her eyes.
Derrick's life hangs in the balance, and telling you could ruin his chances.
Listen to me. He capped his pen and put it in his pocket with the notebook. Off the record, I didn't like the case against Derrick all the way. Things seemed too easy. To me, it was apparent that someone was setting him up, but the evidence against him was too great to ignore. If you know something that might change that, you need to tell me right now. Sarah chewed on her lip and tugged at the blanket. She finally met Beaumont's eyes and felt his sincerity.
It was Nick Wilson.
Beaumont sat back down and stared at her. Well, he said, but he didn't say more.
Well, what?
Her voice sounded desperate, even to her own ears. Well, some things make a little bit more sense now. He stood. Please excuse me, Miss Thomas. Thank you for the information. I'll be in touch. He started out the door, but pulled a business card out of his pocket and came back to hand it to her. If anything else happens related to this, please call me directly. Chapter 19. I'm still not convinced that letting Wilson's partner know what we know was the best thing. Derrick sat at the end of Sarah's couch, her feet in his lap. Sarah shrugged.
It felt right. That's really all I can say about it.
You casually shrug as if my future doesn't hang in the balance of what you did or didn't do? Sarah pulled her feet out of his lap as he stood. He paced the room and rounded on her.
I wish you'd had him call me or something else. Anything else.
Sarah closed her eyes and covered them with her arm.
I felt led to talk to him, Derrick. He's a cop who's used to playing people to get them to talk, Sarah. He played you.
Anger burned in her chest. She felt as if he was treating her like a child, and she really, really resented it.
You don't know that.
Derrick's phone vibrated on the table. Sarah saw Clifford's name flash across the screen before Derrick snatched it up. Yeah? He said as he engaged the call. Sarah watched his face darken and slowly sat up straighter, fighting the pounding in her head. I see. How? After a pause, Derrick's face paled and he sat down. Thanks, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow. He hit the button to disconnect the call and very carefully set his phone on the table in front of him. At the look on his face, her heart started to flutter nervously. Ginger Castoli was found in a dumpster outside her apartment building. Sarah's stomach gave a sick roll.
What?
The money I paid her for the information she gave me was shoved down her throat. Sarah gasped and covered her mouth with her hand. Exactly. Derrick stood. What did I tell you?
You can't know that what I told the detective had anything to do with tonight.
His mouth thinned and he looked at her with just bare tolerance. Can't I?
How do you know someone else didn't tell Beaumont that you'd been to her place? It could have been anything.
Or it could have been you telling Wilson exactly everything by proxy.
That's not fair.
She clenched her fists but stopped short of stomping her foot on the floor.
Not fair? Not fair is you playing roulette with my life. You get a happy feeling in your little tummy about talking to a man who's trained to lower your defenses, and you think I shouldn't be upset about it?
He grabbed his coat off the back of the chair and in one fluid movement had both of his arms into it. As he passed the table, he snatched his phone up and shoved it into the pocket. I have to go. Sarah ran to the door and blocked his exit.
It's all fine and good for you to preach to me, to quote scripture, to assure and reassure, but the second I step out and make a move based on my faith instead of your faith, you stop trusting me.
Derrick narrowed his eyes. Move. She stepped aside and he wrenched the door open. A blast of icy air chilled her bare arms. She caught the door just as it started to slam behind him.
Derrick, wait!
No. He stopped by the door of his car and looked at her. The glow of the porch light barely illuminated his face, made his eyes shine. I can't be here right now with you. I'll see you later. He opened his car door and stopped again. You shouldn't be alone. You should call someone to be with you. She crossed her arms and huffed.
Do you think I'm a target? Need a babysitter, do I?
No, because of your concussion. Sarah put a hand on her forehead and flinched at the tenderness.
I'll be fine.
He narrowed his eyes and she shivered at the directness of his cold stare. Finally, he shrugged. Your call. See you later. His car door wasn't even shut before he gunned the powerful motor and started backing out. Derrick drove his mighty Mustang through the nearly empty streets of downtown. Within minutes, he pulled up front in the loading zone of his apartment building.
A valet attendant met him as he got out of his car. Instead of spending his normal time making small talk, he just nodded a greeting and went into the lobby. He didn't stop at the guard's desk. He waved hello and went straight to the elevator. The guard had activated it from his station, and the doors opened just as Derrick reached them. He shoved his hands in the pocket of his leather coat and leaned against the corner of the elevator while it shot up 20 floors. Knowing full well the position of the security cameras and that he could be seen, he didn't pace or punch a hole in the wall of the elevator or throw his head back and scream in frustration. He just stared at the tips of his boots and waited for it to get him home. He straightened as the elevator came to a stop. The doors opened and he found himself outside of his apartment door. The door held a combination key instead of a key lock, and he punched in the code and stepped into the first sanctuary his life had ever offered. He walked inside the living room and expected to feel a sense of calm and security envelop him as it normally did. But he felt nothing but anger burning a hole in his chest. Throwing his keys across the room did nothing at all to make him feel better. Kicking a chair over also made it worse. So he sat on the edge of the couch and put his face in his hands, struggling to control the anger, fighting back the wrath, knowing they could destroy him if he allowed them control. He took deep breaths, reasoned with himself, talked himself down. How he wished the ice and snow outside would go away so that he could go out there and drive spikes into rock, throw his body weight into a physical task that would occupy his thoughts and center his emotions. He looked at his watch, 9:30. He wondered how long it would be before the police knocked at his door again and arrested him for the murder of another person he didn't kill. Knowing he needed focus, he grabbed his worn Bible off the table next to his favorite chair and took it into the bedroom with him. He would read, focus on something else, until he couldn't stay awake anymore. Sarah watched the sunrise over her backyard. She sat in her kitchen, knees pulled up to her chest, a cup of tea long cooled at her elbow, and watched through the kitchen window as the sun rose over the trees. Anxiety had settled like a fog over her whole body until she was nearly numb with it. She barely even felt the headache anymore. She wasn't upset about talking to Detective Beaumont. She knew that the peace she felt inside when she spoke to him was real, was God-given. No other explanation existed for her. But what twisted her stomach and her heart into little knots of fear and hurt was the way that Derrick didn't trust that. Just like her sisters, when an adult moment presented itself, he treated her like a child, like a disruptive teenager. And he was very, very angry. Once Derrick's car had gunned away, she felt the numbness settle over her. She went to her kitchen and made a cup of tea, then sat at her table. As she sat there the rest of the night, eventually watching the sky gradually lighten in the winter morning, she decided that as unreasonable as Derrick's treatment of her was, she certainly wasn't going to go to him and say she'd been wrong, when she had definitely not. All she could do was continue to be there for him, to be present, and to pray. The doorbell surprised her and made her stomach jump. As she got out of the chair, she stretched the muscles that protested at the first movement in hours. Rolling her head on her neck, she touched the edges of the bruise on her forehead and thought maybe some of the tenderness had gone away. When she opened the door, her eyes widened in surprise to see Derrick standing there, the collar of his leather coat drawn up over his neck against the cold. She widened the door. "Come in," she said. He came in and put his hands to his lips, blowing against them. "Temperature's dropped probably 30 degrees since last night," he said. Sarah raised an eyebrow. "Okay." She waited but offered nothing else. Derrick shoved his hands into his pockets. "Listen," he said. "I'm sorry I got so irrationally angry with you last night. I was temporarily overwhelmed." With a nod, Sarah gestured to the couch. "Have a seat." Derrick unzipped his jacket and shrugged out of it. "What you said was completely true. That was terribly unfair of me to doubt your faith. Please accept my apology." Sarah sat down against the corner of the couch and drew her leg under her. "Thank you." She expected Derrick to sit opposite her and was surprised when he sat close. He picked up her hand. His fingers were cold. "I don't know what my future holds," he said. Sarah surprised them both by sitting forward, one knee on the couch, one foot planted on the ground. "I do," she said. She framed his face with her hands. Shadows under his eyes marked the fatigue on his face, but did nothing to take away from his handsome features. She stared into his eyes the color of the richest coffee. "Your future holds you and me together." "We don't know that." "I know that," she said. "I know with absolute certainty, and I'm here for you no matter what." She leaned forward and rested her forehead against his, gently to keep from irritating her bruise. His eyes looked deeply into hers, and she felt a tug in her heart like nothing she'd ever felt before.
"No matter how long it takes," she said.
Derrick put a hand on the back of her neck.
"I can't ask that of you," he whispered. "You haven't."
She gently pressed her lips against his and felt the cool skin warm under hers. He sat immobile at first, but very quickly deepened the kiss, pulling her toward him. Sarah shifted so that her thigh pressed against his, wrapping her arms around his neck. Derrick moaned against her mouth. He moved, breaking the kiss as he stood. She looked up at him, dazed, as he laid his palm against her cheeks. "I need to go," he said. Sarah stood quickly and grabbed his wrist.
"No, stay."
He gave a short laugh and hugged her to him. With his arms wrapped around her, Sarah felt wonderful, felt right. She laid her cheek against his chest and closed her eyes, breathing in deeply with a heavy sigh.
"I have to go."
With the squeeze of his arms, he kissed the top of her head.
"When do you work again?" "This afternoon."
Sarah stepped back and watched him put his jacket back on. "I'll pick you up and drive you. What time?"
"You don't have to."
He smiled.
"Yes, I do."
With her fingers fluttering against her lips, she smiled back.
2.
Derrick reached forward and took her hand. He raised it to his lips and kissed her palm, sending a warm shock up her arm and through her heart.
"I'll see you at 2.
Sarah walked him to the door and kissed him goodbye. She fought the urge to drag him close to her and convince him to stay, and knew that was exactly why he had to leave. He paused on his way out the door and turned toward her as he lifted his collar up against the wind.
"I love you, Sarah Thomas."
Sarah smiled and laughed.
"And I love you, Derrick D'Annunzio. Have a good morning."
She didn't shut the door against the cold until he backed down the driveway. Rubbing the chill from the wind out of her arms, she moved to her bedroom and pulled the shades, determined to get a few hours of sleep before she had to work. Chapter 20. At 1:45, Sarah came out of her bedroom and turned toward her bathroom. The text from Derrick said he was 5 minutes out, and she wanted to get her hair pinned up before he got there. She slipped her phone into the pocket of her scrubs and gathered her hair at the base of her neck. She felt the movement behind her, but nothing registered until a hand grabbed the back of her neck and pushed her forward, slamming her against the wall. Her hands, which were already at the base of her neck, were grabbed together and raised above her head. Before she even had time to react, the cold blade of a knife pressed against her cheek. Sarah closed her eyes and concentrated on slowing her breathing. Breathe in through the nose and out through the mouth. As soon as she felt like she might not hyperventilate, she opened her eyes. A familiar voice spoke close to her ear. "Not a word," he said. "We're going to walk out of here nice and calm, no scene, or I'll cut your pretty face to pieces, understand?" She gave half a nod and whispered, "Yes." He released her hands, but grabbed her again behind her neck. His hand on her neck kept her from turning around and seeing his face. He turned her body, propelling her through her house and toward her open front door. The security chain dangling, obviously cut, gave a clue how he broke through her meager defenses. The shock of cold outside had her rubbing her arms, thankful that she wore a long-sleeved t-shirt underneath her purple scrubs. Her rubber shoes slipped on the ice on the edge of her sidewalk, but her abductor's hand on the base of her neck kept her from slipping and falling. He half pushed her toward a black sedan. As they approached, the back door opened, and using the forward momentum of her body, he bent her and shoved her inside. She landed against another person who put his hands on her shoulders and settled her next to him. Before she could turn and bolt out of the car, the door shut in her face. The other passenger clucked his tongue and shook his head, and she saw that he had a gun pointed at her.
"Do you know who I am, little girl?"
he asked. Nothing about his appearance would suggest that he would have the murdering and thieving reputation that he had so rightfully earned. He had a small, lean frame. His once dark hair had gray peppered through it, and he had it combed off his forehead greaser style. At a glance, he just looked like an older man, heavy corduroy coat and thick pants blocking the cold winter wind. But as soon as she met his eyes, she felt very real fear. His light brown eyes pierced right through her.
"I've seen pictures of you."
Gianni Castoli laughed, a short, mean bark.
"I bet. Plenty of pictures of my boy, too."
She could see the family resemblance. She imagined that, had he lived, his son would look very much like the older pictures of this man she'd seen.
"Yes."
He looked her up and down, his eyes penetrating, almost as if they could look straight through her. Sarah felt a shiver shake her, but didn't know if it was his look or the cold.
"Go,"
he said to the driver, the same man who had dragged her out of her house. He didn't hesitate once the command was given to put the sedan into reverse and back out of the driveway. He sped quickly through the neighborhood and turned in the direction of downtown. As soon as they were on the main road, Gianni looked at her again.
"He killed my boy."
Sarah blew on her hands and stuck them into the pockets of her scrubs shirt and almost started crying when she felt the slim lines of her phone. There was no way she could dial the number without looking at the screen, but she could answer it when it rang. Her only fear was that the setting was on ring instead of vibrate. She could only pray that she never changed it after her shift the night she was attacked.
"Who?"
Gianni narrowed his eyes.
"You know who. He's going to pay, though."
He leaned close to her, his nose almost touching hers.
"She was a waste of breath. Wouldn't stand by her old man while I went through the mockery of a trial and the disgrace of prison. 10 years I rotted, and never a word from her. Good riddance,"
he said, and for the first time Sarah saw the insanity in his eyes.
"But my boy now, he was my light, and he killed him. You're going to help me fix that."
Sarah prayed she gave no outward indication when her phone vibrated in her hand. She quickly hit the button to activate the phone.
"Mr. Castoli,"
she said.
"Nothing you do is going to bring your son back."
Another short bark of a laugh.
"He owes me for this."
Sarah pulled her empty hands out of her pockets and made a show of rubbing her arms, even though the warmth of the car had started to beat back the cold outside. She kept the phone on.
"Where are you taking me?"
Instead of answering her, he sat back and looked out of the window.
"Oh, he'll pay all right. He'll pay what he owes."
Derrick turned into Sarah's street and nearly collided with the quickly moving sedan. He ripped the wheel to the right and skidded on a patch of ice, but narrowly avoided hitting the neighbor's car parked across the street. Something started tingling in his subconscious when he saw the driver's sunglass-adorned face, but he couldn't see any other details because of the darkly tinted windows. Once the sedan was gone, he kept driving and pulled into Sarah's driveway. Tire marks on the snow made that subconscious tingling move from the back of his neck to grow into nerves in his stomach. He raced up the path and onto the front porch, ignoring the footmarks he saw in the snow. The door stood partially open, the security chain dangling free. Cut. Panicked, he pushed the door open and rushed inside. Every room echoed her name as he called for her. The sight of her purse hanging over her coat on the coat stand made the nervous flutterings in his gut turn into full-blown panic fists. He raced back out the door and pulled his phone out of his pocket. "Please, God," he whispered. She answered the call on the first ring, but didn't say anything. "Sarah," he said. "Sarah!" Her muffled voice carried almost clearly through his speaker.
"Mr. Castoli," she said, "nothing you do is going to bring your son back."
He raced his Mustang to the exit of the neighborhood and sat there at the main road, trying to decide which way to turn. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, he headed in the direction of downtown and prayed he'd made the right call. He knew he should call the police, but he couldn't risk disconnecting for call, so he just prayed for her protection and for his wisdom and darted the race car through the heavy late afternoon traffic. At a red light, he ripped open his glove compartment and dug around until he found the hands-free device for his phone. He plugged it in as he accelerated and surged the car forward, darting in between cars and gunning the powerful motor, intimidating other drivers into moving out of his way. As soon as he had the earpiece in place in his ear, he pushed a button to activate the recording device on the phone, then dug through his pockets and found the business card Sarah had given him after she'd programmed Beaumont's number into her own phone. He prayed fervently that trusting her instincts was the right call as he sent a text to Beaumont, keeping the call to Sarah's phone engaged, listening to Gianni talking to her about his son. The driver stopped the car in front of a dilapidated building in Roxbury. Despite being mid-afternoon, the street around them appeared deserted. As Sarah stepped from the car, icy wind blew a flyer for a hip-hop show across her foot and sent a shudder through her body. She looked up at the building and said the name of the street out loud.
"I think I used to live near here."
The driver pulled a heavy key out of his pocket and opened the old door. "Memory Lane, it's a blast." Gianni grabbed her arm again and half dragged her into the building. The smell in the lobby made her knees weaken slightly. The smell of stale urine and God knew what else battled for the most prominent odor. Ripped carpet, trash, even a dead cat lay on the empty floor. A broken chair lay against a far wall, and the frame of what was once a couch lay teetered back in front of a built-in desk. This had obviously once been a hotel of some sort, but Sarah could only imagine the class of clientele based on the decor and the location. Before her 9th birthday, there was no telling how many similar buildings she'd lived in with her mother and her sisters. Now that she could remember her past, having actual memories to remind her of the salvation the Thomases gave her made her appreciate them all the more. The driver kept his glasses on, even in the dim interior of the building. He led the way to the stairwell in the back of the lobby, and Sarah walked between him and Gianni up 3 flights of precarious stairs. Halfway up the 3rd flight, her foot went through the stair. "Ouch!" she said loudly. The driver immediately stopped and turned around. Gianni gripped her arm and pushed her forward. "Wait!" she said. "My shoe is caught." Her comfortable slip-on nurse's shoe came off as the driver pulled her forward. "My shoe!" she said. "You won't be needing it," Gianni said as she reached the 4th floor landing. Once they opened the access to the floor from the stairwell, she could feel the warmth coming from one of the rooms, spilling into the hallway. The unnamed driver pushed her into the room. A man stood with his back to the door, looking out the far window. He wore a tweed overcoat, leather shoes, but no hat. A kerosene heater sat in the middle of the room. Something about the warmth made the smell worse. Sarah swallowed against a gag reflex as the man turned around. "I've met you here per your request, Gianni, but my reluctance is still very much present." She immediately recognized him. She had never met him, but his son could have been carved out of the same mold. Nick Wilson Sr.'s eyes widened when he saw her, then immediately flew to Gianni. "What is she doing here?" "She knows all about you. We have to get rid of her." "All about me?" He looked at her again and stepped forward. White hair framed a tanned face. Ice-blue eyes penetrated hers. He stood a full foot taller than her, and as he approached, she resented having to look up at him. "What do you know about me?" Praying her phone was still engaged, she raised her chin defiantly and started making a few calculated guesses. "I know you're Detective Nick Wilson's father. I know you're the head of one of the wealthiest families in the greater Boston area. I'm guessing that your wealth was accrued through some less than respectable methods, considering your association with Mr. Castoli here." Gianni Castoli barked a short laugh. "She's smart, this one. Told you." Wilson reached forward with a hand gloved in brown leather and grabbed Sarah's chin, forcing her to maintain eye contact. He moved her face back and forth and visually inspected her forehead. "Matty here did a good job on your head." She could hear the shuffle of the driver's feet, but he didn't speak. "Obviously, you didn't get the hint as I intended it." Refusing to be intimidated, she kept talking. "Maybe if you hadn't killed Ginger Castoli, things would have eventually died down. She could tie my Nicky to your boyfriend. All it would take would be some green waved in her face, and she would have spouted anything to anyone." He squeezed her jaw hard enough to bruise before pushing her away. As she lost her balance, she felt Matty take her arm again. "As will you. D'Annunzio needs to take the fall for all of it." He looked at Gianni. "What I don't understand is what she's doing here. Matty should have just taken care of her at her place and let her little boyfriend find the body." "You killed my boy." Wilson raised an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon?" "You killed my boy, then sent me to prison to rot while you took the money I made you and lived high and mighty." "So what?" Wilson stepped forward, pushing Sarah aside as he did so. "What are you going to do about it? Threaten me?" He waved a hand at Matty. "Kill them both." Gianni pulled the gun out of his pocket and pointed it at Wilson. "Oh, no, you don't. This is going to end here." If Derrick didn't have the earpiece in his ear, he would have missed Sarah saying the name of the street. He pulled over and sent Beaumont another text message, and as he did, received one from him. Carefully pushing buttons to keep from disconnecting the call with Sarah, he read Beaumont's reply to the first message and his immediate reply to the location. He knew he was only a block away, so he left the Mustang parked and, grabbing a small knife and screwdriver out of his toolbox in the trunk, he dashed around a couple of parked cars and into an alley that would take him to the street Sarah mentioned. But it would put him about midway down the street, and he wondered once he got there which direction to take. He emerged out of the alley, listening to Wilson's father greet Sarah, and felt strangely sick. This man, who spent many a night in the New York Viscoli Hotel, was obviously a ringleader of Castoli's empire. But how had he gone undiscovered? Then it occurred to Derrick. His son had been the one to bust Castoli. And obviously, Castoli had been promised either money or survival if he kept his mouth shut about Wilson's part in the syndicate. So Wilson killed James, framed Derrick for the murder, bricked him into a wall, and walked away. Maybe it was a sign to Castoli to go down without a fight. Maybe it was because James wasn't going to let his father take all the rap for the numerous crimes committed in the Castoli name. Whatever the case, by framing Derrick, it allowed him to be the suspect no matter when the body was found. Ginger was obviously a loose cannon, and the one who could tip the scales on Wilson. Intimidation and a monthly allowance hadn't kept her mouth shut, so they had to shut it permanently. But to do so, once Beaumont knew about it, they would have to frame Derrick once again. Piling Sarah's body into the count would only point a finger more firmly at Derrick, since Sarah was completely removed from any part of Derrick's past and anything to do with the Castolis. He reached the end of the alley and looked up and down the street, praying for spiritual guidance. To his right, traffic picked up, pedestrian and automotive. A shopping district started at the end of the street, and several businesses operated above restaurants and boutiques. To his left, the buildings slowly became more worn down, less attractive, less populated. A few beat-up cars sat under a few inches of snow and trapped in the drifts created by the snowplows. Sending Beaumont a quick text, Derrick turned the collar up on his coat and started at a half-run, half-walk down the street, careful not to slip on patches of ice, and in one case, not to trip over a drunk's legs. 3 blocks down, he saw the sedan he'd seen in Sarah's neighborhood. He crossed the street and approached the building where it was parked more slowly, trying to appear casual. He paused at the corner of the block and looked up at the buildings and around him. Seeing no movement, almost sure no one stood guard. He cautiously approached the building and tested the door. It was locked tight. Looking around him, he knelt and inspected the lock, then pulled out his knife and screwdriver. More than 10 years had passed since he last picked a lock, but his hands remembered even if his mind tried to disengage the notion, and in seconds he cautiously inched the door open and slipped inside. He held his breath against the stench and let his eyes adjust to the interior. As soon as he could see, he raced across the lobby and up the stairs. He knew from the time they entered the lobby to the time they started talking to Wilson, they were at least 2 floors up. So he lost what he thought was precious time moving quietly and steadily over the 2nd floor. Halfway through checking the rooms, he remembered her shoe. It hadn't been a full minute from the time she lost her shoe to the time she'd started talking to Wilson. So wherever he found it, he would also find the floor they were on. Racing back to the stairwell, he moved as quickly as he could, as quietly as he could, until he came upon the stair where her foot had gone through. Reaching in between the rotten wood planks, he retrieved her shoe and went to the top of the stairs. His phone buzzed in his hand, and he saw the message from Beaumont informing Derrick that help was minutes away. It seemed when seconds counted, the police were always just minutes away. Through the muffled confines of Sarah's scrubs pocket, he heard Wilson say, "Kill them both!" Chapter 21.
This is going to end here.
Gianni waved the gun between Wilson and Maddie.
You're going to be implicated, and so is your boy.
Sarah's heart fluttered in her chest. Panic tried to gurgle up and choke her, but she forced it back down. Die or live, she wouldn't give in to hysterics. Watching Darlene's grace in even the most trying of circumstances through the years taught her how to put her back up and maintain an outward appearance of stoicism.
Why kill me?
She turned to Gianni.
Why not just give the authorities the information you have?
His insane eyes met hers.
D'Annunzio owes me. Nobody quits Gianni. Nobody gets to just turn in a 2-week notice and leave. I figure I kill you, and we're even, him and me. Besides, killing him wouldn't hurt him as much as losing you would.
No, Sarah whispered, fear closing her throat.
Do you even know who he is? Do you know the things he did for me?
Regaining her control, she lifted up her chin.
I don't care. What he did is in the past. Who he was 10 years ago has no bearing on the man I know today.
Gianni threw back his head and laughed.
You're like a child. Let me explain something to you. You don't just get absolution for some crimes.
You do from God. Derrick's voice startled everyone in the room. Sarah gasped and started toward him, but Gianni clucked his tongue and waved his gun. She stopped with her foot outstretched, then set it back down.
Well, hello there, boy. Been a while.
Not long enough. Derrick held a knife in one hand, resting it against the side of his leg. "Sarah, come over here, sweetheart."
"You will stay put,"
Gianni said loudly. He waved his gun at Sarah and then leveled it to point at Wilson, who had started inching around the room.
"You will all stay put. What are you going to do, shoot everyone here?"
Wilson spoke with authority as he nonchalantly straightened the collar of his coat.
"Maddie, let's go." "Do not."
Gianni stepped forward and cocked the pistol in his hand. Sarah kept her eyes trained on Derrick. His face looked like it was set in stone, and he watched Gianni intently. When he lifted his hand and waved her forward, she didn't hesitate. Derrick silently prayed that Sarah would move out of the line of Gianni's fire when he gave her the signal. He prayed she wouldn't hesitate, that she would react and come to him, to the door, to a close exit that would remove her from the madman's sight. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought. As he barely lifted his hand and gestured, not looking at her, he peripherally saw her move toward him immediately. Gianni saw the movement too, and spun on his heel, his gun moving in a wide arc as he turned his body. Derrick let his knife slide down his hand until he clutched the blade instead of the handle. He tested the weight, remembering a decade gone by, recognizing its feel, measuring the distance. As Gianni aimed the gun at Sarah's back, Derrick drew back and let his knife fly, watching it whirl through the air. In the same breath, Derrick stepped in front of Sarah, shielding her with his entire body, using his other hand to push her behind him and toward the door. Gianni flinched toward Derrick, and the room filled with an unbelievably loud noise as the madman pulled the trigger and fired. Time slowed down. Derrick saw the lightning-bright muzzle flash fill every corner of the room with pale light. He smelled the burned cordite, the sharp smell of extinguished gunpowder that reminded him so much of burning orange peels. His ears filled first with the sound of echoing thunder, then the high-pitched whine of noise-induced deafness. He witnessed the business end of the pistol buck in the older man's hand as his thrown blade continued to tumble in the direction of his target. Then something shoved him backward very hard and very suddenly, and he stumbled into Sarah's fleeing back. In the next heartbeat, Derrick's knife came to an abrupt halt, embedding itself in Gianni's forearm. Time sped back up to normal as Derrick stumbled, turning and pushing Sarah into the hallway as they fled. With a roar of pain, Gianni dropped his smoking gun to the floor. Derrick turned his head to watch as Gianni reflexively gripped his wrist with his uninjured hand. He stared at Derrick in shock as he fell to his knees, trying desperately to retrieve his pistol from the floor, with fingers that no longer wanted to respond to his mental commands. Sarah felt nothing except for Derrick's arms wrapping around her, shielding her from any harm with his muscular body, protecting her and preserving her at risk of his own life. Behind them, she heard Maddie attack Gianni. In the hallway, Sarah saw Detective Beaumont leading a team of policemen in full body armor rushing toward them. In the space of a breath, she witnessed Derrick and Beaumont exchange some silent and very masculine communication, using only eyes and the nodding of heads to convey whatever message they conveyed. Beaumont and his team rushed into the room with pistols drawn, yelling baritone commands to those within, commands that would be obeyed, or else someone would pay dearly. Someone would pay with his very life. The ordered shouts that followed settled down until Sarah heard the metallic clicks of handcuffs in the sudden stillness. Derrick winced and put his arm around Sarah's shoulder. He grinned stoically and said, "Let's get out of here, sweetheart." "As quickly as we can," she said with a smile, her breath hitching as tears flooded her eyes and choked her throat. Derrick's smile faded and his voice went low. "I'll try very hard not to lean on you too much, but we need to get to the streets soon. I bet there's an EMT down there." Sarah was confused, but only for a second. She looked Derrick up and down and finally saw the crimson stain spreading on his chest, getting wetter and darker and whiter with every heartbeat. "He shot you," she breathed. "Derrick, he shot you." Derrick grinned. "Better me than you, sweetheart." The color had started to leave his face. Sarah recognized the early symptoms of shock. "I think I can make it if we hurry." Sarah knew better. The wound looked dangerous. It looked like the bullet had entered through the front of his left shoulder, possibly shattering the clavicle, possibly puncturing the lung, which could result in a tension pneumothorax or splintering a bone that could possibly endanger his heart. If it wasn't a through and through, the bullet could endanger all kinds of vitals in his thoracic cavity and end his life in seconds. "Sit down and put your back against this railing." "Sarah," Derrick protested. "Do it, carefully." Her tone brooked no further argument. All of her medical training took over, and her voice barked with authority. She pulled his shirt out of the way and yelled, "Beaumont, I'm going to need some help here." "Sarah," Derrick grinned. "I know you're a good nurse, but I'm not having a baby." His head lolled backward and the grin faded from his face. Sarah ignored his attempt to jest and became all business. She ripped his shirt out of the way, then applied pressure to the wound with her bare hand. "Sit forward for a second." Derrick leaned forward and she inspected his back. No exit wound. The bullet was still inside. He had taken the bullet instead of her. He had put himself between a madman with a gun and her. He had probably saved her life.
"Sit back. Slow. Easy does it."
Beaumont walked calmly into the hallway. "It's okay. We got them all in custody." He saw Sarah's arm and Derrick's chest covered in bright red blood, and his words froze. He drew his radio like a firearm and said, "I need EMTs to the 3rd floor now. Right now. We have a man down." He holstered the radio and his eyes met with Sarah. "How is it?" Sarah didn't move. She said, "I'll tell you tomorrow." Beaumont nodded and raced down the stairs. Derrick leaned back and coughed abruptly. Sarah felt a tight, dark circle of fear when she saw foamy blood tinge the corner of Derrick's lips with the cough. His lung had been punctured.
"Derrick, listen to me. The bullet didn't go through. It's still inside. Your shoulder feels a little crepitus, which means that your clavicle is probably shattered. That means you have bone splinters and a bullet rummaging around in there. We need to get you immobilized, and then they are going to need to operate. In the meantime, you need to take slow, shallow breaths, okay? Slow and steady."
Derrick grinned.
"My heart is racing, but it isn't because I'm shot."
Sarah's eyebrows nodded. She wondered if he was starting to lose his lucidity.
"Don't talk,"
Sarah ordered. Derrick covered her hand with his own.
"I love the way you touched me." "Derrick, I love you, Sarah." "I love you too, Derrick. Now please shut up."
Derrick chuckled and it turned into 3 sharp coughs. Then he said,
"Let's pray."
She nodded.
"How about if I pray, and you be quiet and take slow, steady, shallow breaths?"
She looked toward heaven and said,
"Dear God, let us feel your presence right now. Let us feel you lifting us in the palm of your hand."
She continued to pray as paramedics raced up the stairs with a stretcher. Someone had fetched Sarah's shoe and handed it to her before the doors of the ambulance closed. The paramedics let her ride in the ambulance, but they wouldn't let her help them. Powerless, she watched them work, never ceasing praying. Praying out loud, praying under her breath, she never stopped. Derrick lost consciousness long before he was loaded into the ambulance, but Sarah still constantly squeezed his hand, touched his cheek, spoke to him in soothing tones. It comforted her, even if it couldn't comfort him. The ride to the hospital was short. The emergency response team met them at the doors. A surgeon started assessing the situation immediately as they rushed into the trauma room. Sarah answered the questions pointedly, never missing a beat. This was her hospital. She knew the staff, and they knew her. While the secretary at the administration desk called for an operating room, the trauma team stabilized Derrick. Sarah helped one of the nurses cut his clothes off so that monitors and IVs could be attached. A breathing tube was inserted. The second the surgeon gave the go-ahead, they wheeled his bed from that room and headed toward the elevator. At the elevator doors, her clothes-cutting partner stopped her.
"You can't go in with him, Sarah. You need to go to the waiting area."
"But—" "Nurse," the surgeon said, gesturing toward the controls. Every heartbeat of Derrick's outside the operating room brought him one heartbeat closer to a bullet fragment ripping apart a vital organ. The nurse stepped back as the doors slid shut. Before they sealed completely, Sarah heard the alarm of the heart monitor signal a warning. Stomach rolling and hands shaking, Sarah pulled her phone out of her scrubs pocket. With Derrick's dried blood on her fingers, she sent a mass text message to her family, Tony, Robin, Maxine, Barry. Asked them to check with each other to make sure everyone got the message and to meet her in the surgical floor waiting room. She called her mom. Her voice started to hitch, but she swallowed the tears. Time for that later.
"Please come," she whispered, when she finished explaining where she was and why she was there. After she hung up, she called Peter O'Farrell. "Sarah." She turned and saw her roommate, Melissa. She held her arms out, and Sarah stepped into the hug, soaking in the reassurance. As Sarah stepped away, Melissa said, "Here now, love. Go change. I'll rummage up some tea for you." Sarah looked at her clothes and all the blood staining them. Derrick's blood. "Thank you," she whispered. Do you have a change of clothes?
Trying to make sense of Melissa's words, Sarah finally nodded.
Good, okay. Go use our locker room. I'll meet you upstairs.
Feeling as though she moved underwater, Sarah walked through a series of corridors. Even the staff of a hospital in downtown Boston looked at her, shocked expressions failing to hide their curiosity as to what she would have encountered to be covered in so much blood. Finally, she came to the OB nurse's locker room. Her fingers fumbled on the dial of the combination, but she finally got her locker open. Inside, she kept a spare set of scrubs and underwear. She grabbed her toiletries bag and the change of clothes, then went to the shower room. She stood there under the lukewarm spray and watched the blood mix with water and spin down the drain. Tears burned in her eyes, but she closed them, took a deep breath, and gave her head a quick shake. Determined, she picked up a washcloth, soaked it with body wash, and scrubbed as quickly as she could. Time to break down later, she promised herself. She needed to put her back up right now, be there for her family, be able to answer questions and make sense when she spoke. She didn't bother wetting her hair. She just washed the blood off her hands and arms and cleaned the cuts on her ankle and leg from when her foot fell through the stairs. As quickly as she could, she dressed in clean scrubs, threw everything into her locker, then rushed upstairs to the surgical family waiting area. Chapter 22. Dr. Jeremiah Woodworth picked another bullet fragment out of the lung of the young man on the operating table in front of him. He had done this too many times in his career at the hospital central to Boston's downtown, and it never got easier. It never got dull. So much violence tainted this fallen world. The hand-carved tattoos on the man's chest, combined with the bullet ripping its way through the torso, gave the doctor some indication of the type of lifestyle this poor soul likely led. While he worked, while he asked for tools, sponges, light, while he explained things to the surgical intern watching the procedure intently, he prayed for this young man. He prayed for his physical body and his spiritual state. He knew he didn't know anything, but he knew the Holy Spirit did, and that was all that mattered. He followed the path of a fragment to the outside of the heart. "Let me see that x-ray again," he said to the nurse at his right elbow. She held up the x-ray to the overhead light. He squinted at it, looked at the chest cavity below him, and said out loud, "I hope this young man has someone praying for him, and for me, because I think we're both going to need all the help we can get." Sarah stared at the toes of her shoes. She didn't have a change of shoes, and blood covered the plastic tops. Cleaning them didn't occur to her until she sat in the waiting room, away from access to water and towels. Her mother sat on one side of her, Maxine on the other. Robin and Maxine sat with their heads bent together, talking in low tones. Barry stood, leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, ankles crossed. He hadn't moved a muscle in an hour. Peter came and went, taking phone calls outside the waiting room. For some reason, the silence wouldn't be penetrated. There seemed to be an unspoken acknowledgement of the need for utter silence. Sarah concentrated on even breathing and maintaining control. So far, she'd relayed the story of what happened 3 times. Once Tony got there, she'd have to tell it all over again. She needed to keep control. She needed to not break down. Not yet. Tonight. Tonight in her own home, in her own bed, when Derrick was safe and alive and well, she would break down. Had she ever considered the magnitude of her love for Derrick? How empty her world would be without him. How had she allowed them to waste 10 years they could have been together? If only she had quit looking at the outside package and seen the man inside. They could have had an extra decade together. Now they might not have another 10 seconds. The waiting room door slammed open, and all eyes turned to look as Tony rushed in. He scanned the faces in the room and headed straight for Sarah. Robin jumped up as he reached them, and he put his arms around his wife, but spoke to her sister. "I got here as quickly as I could. Had to turn the pilot around. What happened?" Sarah took a deep breath as she stood and wiped her hands on her thighs. "Gianni Castoli abducted me from my house today," she began. With Tony's, "What?" interrupting her without really interrupting, she continued with the rest of the story. Long after she finished speaking, he stared at her. Finally, he stepped toward her and put his arms around her. "I'm so sorry, mia sorella." "I know." She hugged him tight once, then stepped back. "At least it's all over now. Derrick isn't facing a trial for murder anymore. Instead, we're in here waiting while a doctor digs a bullet out of his chest." Tony ran his hands through his groomed hair. Peter set his Bible down and approached his friend. "You and I both know that you can't wish away your past," he said. He took his glasses off and slipped them into the front pocket of his shirt. "We can be absolved of our sins, but the past still exists. Derrick handled himself like a champion soldier of God throughout this entire ordeal. He never faltered. He never wavered in his unshakable faith. For that he is to be admired. For that we can lift him up as an example of how to persevere in even the most trying circumstances. Don't take his past from him." Tony cocked his head while he stared at his mentor. After several seconds he nodded. "Thank you." Sarah rolled her head on her shoulders and watched as Melissa came into the room with a tray of coffee and tea. She was so thankful for her friends and family. Without them here in this room with her, she would be an emotional puddle on the ground. She moved back to her seat, but instead of sitting in the vinyl chair, she sat on the floor between the feet of her sisters. Maxine leaned forward and hugged her. "I hate waiting," she said. Robin took a cup of coffee from the tray. "I remember waiting after your accident," she said to Maxine. "It was a nightmare. I wish they would let me in there." Sarah whispered, "It's the not knowing what's going on that is so hard. If I just knew I could be digesting it and coping with it." Robin put a hand on her shoulder. "We'll know soon enough." Melissa knelt behind Sarah. "Do you need anything?" Sarah reached her hand over her shoulder. Melissa placed her hand in her roommate's. Sarah stared at her sisters, then her mother, and squeezed Melissa's hand. "Not a thing." Dr. Woodworth grabbed another sponge as the machines around him screamed alarms. "I need another set of hands," he said through gritted teeth. "I can't stop this bleeding." "Doctor," the anesthesiologist said, the warning in his voice conveying all the information the doctor needed. I know, Woodworth said. He grabbed the intern's hand and said, "Here, press right here. Don't move until I tell you to." He grabbed the tweezers and a needle and thread and stitched the hole as fast as he could. Blood still poured out from somewhere else, though, and as fast as the nurse could replace the sponge, it filled up. "Get some more volume in him," he ordered, gritting his teeth. "He's losing blood faster than we can get it into him." The nurse next to him wiped the sweat on his brow. "Clamp," he ordered, holding a hand out. "Doctor," the anesthesiologist said, as the heart monitor next to his chair flatlined. Sarah rested her head on Maxine's knee while her sister ran her hand through her hair. She closed her eyes and prayed for the doctor, for Derrick. Her stomach muscles tightened. Her heart paused for a moment and then beat furiously. Sarah gasped and sat up, hand to chest, while nausea swirled in her stomach. She pushed herself to her feet, shooing away Barry's hand that suddenly appeared, ready to catch her should she collapse. "We need to pray," she said insistently. She gripped Barry's hand tightly and looked up at the giant, feeling a little bit crazed. "We have to pray right now. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong." Robin stood and took Sarah's face in her hands. "Okay, let's pray." She turned and gestured to the chair. "Looks like a good prayer bench to me." Sarah collapsed on her knees and started praying, uttering words like, "Please, God," and "I beg you, Father." Her spirit, though, spoke volumes to God, speaking for her while her mouth simply just couldn't form words. Her family knelt next to her, and they all prayed together, fervently, passionately, faithfully. Dr. Woodworth stitched the hole as fast as he could, listening to the alarm of the flat line. Come on, he said under his breath, willing his fingers to work faster, more efficiently, more proficiently. The second he could, he raised his hands out of the chest cavity. "I'm clear," he said. The internal paddles were placed on the newly repaired heart, and a jolt of electricity was sent through it, hopefully to spark it back to life. Every eye in the room was trained on the monitor. One breath, then another. Nothing. "Push an amp of epi and charge to 50. While the defibrillator charged, he re-examined his work, double-checking to make sure that every hole had been sealed, that none of the life-giving blood continued to seep from wounds. "I want another X-ray," he said. "Before we seal him up, I want to make sure we got all the metal." "Ready," said the doctor with the defibrillator. "Clear." An hour went by, then 2. Sarah's knees started to ache before they finally went numb. Eventually she shifted up into a chair, but she didn't stop praying. She held the hands of her sisters, who held the hands of their husbands, who held the hands of Peter and Melissa and her mother. In a circle they prayed, sometimes out loud, sometimes quietly. The intensity of the feeling she originally felt started to abate. The grip on her heart loosened. Knowing she had started the praying, and that they would end it only with her, she finally whispered, "Amen." Around the circle, a chorus of amens echoed, and one by one the hands were released. Sarah rolled her head on her shoulders and stood to stretch. Then she noticed the doctor standing in the doorway. With a voice that screamed fatigue, he said, "I didn't want to interrupt, but I need to speak to the family of Derrick D'Annunzio." Sarah didn't recognize him, but she hadn't worked surgery in a long time. "We are his family." The doctor scanned the faces in the room and finally slipped his do-rag off his head. "I'm Dr. Woodworth," he said by way of introduction. I don't know how to explain this." He rubbed a hand over his eyes. "Derrick was in bad shape. The bullet fragmented when it entered his body, and there were pieces of metal everywhere." Sarah focused on the word was, past tense. What did that mean? The doctor continued. "We worked as fast as we could, but he lost a significant amount of blood. I couldn't." Tears burned his throat, and he had to clear it to continue speaking. "While we were in there, a fragment pierced his heart. I couldn't work fast enough to stop the bleeding." Sarah's head started reeling. "No, not possible. I couldn't," were not the words that the doctor was supposed to say, especially when speaking in the past tense. He was supposed to say something like, "It was a fight, but he's in recovery now." The family let out a collective gasp. Someone started crying. Sarah reached forward and gripped the doctor's wrist. "Please," she whispered. Male hands touched her shoulders, trying to comfort her or restrain her. She didn't know which. "At some point, I was certain all was lost. As I worked, I started praying for God's help. As I came in here and saw you all in such intense prayer, I know how what happened. A glimmer of hope sparked to life in Sarah's heart. The doctor continued. "All I know is that Mr. D'Annunzio should be dead, and there's no reason why he's alive and in recovery right now, other than God deemed that it would be so." A loud sound of relief moved through the group like a wave. "In recovery?" Sarah said. The doctor smiled. "Yes. I'm sorry I'm in such awe of what happened that I forgot to start with that information. He is severely critical. I'm not even going to guess his chances medically. But he shouldn't even be alive, and he is. So let's go with that and trust God." With a sob of happiness, Sarah threw her arms around the doctor's neck. She started crying and didn't know how to stop. All she could do was say, "Thank you, God," over and over again. Sarah continued her prayer, ignoring the nurse who rushed in moments later, ignoring the deep sigh that the doctor breathed, ignoring the deafening silence that fell over the entire room. Chapter 23. "Put your foot here," Derrick said, gripping Sarah's slim ankle in his hand and helping her find a solid toehold. "Now reach above you and grip that piece of rock with your right hand." "What piece of rock?" Derrick pointed. "That one." Sarah narrowed her eyes. "There's no way that's going to hold me." Derrick grinned. "Trust me." With a huff, Sarah reached up and grabbed the little piece of rock jutting out of the mountain face. She pulled herself up, and Derrick followed, providing instruction and advice as he lifted, pulled, tugged, and maneuvered both of them up the mountain face. Sarah stood in the small crevice and put her hands on the small of her back. The hot sun beat down on them, causing her face to glow with sweat. She pulled her canteen off her belt and took a small swallow. "You okay?" she asked him as he pulled himself up and over onto the rock next to her. With a habitual movement, he rubbed his chest. "I'm perfectly fine," he said. "This is the best thing for me." Her eyes narrowed. "I don't want you overdoing it." "Yes, doctor." She threw her head back and laughed. "Just nurse. I'm only thinking about doctor." "You can do it. You can do anything." She offered him the canteen, and he gratefully accepted it. "As long as you're rooting for me, I believe I can," she said with a smile. Derrick turned and looked at the view. The magnificence of God's creation stared back at him from their vantage point high above the beautiful Massachusetts wilderness. "You know, I stood here in this spot about 8 months ago."
"Oh?"
she asked. He walked up to her and slipped an arm around her waist. "Yes, I was distraught." Sarah tilted her head back and grinned at him.
"You? You're the picture of contentment. What had you distraught?"
Derrick shifted until he faced her. He slid his hands over her shoulders and down her arms until he held both of her hands in his. "My love for you," he said, looking deep into her eyes. Sarah, whose heart had started beating double time with the touch of his hands, felt her chest clench and her breath hitch. She looked up at him, feeling like she would drown in the brown depths of his eyes. He was so strong, so handsome, and she had come so close to losing him that sometimes she had nightmares about it.
"I wouldn't want our love to cause you distress,"
she said in a whisper. With a crooked smile, Derrick raised her left hand and kissed the gold and stones that graced her ring finger. The day he got out of the hospital, long weeks after the bullet fragment pierced his heart, he took the ring with the square-cut topaz out of a drawer in his bedroom, and in front of their family knelt next to where Sarah sat on his couch, and claimed his love for her, his adoration of her, and told her how much the topaz paled in comparison to her beautiful, honey-brown eyes. He asked her to marry him, and he barely had the question out before she had her arms around his neck, and she said, "Yes, yes, yes," over and over again. Now here they stood on this beautiful mountain the morning after their wedding night. Sarah could not imagine a more perfect place to spend their honeymoon, learning Derrick's favorite pastime away from family, friends, and any kind of technology that might beckon him back to work. "At the time, it was simply my love. You hadn't yet realized that you returned it." He cupped her cheek and kissed her softly. "I climbed up here and prayed, begging for God's direction. Then I went to your house to ask you to marry me, but you threw up all over me instead." Sarah laughed and stepped back.
"I did no such thing. I never missed the bucket."
With Derrick's cocked eyebrows, she waved her hand.
"Well, maybe once."
His face sobered again, and Sarah felt a fluttering in her stomach at the look on his face. "I have loved you from the moment I laid eyes on you, sweetheart, and I will love you until we reach the end of eternity." Stepping forward and slipping her arms around his waist, she rested her head on his chest and listened to the beautiful sound of his heart beating. She vividly remembered sitting in the hospital room with him, breathing in time to the machines, listening to the beep, beep, beep as the monitor signaled the rhythm of his heart. "God has given us a beautiful gift in our love," she said. "He brought us together. Then he healed you with a miracle. I sometimes feel like we can never do enough to be worthy of this gift." Stroking her cheek with a finger, Derrick smiled. Then he shrugged out of his backpack and dug around it until he pulled out a couple of energy bars. "All we can do is love him and serve him with all our heart." He winked as he handed her the snack. "Heart, not hearts. Did you catch that? Because we're one now, you and me." Sarah slipped an arm around his waist and looked out over the beautiful view, admiring the wonder of God's creation. "I'm blessed." Epilogue. It was October, but the Florida Keys varied little in the sense of changing weather. For a brief time, they worried that the tropical depression sitting a few hundred miles off the coast in the Atlantic would affect their plans. At the last minute, the storm veered in its course and allowed for the perfect day. The sky was blue enough to hurt the eyes. The sun was warm enough to allow short sleeves. The air was fresh enough that spirits felt rejuvenated just breathing it. Across the sloping lawn that led to the beach, white-covered tables nearly bowed under the weight of the food. Every several yards, drink stations were set up, manned by a waitstaff, all in white, who worked under the expert eye of Mrs. Tony Viscoli. In the kitchen, the army of decorators unwound with cool drinks after hours under the drilling command of Mrs. Barry Anderson, and the children were relaxed and refreshed after an afternoon spent with Mrs. Derrick D'Annunzio. All in all, it was a perfect party. The guest list ranged from the country's most prominent to the bartender who ran the seediest bar in the south side of Boston, with dress ranging from black tie to black leather. An hour before, the crowd had buzzed with the surprise arrival of President Cummings, while some had shifted position to avoid being in the way of the big guy with the goatee who went by Hank. But the sisters saw neither political affiliation nor social status. They merely looked out at the hundreds of people and saw Tony's friends and associates, all those who had come to the extreme southern part of the country to pay homage to him on his 50th birthday. Near the cake that rose 6 tiers, a lone microphone waited. Antonio Viscoli rarely let an opportunity go by without giving a speech, and his wife knew him well enough to know that and have it installed, even under his protests. After the cake was cut and the champagne poured for the toast, she gave a secret smile to her youngest sister as he took the miniature stage. He waited with a smile on his face as the applause died down, then cleared his throat while he scanned the sea of faces. "My wife worried that no one would come," he said, then waited until the laughter faded away. "I want to thank you all for being here. The honor I feel at seeing so many friends at one time is a great one, and I feel it deeply. Birthdays are a time of gifts, but this year I've decided to give rather than receive." Robin sat at the table with the rest of the family and glanced up when she felt someone at her elbow. Surprised, she took the thin box from the uniformed waiter. Tony continued to speak. "In December, it will be 18 years since I asked my wife to marry me. At the time, I was willing to do anything at all to get her to say yes. As it was, all it took was offering her a trip to Italy." More laughter followed Robin's surprised gasp. He grinned at her from his spot. "Small change compared to the joy she's given me over the years. For the 2 beautiful children, TJ, 14, and already a championship rower, Madeline, my precious little girl who just became a teenager. It was just yesterday that you 2 were born, and here we are." He paused while his children looked at each other and grinned embarrassed smiles. "Cara, about 300 people are waiting for you to open your present." While Robin fought the bright paper, Tony explained his gift. "She's always complaining that the jewelry I buy her is too much, too flashy, too expensive. I'm afraid that she's nearly quit even opening the boxes. Very frustrating for a man who enjoys beautiful gems, I assure you." He felt the familiar glow she always brought him as he watched her hold up the simple sapphire hanging from a thin gold chain. "Maybe this one you'll actually wear, my love." Murmurs flew through the crowd as Robin secured the chain around her neck and clutched at the stone. Maxine was so involved in watching Robin that she didn't realize a waiter holding an identical package stood at her arm until he tapped her on the shoulder. "Maxine, my sweet, so many years ago we feared we'd lost you for good. You who lights up a room just by walking into it, and who has gifted this world with your magnificent art. To Maxie, the mother of my 4 precious nieces and nephews, to the wife of my best friend and brother, you are the one who always complained that you didn't get the flashy jewelry. Well, sweetheart, this was the flashiest I could find." Other women would have oohed and awed over the emerald the size of a robin's egg centered in 3 strands of emeralds and diamonds. Maxine, though, threw back her head and laughed. She removed the thick gold band from around her neck and put the new necklace in its place. What should have been tacky and overdone somehow found its home as it complemented her black sheath perfectly. Sarah's face fused with color when Tony turned his attention to her. "This brings me to our little pixie, Sarah, the one whose strength binds our family, who is our constant voice of reason, the one who has spent her career in service to others, helping deliver countless babies. She is the wife of the man who is my brother in my heart, and the mother of his almost 3 children." He grinned down at her, while she hid the fact that she was having another contraction. She wondered if it would be rude to tell him to hurry up. "Your husband has been about as bad as I am with my lovely wife in showering you with presents, so it was hard for me to find something you may not already have. But somehow I managed it. The bracelet he gave you for your 30th birthday was a rare find. He wanted the topaz, but he wanted a certain color. He was so proud of it and discovered during his search that it originally had a matching necklace." Sarah felt the man at her shoulder and took the thin box from him. Her hands shook so badly that she worried she'd drop it, and she nearly cried in relief when Angela, her 3-year-old, clambered forward to help her open her present. "After months of searching," Tony continued, "I finally located the matching necklace. To inspect it, my buyer had to fly all the way to Australia." Sarah lifted the necklace out of the box and barely saw the strand of pearls interlaced with topaz gems the color of honey through her tears. Maxine crouched behind her and removed her pearl choker, helping her fasten the new necklace. Your sisters are the jewels in my life, in the lives of my brothers. You are the reason we are complete, the reason we greet each new day fresh, ready to tackle the next thing the world brings us. One day we will receive jewels and our crowns in heaven. But for now we will work for God's kingdom, together in our marriages that are to emulate Christ's relationship with the church. We will continue to fight the good fight and run this race. And the reason we can do it with such love and joy in our hearts is no doubt because we have you sisters by our sides. Without you, the three of us would be miserable old men with no joy or laughter in our lives. Because of you, we have our children, we have our homes, and we have love. There was a time in my life I was as alone as a person could get. It was dark and cold, both inside of me and out, and most of you out there would have written me off as no good, as having no hope. No other birthday present could compare in my heart to looking down from this spot at the table filled with my family. The table with those beautiful women and all those beautiful children, and knowing that they will forever keep that dark and that cold at bay. And knowing that the love at that table is real, and it is absolute, because that love all came from God. He paused and smiled at his wife with love in his eyes so strong there wasn't a person who could see it who doubted him. He raised a glass and softly said, "Grazie." You have been listening to Topaz Heat, a novel by Hallee Bridgeman, Part 4 of the Jewel series. Original copyright 2012. All rights reserved. No part of this work may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means without express written permission. The only exception is brief excerpts for critical articles or reviews. This book is published in all formats by Olivia Kimbrell Press. Olivia Kimbrell Press is a publisher offering true-to-life, meaningful fiction and nonfiction from a Christian worldview, intended to uplift the heart and engage the mind. The Olivia Kimbrell Press colophon and logo are trademarks of Olivia Kimbrell Press. Original cover art and graphics by Amanda Gale Smith. This audiobook was read by Gene Rowley and recorded and edited by Gene Rowley Voiceover. Some scripture quotations courtesy of the King James Version of the Holy Bible. Some scripture quotations courtesy of the New King James Version of the Holy Bible. Copyright owned by Thomas Nelson Incorporated. Used by permission. All rights reserved. This story is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, organizations, places, locales, or to persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental and beyond the intent of either the author or publisher. Please ask your library or favorite bookstore about other fine titles by Hallee Bridgeman, including more books in the Jewel series. On behalf of everyone involved with this project, we hope you have deeply enjoyed this audiobook presentation and pray God's blessing on you today and always.